Okay, I guess we should start. They said so. They made me do it. How's everyone doing? Welcome to BSidesPDX again. How many of you were here yesterday? How many of you are here today? Some of you are not here today. I wonder what's going on there. So yeah, I'm not going to say too much. I'm just going to actually try and get to the next slide. It's a CTF in itself. Welcome. So we just got some thank yous again because there's a lot of people that make a lot of stuff happen, do a lot of things to make this happen. And I was wandering around yesterday realizing that I didn't know half of what was going on, which is a very discomforting fact as an organizer of an event. But it's also kind of like the point you need to get to when an event gets to a certain size, because stuff has to happen and it has to go, and you have to be okay with other people running stuff, which is, you know, a growth thing for me. But it's also kind of amazing that we can kind of delegate some of these things, and it happens wonderfully. And some of that is the volunteers who've been working all year. Some of that is the board of directors who silently make sure that like the organization has the funds and the paperwork done so that we can do what we need to do. Part of that is the review board members who go through and read all the submissions, the good ones and the more interesting ones, and pick out the good ones to present to you. And unfortunately, you know, we had a lot of submissions this year, which is great. Every year we want more, and the problem with that is we start getting more and more good submissions that we don't have room for. So we got to figure that out. How do we get more space for all the great stuff that people are doing and working on? In terms of actually hands-on and getting stuff done, we need to all stand up and applaud for Magneto, whose name was not on this list the past yesterday. So give a big round of applause, because he's been managing speaker operations, and like I was saying, you know, I am supposed to be running this event along with Malcolm, and I don't know everything that's going on, and so the things that I don't know about, because they just happen and work, I forget about, which is great, but also bad when I'm supposed to be thanking the people for doing that, so thank you. And also Sam organized all the catering. Rebecca has been dealing with social media stuff as well as like keeping us on task. You know, basically that because she wanted to make social media posts, she's like, okay, you guys, you need to get this done. You need to get this done so I can post about it. I'm like, oh, thanks. So she was kind of like the schedule driver in disguise. Mickey did all our website updates. Brian dealt with the video and got the volunteers to go and do the live streaming, and we'll take care of posting all this stuff later. Shady wrangled the volunteers. Evan did organize the CTF. Ron and Brian made registration happen. And thanks Malcolm, who I think had to step out. Oh, there he is. Thank you, Malcolm, for doing all the things that I forgot to do. And then the things that we both forgot to do, I don't know about, so they seem to be fine. No one's asked for their money back yet, so I think we're good. Thank you again, PSU. I think the food's been excellent this year, and the coffee has been, you know, free-flowing, which is great. I was actually chatting with the PSU staff earlier, and I think that 20 gallons of coffee or 3-gallon pitchers of coffee. I don't know. We drank a lot of coffee yesterday, but you didn't come close to the price of the coffee we drank 10 years ago at the convention center, where you drank $8,000 of our $10,000 conference budget in coffee. So, yeah, it's okay. We have community rooms. We shuffled it around a little, so there's 2 rooms on the second floor. They have a little sign-up sheet on the door. I think there's a 2 p.m. chat in one of them about badges. And if you want to talk about something, just write it on that sign-up sheet and show up. You know, take a peek if it's a topic that's of interest to you. And if it's empty, feel free to go and sit down and start a conversation. T-shirts. In a weird change of events, typically we finally get our T-shirts like the day before the event, and we're missing something, like usually the fitted women's shirts. So like multiple times we've had all the unisex shirts, but not the fitted shirts. This year, yesterday at 1 o'clock, the women's shirts were all delivered. So we have those. So if you ordered a fitted shirt, we'll have them at registration to pick up at afternoon. Okay. I would say at noon, but noon's a very precise time. Afternoon is a very broad time, so afternoon. Go down to registration and pick up your shirt if you pre-ordered a fitted shirt, which makes me think right now I should probably print the list of people who have fitted shirts. Thank you again to our sponsors. From lots of dollars to fewer dollars, we appreciate all of them, and we don't really do a lot of differentiation at the event about who's who, as in terms of how much they sponsor, but they all are making this event possible. BPM, Formal, Chain Guard, Conductor One, LMG Security, and Profit. And then the next year we've got CodeTool.ai, Eclipsium, Asaka, Palo Alto Networks, Securing Hardware, SpecterOps. And then our silver sponsors, Identity Technologies, ISSA, and No Starch. What's great about a lot of these sponsors is they're recurring year after year after year after year. We also have community sponsors, EFF, which we're glad to have here, and a Hacker Tracker, which if you're using the app, you can do that. Do
we have a code from No Starch this year?
Do we have? I don't know.
We do.
We do. What's the code?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll find out.
In the follow-up email, you will get the code from No Starch to get a discount, which is kind of great. And if you don't get that, bug me, or Malcolm, or someone. The CTF should resume at 11, and I believe the challenges are shut off at 4 p.m. Is that correct? Is Evan in here? Okay, assume it's turning off at 4 o'clock, because that's when we're going to have closing and have to give out prizes, and it's easier to give out the prizes after the end of the event. We also have Hackboat. I added the URL up there, hackboat.org. Hackboat is going to be on Friday, June 5th. That's there's room for 85 people on one of the boats. We go out, we go up and down the Willamette River. We have lunch. We talk about hacking. We do not hack the boat itself, just to clarify, because the boat is what's keeping us afloat. But we will be hacking on physically above the board of the boat. And we don't have registration open yet, of course, but BSides will be Friday and Saturday, October 23rd and 24th, 2026. Same place, similar time. So we're looking forward to everybody coming back for that. This evening we have an after party. How many of you have been to Control H before? PDX Hackerspace. How many? So it's 70. Oh, I should put the time on here. Sorry, 5 o'clock. We're gonna have closing ceremonies at about 4 o'clock, and so you can saunter your way there. It's on the yellow line. It's kind of a hall, but if you're taking the Max, yellow line goes straight there to the Lombard Street exit. If you Google for the Nyan Cat mural, there's a big Nyan Cat mural on the side of the building. It's on Google Maps. It's easy to find. People pull up and hop out and take selfies with it. It's kind of interesting. We started getting junk mail for it. Nyan Cat mural at 7608 North Interstate Avenue. But yeah, we'll be there from 5 to 8 p.m. You're all welcome, and it'll be just a kind of a mellow. There'll be some food and drinks, and look forward to seeing you there. If you need any help, look for someone with a balloon. There's an info desk downstairs or registration, and be kind and have fun. Did I miss anything, Malcolm? Nope. Anyone? Okay, cool. Which leads us to our keynote. Micah, actually, I'll give a brief introduction, and then we'll do some laptop switching, and then we get started. Micah's been to BSides Portland before. He's presented here. I think we first met when you took a class, like 10 plus years ago. So Micah's been doing a lot of stuff at the intersection of information and journalism and tech and security and all that stuff, and it's really exciting to see what he works on. Actually, at DEF CON, he was giving a talk on Signalgate, which I think will be kind of a lot of what he's referencing here, which I think is kind of pretty relevant to stuff that's going on around here. I don't know. I didn't have to fight through a war zone to get here, but some of you may have. And so I think with that, I will stop talking. Micah, you want to come up here and get set up, and we'll begin that keynote in just a minute. Thank you, Micah. Thank you, everyone.
BSides Portland. So I've worked in journalism for over a decade, but this is the first time that I've ever traveled to an active war zone. It's hard to believe that we're not even 1 year into Trump's fascist takeover of the government. The onslaught of horrifying news is happening too fast to keep track of. But what's clear to me is that the Trump administration, and ICE in particular, is tooling up for technological repression that Americans have never been subject to before. Today, I'll go over the disturbing signs of the coming age of techno-fascism, along with practical ways to defend yourself and your communities against it. I'm Mike Lee. I'm an independent security researcher, a journalist, and a software engineer. I spent the last decade and a half reporting on classified documents, helping journalists protect their sources, building open source privacy tools, and teaching people how to analyze leaked data sets. These days, I work closely with journalists, researchers, and activists, doing what I can to keep them safe and productive. The views I'm expressing in this talk are entirely my own and not the views of any of the organizations that I'm working with. Since Trump's inauguration, the US has slid into techno-fascism. So fascism is a slippery ideology that's kind of difficult to define, and sometimes it borrows from conservatives or from liberals or even from leftists. But in the end, none of the beliefs are actually genuine. It's all about accumulating unlimited power for an in-group at the expense of everyone else. One common definition of fascism is imperialism turned inward. So here's a bit of recent US imperialism history since September 11th, 2001. We launched wars of aggression based on lies in Afghanistan and Iraq. We ran a covert torture program and imprisoned and tortured innocent people for decades at Guantanamo Bay. We built a global surveillance system and spied on entire populations, all without probable cause. We ran a massive drone assassination program, bombing weddings across the Middle East and Africa in countries we weren't at war with in the name of American freedom. And right now, we're funding and arming Israel while it commits a genocide in Gaza. Huge swaths of the world are subject to intense state repression, violence, surveillance, and censorship. And in many places, this repression is explicitly supported by the US government and by US companies. The thing that makes the Trump era different is fascism. Under Trump, this complete disregard for human rights is now pointed inwards at the enemies within, as Trump calls Americans that he doesn't like. What we've been seeing on the streets of the US with ICE kidnappings and military invasions of cities is the normal American disregard for human rights, but this time targeted inwards towards us. And the American tech industry is totally on board with it. Elon Musk, the richest and most divorced person in the world, donated hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that Trump got elected. He then bought Twitter and turned it into X, a cesspool of propaganda, disinformation, and hate. Mark Zuckerberg got a haircut, went on Joe Rogan, and shut down Meta's diversity program. Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon and of Washington Post, personally intervened to prevent the Post from endorsing Kamala Harris, and he restructured its opinion page to make it friendly to fascism. Tim Cook personally donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration committee. You know how right now, while the government is shut down and food stamps for millions of Americans are set to expire in about a week, Trump is tearing down the East Wing of the White House and building himself a privately funded ballroom. So some of the companies who are funding Trump's ballroom include Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, Google, Meta, Microsoft. This talk mostly isn't about the reactionary tech billionaires and their complicit companies. Instead, it's about attacks that we should be prepared for during the age of techno-fascism and the ways to defend against them. In this talk, I'm going to give some specific, actionable advice about 3 topics: mercenary spyware, device searches, and app censorship. But don't think of this as a checklist that all you have to do is finished and then you're good. Ultimately, what we need to do is build an intentional and forgiving security culture These are things to talk over with your friends, your colleagues, your family members, and start doing them as shared practices. Fascists are targeting everyone outside of their in-group. If we want to keep our communities safe, our defenses need to be collective and not individual. I'm also going to quickly go through a lot of slides and show my sources. So rather than trying to take a photo of each slide you're interested in, you can find links to all of my sources here. And I also want to warn you that this talk is pretty intense. So just to lighten the mood a bit, I'm going to put on some frog ears. And so I'm not going to sugarcoat the awful reality of the current situation, but at least I'll be somewhat dressed up like a frog while I'm giving you all anxiety. So it used to be that government spy agencies like the NSA developed the most sophisticated hacking tools in the world in-house. But over the last decade or so, this has shifted to the private sector. Now private companies make the world's most sophisticated hacking tools, and they sell them, basically as a subscription service to government agencies and police departments around the world, many of which would never have been able to build these capabilities in-house themselves. Americans have largely been shielded from this type of attack. NSO Group's Pegasus spyware is typically configured to not be able to target US phone numbers, though they could easily disable this setting if they decided to target US phone numbers. Mercenary spyware firms are on US sanctions lists. And in 2023, Biden published an executive order prohibiting mercenary spyware use by the US government without first going through a review process. Those days are over. Mercenary spyware is officially welcome in America. Last year, during the Biden administration, ICE tried to sign a contract with Paragon Solutions, another sketchy Israeli firm that makes spyware called Graphite. But the Biden administration blocked this contract from going through. But a few months ago, the stop work order was dismissed, and ICE's contract with Paragon officially began. According to this reporting by Jack Polson, the US company Red Lattice acquired Paragon Solutions. So now that Paragon is American-owned, ICE is allowed to use Graphite spyware. Paragon bills Graphite as the ethical alternative to Pegasus. The difference between Graphite and Pegasus is that Pegasus takes over the entire phone. It does location tracking, it listens through the microphone, it steals all of the data it can get, and so on, while Graphite is narrowly targeted at spying on encrypted messaging apps like Signal, WhatsApp, and iMessage. But obviously, governments abuse it to violate human rights too. So here's a recent report from the Citizen Lab, published in June, where they caught Graphite being used against prominent journalists in Europe. In this case, Graphite relied on a zero-click vulnerability in iOS that exploited a bug in iMessage. And here's an earlier report from Citizen Lab published in March. And in this one, they helped fix a zero-click exploit in WhatsApp that targeted dozens of people in Italy, including journalists and the founder of an Italian organization that rescues migrants from the Mediterranean Sea. So it's not a very ethical alternative. 404 Media launched a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against ICE, demanding documents related to its contract with Paragon. In this post, the journalists mention Paragon's stance that it's an ethical alternative in the spyware industry. It says, quote, "Selling to ICE, an agency that has flaunted due process, accountability, and transparency, may complicate that stance for Paragon. ICE has arrested people who were following the steps necessary for legal immigration, waited outside courtrooms to immediately detain people after their immigration cases were dismissed to rush them out of the country, de-documented people who had valid work permits in order to deport them, and continues to pick up people around the country while masking their faces and declining to provide their names." There's nothing ethical about anything that ICE does, and there is no way that ICE will use Graphite in a way that isn't abusing human rights. But hey, at least the Trump administration isn't using Pegasus, right? Earlier this month, news broke that American investors appear to have purchased NSO Group. Right now, NSO Group is still on the US sanctions list, Biden's executive order making it harder for governments to use mercenary spyware is still in effect. And there's a trail of dozens of US officials that were hacked with Pegasus, which normally wouldn't be a good sign for NSA group doing business with Americans. But in the age of techno-fascism, I really don't see those old rules lasting much longer. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we started to find Pegasus infections on the phones of immigrant defense activists, or advocates for trans health care, or even just people trying to get an abortion. Also, just to add to the absurdity of this, the main investor of the group of investors that purchased NSO Group is Robert Simons, a Hollywood producer of B-movie films. So if you haven't heard of Robert Simons before, perhaps you've heard of this 1996 Adam Sandler film. Robert Simons produced Happy Gilmore, along with a bunch of other Adam Sandler films. His entire experience is in the entertainment industry, not in tech or cybersecurity. He also has a bunch of business dealings with Chinese companies. According to the Israeli tech site Calcalist, for some reason, he's been on the board of NSO Group's parent company for a few years, and in 2023, he tried to purchase NSO Group and failed. It appears that he just tried again and was successful. And also in this article, it mentions that in 2018, Sophie Watts, the president of his production company, STX Entertainment, complained of harassment and called him obsessive. So quite likely, this guy is the new owner of the most notorious mercenary spyware firm in the world, and quite likely he's going to be selling Pegasus to fascist law enforcement agencies under Trump. But even if the current rules against Pegasus stick, there are plenty of American techno-fascists who don't have any qualms with violating human rights. Remember how I said that the most sophisticated hacking tools used to be developed in-house by agencies like the NSA? This was a big story back in 2019 when Reuters exposed that over a dozen former NSA operatives went to work for the United Arab Emirates royal family, helping them spy on dissidents, journalists, and activists. It's a bad sign that the US government is embracing mercenary spyware from sketchy Israeli firms, and the US companies are buying up these firms, presumably to make it easier to sell to the government. But I honestly think that there's enough homegrown and talented American techno-fascists to support a domestic spyware industry anyway, even without the Israeli technology. Last month, Bruce Schneier blogged about digital threat modeling under authoritarianism. It's worth a read. In it, he described the shifting risks of decentralization, which is something that I hadn't really considered before. Spyware is targeted surveillance, not mass surveillance, which means that it doesn't scale easily. If all you have to worry about is staying off the radar of high-level fascists like J.D. Vance and Kash Patel, then most people probably don't need to worry too much about it themselves. But if repression is decentralized, with every state and city having its own local fascists in charge of picking targets they don't like, then everyone needs to fear it. It's too early to know how mercenary spyware will be abused by the Trump administration, but it's prudent for everyone to get prepared for it now. So this is bad, but it's not hopeless. There's a lot that we can do to defend ourselves against mercenary spyware. Zero-click exploits, which can hack your device without any interaction from you, can feel like magic, and like it's hopeless to even try to defend against them. But it's not magic. Exploits are only possible because of bugs, and these bugs are routinely fixed in software updates. Zero-day exploits cost attackers millions of dollars to purchase, which means it's very expensive to hack a fully updated phone or laptop. Exploits for bugs that are already patched, though, are basically free. So you should never put off installing updates, and you should not only always install updates, but you should also get everyone that you know to always install updates as well. Apple added lockdown mode to iOS in 2022. If you enable it, it prevents your phone from using certain features that are frequently exploited. Basically, it reduces your attack surface. For example, it blocks fonts in Safari, which might make some websites look worse and the icons might be missing, but it cuts out an entire attack vector. I've been using lockdown mode in iOS since it came out, and it's actually really usable. A few things are broken, but otherwise it's fine. In the age of techno-fascism, you should not only turn on lockdown mode, but get everyone you know who uses an iPhone or a Mac to do the same. To my knowledge, no researchers have found a successful infection of a device while lockdown mode was turned on. And you and everyone you know who uses an iPhone should also enable advanced data protection in your iCloud account. Without it, iCloud is basically a government backdoor into your phone. If your phone gets backed up to iCloud, including your messages, photos, and all of the data in all of your apps, Apple can give this data to the police, the FBI, ICE, or whoever else asks. If you use advanced data protection, most of this data is encrypted with a key that only you control. The recovery key is a long sequence of random characters, so everyone who enables it either needs to keep this key in on a piece of paper or store it in a password manager. And so while you're at it, if you're helping people in your community enable advanced data protection for iCloud, it might be a good idea to also get them set up with a password manager. And earlier this year, Google launched Android Advanced Data Protection, which works in similar ways. So if you use Android, you need to update to Android 16. Enable this, and you'll be far less vulnerable to mercenary spyware. So I don't have much love for Apple, and as I'll talk about soon, they recently categorized ICE officers as a targeted group in order to comply with Trump's censorship demands. But I am excited about memory integrity enforcement, which is built into the hardware of the new iPhone 17. Basically, if you're using the new hardware, every time software allocates a block of memory, this memory is tagged with a secret. If the software ever tries accessing that block of memory, again, without the correct tag, the request is blocked and the process is killed. So this should effectively eliminate entire classes of memory corruption bugs, including buffer overflows, use after free, and out-of-bound bugs. So this diagram shows an analysis of real exploit chains. These are exploits that were actually included in real mercenary spyware, and how each class of bug would perform against an iPhone with memory integrity enforcement. It will prevent all of them from fully hacking the device. So if you could afford it, this is one of the few reasons I'd recommend considering buying a new iPhone. Of course, if you do get a new iPhone, you should also enable lockdown mode on it and enable iCloud Advanced Data Protection. Mercenary spyware relies on exploits to hack your devices remotely. But there's a whole different set of local attacks against devices too. Device searches have been a risk for as long as people have carried computers around with personal data. But in the age of techno-fascism, we should prepare for device searches way more frequently. Celebrite, another Israeli surveillance company, is the most notorious firm that does device searches. They make products that are currently already used by law enforcement across the US, but they're aiming for a much bigger slice of the market. Last year, Celebrite announced that it formed a US-based subsidiary specifically for selling to the federal government. Celebrite makes hardware and software used to break into locked phones and extract all of the data from them. It works by exploiting vulnerabilities in lock screens, by brute forcing passcodes, including using exploits to bypass any rate limits, and by rooting devices to get access to all of the data in them. This photo is from a 2021 blog post on the Signal blog by Moxie Marlinspike. He said, quote, "By a truly unbelievable coincidence, I was recently out for a walk when I saw a small package fall off a truck ahead of me." It turns out it was Celebrite equipment. And this was actually right after the Celebrite UFED software started supporting extracting Signal messages. Specifically, this was just the software to extract data from phones, not actually the hardware, and a bunch of cables. But it didn't include the hardware that like hacked into locked phones. Moxie wrote about security vulnerabilities that he actually discovered in the Celebrite UFED software. He discovered that, quote, "It's possible to execute arbitrary code on a Celebrite machine simply by including a specially formatted but otherwise innocuous file in any app on a device that is subsequently plugged into a Celebrite and scanned." And then he also just announced that Signal would start downloading random files just in the file storage, but don't worry, Signal doesn't do anything with this. So, like other Israeli surveillance firms, Celebrite has a history of being abused to violate human rights. In 2020, police in the African country Botswana used Celebrate to break into the phones of detained journalists, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists. In 2021, during protests in Hong Kong, Chinese police used Celebrate to hack into the phones of pro-democracy protesters, according to reporting in The Intercept. In 2022, Russia used Celebrate to hack into the phones of anti-Putin opposition activists, according to reporting in Haaretz. Last month, ICE entered into a new $11 million contract with Celebrate. But ICE already has a long history of working with them. In 2017, they first spent $2.2 million on a Celebrate contract, immediately after Trump's travel ban. In 2019, they spent somewhere between $30 and $35 million on another contract, and now they're starting a new $11 million contract. So it's fair to assume that ICE is using Celebrate to hack the phones and steal the data from every single person that they arrest, regardless of immigration status. And when your device is searched, authorities stealing your data is only one of the risks that you face. Another is that they might install spyware and then hope that you keep using it. Here's an article from last year about a pro-Ukraine activist in Russia named Kirill Perevets. Armed FSB agents violently raided his home early in the morning. One of them picked up his Android phone and said, "What's your fucking password?" And Perevets told them. Then they threatened to imprison him unless he agreed to spy on Ukrainians for them. So he agreed, even though he says he didn't plan on actually doing it. And when they released him, they gave him back his phone, and it had spyware on it. According to analysis of Perevets' Android phone by the Citizen Lab and the legal assistance group First Department, the spyware they found allows the operator to track a target device's location, record phone calls, keystrokes, and read messages from encrypted messaging apps, among other capabilities. And the report also points out, any person whose device was confiscated and later returned by a security service should assume that the device can no longer be trusted without detailed expert analysis. So in the age of techno-fascism, this applies to when your device is seized by DHS, ICE, CBP, the FBI, and in many situations, probably local police also. Sometimes it's legal for authorities to search your device, and sometimes it's illegal, but all of that is pretty abstract when it's clear that the Trump administration doesn't care about breaking laws and gets away with it all the time. So whenever you cross a border or go to a protest, you should be prepared for the fact that authorities might try to search your devices. It's still important to know your rights, even if the fascist authorities are likely to violate them. You should consult actual lawyers for legal advice, but here are just some quick tips. You have the right to remain silent, so don't talk to the police except to assert your rights. Police are kind of like vampires. They can only legally enter your home if you invite them in. So if police or federal agents show up at your house or your business, do not invite them in. If they say they have a warrant, it needs to be a valid warrant signed by a real judge. ICE tries to use their own fake warrants, and those aren't legally binding. If they try to search you, tell them you do not consent. If they want you to unlock your phone or your computer, don't comply and don't share your passwords. There's a good chance that this will result in them stealing your devices, but at least they'll be encrypted. Before I go into the defenses against device searches, I want to take a minute to plug the Access Now Digital Security Helpline. Researchers at places like the Citizen Lab, Amnesty International, and Access Now have done an amazing job exposing spyware firms and their flagrant abuse of human rights. Detecting spyware is hard, and none of this research is possible without the cooperation of spyware victims. So if you think your device has been hacked by the Trump administration, or if there's anyone in your community who might have been hacked, please reach out to the Access Now helpline for help. If anyone you know has had their phone seized by federal agents and then later given back to them, they should definitely not trust that phone and contact the Access Now helpline. They could actually try and get spyware samples, try and do the research and confirm if it was actually hacked or not. While I can't give legal advice, I can give you technical advice on defenses against device searches. These mostly revolve around disk encryption. If someone gains access to your phone or computer and you aren't using disk encryption, nothing stops them from accessing all of your data. But even with disk encryption, your data is only as secure as how you're able to unlock your device, as well as your lock screen settings. So for example, let's say you have an iPhone and a strong passcode, but you unlock your phone with your face. This means that when you get arrested at a protest, the cop can also unlock your phone with your face, and then access all of the data in your phone. Because of tools like Celebrate, your phone's passcode is also really important. It's orders of magnitude harder to hack into a 10-digit passcode than a 6-digit passcode. You should also harden your devices. If these defenses against device searches look familiar, it's because they're also defenses against mercenary spyware. Celebrate and similar tools that attack computers rely on vulnerabilities to help them bypass your lock screen or brute force your password without rate limiting. Install updates. When you're using the latest version of your OS, there are fewer vulnerabilities in your lock screen that can be exploited. And again, enable lockdown mode in iOS and macOS, and enable advanced protection in Android. When your device is seized, but in a locked state, you should also be careful about what information is on your lock screen. They can access that data without even needing to hack your device. So make sure that sensitive notifications, like the content of your Signal messages, don't get displayed on your lock screen. This applies to both computers and phones. If you have disk encryption, the very best thing you can do to keep your devices secure is to completely power off your device when you're not using it. A powered off device, before you've entered any password to unlock the encryption, is much harder to hack into than one that's powered on but locked. So when you're going through a security checkpoint at the airport, completely power off your phone and your computer first. Don't just suspend it. When you're going to a protest, if it looks like you're about to get arrested imminently, power off your phone before you get detained. You could always power it back on if you find yourself to be safe. And finally, turn off all of your computers every night when you're not using them. Most police raids often happen in the middle of the night or in the early morning. So powering off your computers every night means that if you get raided, your devices will be harder to hack into, and they'll give your disk encryption a fighting chance. People often talk about anonymous burner phones. Except in very specific situations, truly anonymous burner phones aren't that useful. Using a secondary phone, though, that you don't even try to keep anonymous, on the other hand, it's easy to maintain, and it has some major benefits. If you get detained at an airport or arrested at a protest, the authorities either already know who you are or they're about to, so anonymity isn't really important here. When you set up a secondary device, use a separate Google or Apple account, so it can't access any data in your main account. Make a separate Signal account and just add the contacts or groups that you'll need. And if authorities hack into your second device, there won't be much data to extract. It won't have your messaging apps, your contacts, your browser history, your photos, your documents, or anything else. Since secondary devices are just for temporary use, to take an international trip or to bring to a protest, you should factory reset them between uses. This should protect you in case they install spyware on your device and give it back to you also. Although, ideally, you should contact the Access Now helpline and let researchers get a sample of that spyware first. Even on your main devices, minimize the data that you retain. They can't steal data if you don't have anything to steal. So we'll all be better off if we start treating most online communication as ephemeral and delete it after we've read it. If you want to retain anything, take a screenshot but delete everything else. If you go into the Signal app, you can go to Settings, Privacy, Disappearing Messages, and set Signal to use disappearing messages by default for every chat. And while you're at it, get everyone you know to stop sending you messages in iMessage, WhatsApp, Instagram DMs, or anything else, and switch to Signal. You should minimize other data too, and not just messaging apps. Basically, think about what data you have on your phone and on your computers, and regularly take steps to reduce your risk if those devices are ever searched. This isn't really about mercenary spyware or device searches, but I wanted to slip this into my talk too. We've known for years that ICE and local police departments across the US use cell site simulators. Here's recent reporting from earlier this month about yet another ICE contract for these street-level surveillance devices. If you're not familiar with cell site simulators, They're also called MC catchers or stingrays. They're devices that pretend to be legitimate cell phone towers, tricking nearby phones into connecting directly to them rather than to real towers. We know that they're in use across the US, but there's a real challenge in detecting them. Ray Hunter is open source custom firmware for cheap mobile hotspots that can detect cell site simulators. It's developed by Cooper Quinton and others at EFF. Here's a little 4G hotspot that's running Ray Hunter, and I can see there's a green bar at the top, so it's not detecting any cell site simulators. You need to plug a SIM card into it, but you don't need to actually pay for service. So it's a cheap one-time cost, and it's incredibly easy to flash the firmware on these. So if you're interested in trying to detect cell site simulators, check out the Ray Hunter project. A different way that techno-fascism is expressing itself is app censorship. Apple and Google, the companies that control exactly what software anyone is allowed to install on their phones, are actively collaborating with the Trump administration by censoring their app stores without even a fight. A few weeks ago, at the request of the Trump administration, Apple kicked the IceBlock app off of the App Store. This was an iPhone app that allowed users to anonymously report ICE sightings within a 5-mile radius and get notifications when others reported ICE sightings near them. The developer, Joshua Aaron, points out that IceBlock is no different from crowdsourcing speed traps, which every notable mapping app application, including Apple's own Maps app, implements as part of its core services. To justify its decision, Apple has decided to treat ICE officers as a targeted group and to treat apps that help inform the public about abuses by ICE, whose job is racial profiling and violence against people based on their national or ethnic origin, as the same as discriminating against people for their religion, race, sexual orientation, gender, or national or ethnic origin. To be clear, the government didn't send a court order to Apple demanding that they do this. The Justice Department asked Apple, and Apple simply agreed without a fight. Here's a quick video of Attorney General Pam Bondi lying to the Senate about IceBlock.
Senator Lee, our federal agents have been doxxed, and many of you know what that means. It has happened to you on both sides of the aisle. Our federal agents' lives have been threatened. We spoke with Apple and Google to get the IceBlock app taken down. That was reckless and criminal in that people were posting where ICE officers lived. We worked with both Apple and Google to take that down.
It's stunning, I would add here, that it took as much work as it did by you.
So first, IceBlock did not post where officers live. They just posted ICE sightings, which automatically got deleted after a few hours. And also, IceBlock was never actually available for Android. It was only for iPhone. But don't worry. Google also voluntarily chose to collaborate with the fascists at the request of the Trump administration. And in fact, they used pretty much the same justification. Apple and Google both removed the Red Dot app from their app stores. Red Dot is an app that's similar to IceBlock in that it lets people report ICE sightings and gets alerts when they're nearby. Since it's been banned by both Apple and Google, it's now only available for Android as an APK that you can sideload. Google claims that the Justice Department didn't ask them to ban Red Dot, but I kind of find that hard to believe considering Pam Bondi keeps giving interviews saying she asked Google to ban these apps. But even more disturbingly, Google's justification for banning Red Dot is that working at ICE makes you part of a vulnerable group that is, quote, associated with systemic discrimination or marginalization. This is just offensive. And even worse, Apple banned an app called Eyes Up from the App Store. Unlike IceBlock and Red Dot, Eyes Up doesn't do any real-time tracking or alerting of ICE sightings. It simply archives verified videos of ICE abuse and puts them on a map to preserve evidence of their crimes. Also, unlike IceBlock or Red Dot, Eyes Up is a web application, so it's still online at eyesupapp.com. Here's a screenshot of Eyes Up zoomed into a part of Portland. Apple is voluntarily helping fascists censor videos of violence from DHS officers like this one.
I hope everyone keeps up next. Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Bullshit! Back up! That's bullshit! Excessive fucking force! Back up! No, this is our amendment right. Bullshit! He does not need to be tackled like that. Stand back! Police, stand back! He is a veteran of this country! What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
It's not just Apple and Google, though. Last week, Facebook deleted a group called ICE Citing Chicagoland with over 80,000 members in it, at the request of Attorney General Pam Bondi. Just like Apple and Google, just like their excuses, Meta claimed that this Facebook group was violating policies against coordinated harm. On a recent episode of the podcast On the Media, the 404 Media reporter Joseph Cox spoke about this Facebook group.
Attorney General Pam Bondi last week posted on X saying that DOJ had successfully gotten Facebook to take down a group page that she said was, quote, being used to dox and target ICE Gov agents in Chicago.
I have seen a limited archive of that Facebook page. It's difficult to access now, of course, because it has been taken offline. But the section that I scrolled through, I did not see any evidence of ICE officials being doxxed or specifically targeted. It was more just reporting, hey, there are ICE officials at this location, very much in the same sort of way that apps like IceBlock were doing.
So in other words, in the age of techno-fascism, American tech companies are collaborators. Before going on to solutions, I want to share one final story from earlier this week. This article describes a search warrant that ICE sent to Meta, demanding real-time metadata about who a WhatsApp user was communicating with. WhatsApp messages are end-to-end encrypted, but Meta freely gives law enforcement all of the metadata. So if you're using WhatsApp for any sort of anti-fascist activism, stop and switch to Signal. Signal has features like sealed sender that prevent them from even accessing the metadata themselves, and so they can't be forced to hand it over to ICE. And this warrant also specifically allows the government to unlock the suspect's phone using their biometrics. So again, don't use biometrics for unlocking your phone or computer. I actually think it's fine to use biometrics to have it enabled, just uncheck the unlock the phone with this. So of these 4 instances of censorship, IceBlock, Red Dot, Eyes Up, and the ICE Sightings Chicagoland Facebook group, Eyes Up is the only one that's still online. And the reason is because it's a website. What this censorship tells me is that companies like Apple, Google, and Meta cannot be trusted or relied on. So if you want to make an app that the Trump administration won't like, unfortunately, you should make it with censorship in mind. Just like Eyes Up, make it a website that works without a native app. So when Apple and Google turn on you, your tool can still be useful. And the internet is a global network. There are domain name registrars and hosting providers all over the world, and many of them won't cooperate with US authorities. There isn't much internet censorship in the United States yet, but if that changes, like if they want to start blocking the eyesUpApp.com, thanks to activists in places like China and Iran and Russia, we have decades of experience circumventing online censorship. We can use the same techniques here if we need to. Finally, we should all step back from our computers, put down our phones, and devote real energy into strengthening our communities. Things are really bad right now, and it's easy to feel isolated and alone. Whenever possible, talk to people in person, instead of in group chats or video calls. People are facing harassment from Trump-supporting fascists. Their loved ones are getting disappeared by secret police. The state is making examples out of people who are trying to get gender-affirming health care, or reproductive health care, or for protesting genocide. When they come after you, your friends, or your neighbors, the worst thing you can do is keep staring at your phone. We need real community ties with people who have our backs. And we need to have solidarity with everyone else that they're going after. People living under oppressive regimes have learned throughout history the importance of security culture. A security culture is a set of customs and measures shared by a community to keep everyone safe. So as shit gets more real, keeping your community safe is everyone's responsibility. Don't panic if you haven't done all the things that I proposed in this talk, and don't judge others who haven't done them either. It takes time to incorporate these practices into communities as a security culture, but we're all better off if we commit to them. The fascists are probably going to start hacking our phones. They're going to plug them into Celebrate and try to see exactly who we're talking to and what we're saying. They might want to plant spyware on your phone and hope that you keep using it. They're going to pressure tech platforms to prevent us from organizing. They're already doing this. They're going to use data from companies like Google and Meta to decide who to target. So it's not enough to just lock down your own devices. If we want to stay safe and productive in the age of fascism, we all need to work together. And here are a few other resources that you might want to check out. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got, what do we have, like 15 minutes or 10 minutes or something? Yeah, we have time for questions, if anyone has any. And I hope you like the frog ears.
To the point about using Signal, I can speak from experience that if you're using social media apps for communication, do not sync your contacts. They pull those into the cloud, and then those can be used internally. So don't sync contacts, people.
Good advice. I think that I know Graphene OS, the Android ROM, has a contacts scope that lets you choose exactly which contacts. So like, you know, WhatsApp or whatever thinks that you're syncing all the contacts, but you're only choosing a few limited numbers. And I think the new iOS supports this too. So you can still use those apps without giving it access to your contacts.
So total Sophie's choice, I know, but given the state of things right now today, iPhone, Android, which would you say is least worst?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it depends. I think that, like, it really sucks that there's a duopoly and that, like, you know, the Trump administration gets to decide what anyone is allowed to install on any phone at all. I think that I'm kind of excited about the like new iPhone 17 secure like memory corruption stuff. And I've been using an iPhone for a while, so I'm using an iPhone 17 right now. But I don't know. I think it's fine to use an Android phone too. I think Android phones probably like spy on you more, but iPhones kind of spy on you a lot too. So I think that as long as you install all of your updates, try and use best practices, disable all of the like bad settings, it doesn't make that much of a difference. One thing actually though is that in terms of security, I don't know. Basically, it's easier to detect spyware on iOS than it is to detect spyware on Android, and the reason is because iOS has like much more verbose logs. Everything you're doing on your phone, every time you like reboot, every time you do anything, it records all of this in something called the sysdiagnose log file. And you can like extract the sysdiagnose and then like look back in time and history. Android doesn't have like a verbose log file that like gets to hundreds of megabytes. Instead, it's just like you can take a snapshot, you can do a bug report, so you can take a snapshot. And so it's easier to detect malware on iOS, but that doesn't mean that you should use it necessarily.
Hi, Micah, nice to see you. I try to have these conversations with friends, family, etc., but often get pushback like, it doesn't have to be this hard to use your phone, right? Or, I'm not an Antifa super soldier, do I really need to? And a lot of the conversations tend to trail off because the people I talk to, my friends, my family, people who are in my circle, don't think that this level of security hygiene applies to them. Are there any trainings that you've come across or any way to bring this to my community in a way that might be more persuasive?
That's a good question. I mean, one thing is most of this stuff actually isn't hard. It doesn't make things much like lockdown mode like makes your phone slightly more annoying to use, but like honestly, you should just use your phone less anyway, and you'll be happier. So I find that to be a feature of lockdown mode. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of think that like, just tell people like, yeah, like maybe you feel like you're not directly threatened right now, but like imagine that this is, 1938 Germany, and you don't really need to worry about anyone raiding your house because you're not Jewish or something like that. Like I think that it's prudent for us to be prepared.
Hi. Do you think a duress passphrase is helpful for dealing with device searches?
I don't know. Like, I don't know of any like empirical data about this. So I mean, I think that what I would say is that there's a lot of like theoretical stuff that you can think about things like duress passwords or things, but in the moment, especially if like someone is like assaulting you and like threatening you with prison time and stuff, like you might not remember your duress passphrase. You might decide to just give them your password, because if you give them the duress passphrase and it wipes the device, that they might beat you even more. Like there's like a lot of real world stuff that doesn't really apply. So I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I think that if you're interested in that sort of thing, go ahead and do it. And yeah, I mean, I think that really that just requires more research, but I also think that it's not usable. Like, I think that it might work for you, but it's not going to work for everyone,
Hi. So with mercenary spyware, or I guess spyware manufacturers being moved to companies, and in particular companies that are now US owned, do you think that there are going to be any, for security researchers that are like analyzing or pulling apart this malware, are copyright protections or intellectual property protections going to start, I guess, coming into play as a way to maybe silence researchers, do you think? Or is it basically the same as when it was done in-house by government entities?
That's an interesting question. I mean, like the flip side of that, like there's a big lawsuit that where Meta sued NSO Group over exploiting WhatsApp, and they actually won a huge it's something like $230 million settlement that the NSO Group has to pay Meta. But yeah, in terms of like US, I don't know. I mean, I think that the good news is that Citizen Lab is not American; it's Canadian. And it's also associated with the research university. And then like Amnesty International and Access Now are like global NGOs. So I think that there's a bit more leeway for researchers. Like even if you're American, you can like work with groups. And there's actually another thing. If you're interested in this sort of thing, there's a lot of demand right now for researchers to find spyware. So like if you live in Portland and and like a bunch of people just got arrested by ICE and their phones were taken from them and then they were given back, like, yeah, you should contact Access Now, the helpline, and get help and stuff. But also like you as like a security nerd, like volunteer to help. Try and get a copy of that sysdiagnose log. Try and dig through it and like I think that this could be a really good way to contribute to your community.
Hi. I've got a challenge for you. Downtown here, there's building after building of low-income people living that are not tech-savvy, that are worried. You'll see them out on the street corners smoking. They're all over the place. They don't know how to keep themselves safe. I would like to ask you to look out for your neighbors down here downtown. Do what you can, because they're very vulnerable. They've already lived through the regimes. I mean, these are immigrants, people that relatives immigrated, and they need help, but they can't help themselves. And I know you're all smart enough to figure out ways to help your neighbors downtown here.
This will be a good time to like plug any sort of Portland mutual aid groups that do stuff like this, but I'm not from here, so I don't actually know what groups to plug.
Thank you. This has been really interesting. You mentioned on one of your slides, if you're a US citizen, it was on your Know Your Rights slide about that they have to let you into the country, but they can confiscate your device. Mm-hmm. Can they like hold you for an indefinite period of time? Can they charge you with anything like failing to cooperate? If you heard of any instances of anything like that?
So I'm not a lawyer, but I have like kind of recently talked to a lawyer who basically said that for U.S. citizens, they can't hold you indefinitely without charging you with something. I don't know about charging you with failing to cooperate. Like I don't know if that would be enough of a crime. But basically that what a lawyer from ACLU thought that the biggest worries for U.S. citizens are they're going to confiscate your devices and try to hack into them. But I think they can't hold you for more than something like 2 days or 3 days or something like that. So they might hold you for a few days, but then they have to let you go unless they maybe they break into your phone and find some excuse to charge you with a crime or something. Then they could hold you for longer. But yeah, I haven't heard of instances of U.S. citizens just getting disappeared while traveling. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Maybe it happened and they weren't able to contact anyone, so no one knows.
What's next for you, or are you working on anything interesting?
Currently I'm doing a bunch of research. So I'm basically like a consultant now. I'm self-employed. So I'm actually working with Citizen Lab, and I'm working with Freedom of the Press Foundation, like doing a bunch of software development, and other people. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's really hard to do any sort of planning when everything's crumbling around us. But I'm just gonna try and survive and keep people safe.
Yeah, what makes you trust lockdown mode if you don't trust Apple?
So I don't think that lockdown mode is necessarily going to mean that you're safe. Like, I don't think that means that the device is secure. But basically, like, what it does is it cuts off common attack surfaces. So one of the things that it does is it disables a bunch of features in iMessage. So when people try and send you documents over iMessage, it doesn't work anymore. And when people send you links, it makes those links not clickable. So it's a lot easier to it's a lot harder to accidentally click on a phishing link and then exploit something in Safari or whatever. So it's not that I trust it. It's just that there's the way that modern spyware to hack a phone works is it relies on a whole chain of exploits. So first, maybe it exploits something in iMessage, then maybe it exploits something in a font renderer, or it exploits something in Safari or whatever. And what lockdown mode does is it just cuts off a bunch of stuff. So okay, so one of the things that it does is it turns off JIT, just-in-time compilation in the browser. And so instead, it makes JavaScript a lot slower to run. So JavaScript-only applications are slower, but it's not actually, it prevents, memory corruption bugs from happening in JavaScript anymore, where before they would happen. So I don't know if that answers the question, but basically it's yeah, fuck Apple, but it reduces features that are commonly exploited.
It was more referring to ANOM, where the FBI compromises the privacy phone manufacturer.
Oh, yeah.
More like that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I find it hard to not have a phone. I think that what would be great is if the Apple-Google phone duopoly was crushed, and I can get a completely different phone with a completely different operating system from Brazil or the EU or something. But that doesn't exist yet. I think that Trump is trying really hard to make sure that sort of competition is going to happen.
I guess somewhat related to that, I'm curious on your opinion around big tech, ignoring Zuckerberg and Meta and the craziness. I mean, right now it's basically, capitalism and self-preservation. Do you see there be a tipping point where leaders of those companies would essentially become actual fascists, not just collaborators out of money incentives?
I mean, it's like what's the difference? because so like another common definition of fascism is like merging corporations in the state, and I think that like really what's going on right now is we have these huge, massive monopolies in the United States that realize that they're gonna not have like Nina Khan. They're not gonna have like their monopolies broken up if they just like flatter Trump, and so that's what they're doing, and now they're like getting paid. They're making a lot of money from it, and so I mean I kind of feel like that means they're fascists, right?
What type of evidence do people look for when they're conducting a device search?
So like cops look for?
Yeah, like what might be on someone's phone that they might get flagged for?
So I mean, so Celebrate, Celebrate UFED is their universal forensic extraction device system, and so what it does is so the first thing it does is assuming the device is unlocked, it tries to jailbreak the phone or root the phone. So it tries to use exploits to get root, which then gives it full access to the file system. And I think that it will, and then at that point, it could access the private app data for every app. But I think that basically they support, they have a bunch of custom like plugins basically for different apps. And so I think they probably copy all of the data off of the phone, but then also they like specifically are looking for messaging apps, and then for photos, and then for they probably have like like a custom module for like the Facebook app, and then they put it into their database so they have a nice way of reading your entire Facebook like message history and everything else. But yeah, I mean I think that like messaging apps are probably like really high priority, but I mean they'll take all of your contacts. They'll take, they'll take whatever they can get, and then I think it's just a matter of the, law enforcement investigators deciding what's useful to prosecute you.
So we are at time, unfortunately. Thank you for all the questions, and thanks for taking the time to answer them. You'll be around?
I'll be around for a few hours. I'm leaving early today.
So we can still bug you.
Okay.
Let's give Micah a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming. And we've got a Sasquatch with a black hoodie for you, so thank you very much. We have we're at about 15 minutes as we kind of shuffle all the rooms around. There are a few workshops that still have space for walk-ins, but let the people who have pre-registered get in first. Once that's taken care of, then the walk-ins can be accommodated. We also have the community rooms. Fitted women's t-shirts will be available in the afternoon in registration. And I think that's all the things I was going to tell you. Thanks and enjoy the day.
11 o'clock presentation for track 1. Come on in. Track 1, track 1. Okay, how's it going today, guys? I'm Eddie Villarreal, rather new to the area. If you guys have seen me before, some of my students might be running around here. I teach cybersecurity out at Mount Hood Community College. So had a chance to volunteer here today, so looking pretty good. Today, our first speaker here at 11 o'clock is Will. Will is the tech lead for detection and response at Databricks. His expertise lies at the intersection of threat detection and software engineering, specializing in detection engineering, attack simulation, and the practical applications of threat intelligence. Please give your warm attention and warm applause to Will.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. All right. It's great to be here. So a little bit about myself. I'm a security engineer at Databricks. Previously, I've worked at companies like Stripe and Datadog, and I have over 15 years of experience in security toil. Let me just see a quick show of hands. Who here has been on call in some capacity for their work? Right, okay. Well, this talk is for you. I have been on call a lot. I've been on call for vulnerability management teams, for detection engineering teams. I've also taken the pager for services, service outages, things of that nature. And being on call really sucks sometimes. And so this talk is just how I have tried to make life a little better for me and my coworkers. So in this talk, we're going to talk a bit about how at Databricks we reduced the incident investigation time for service issues from around 15 minutes to under 2 minutes in most cases. And this talk is really about the practical implementation of MCP servers for security operations. So if you toyed around with LLMs or MCP servers in the past and you're interested in how to potentially use them in a corporate environment, we'll touch on all of that. We're also going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges of using MCP in multi-cloud environments. So I thought it'd be good to kind of level set by talking about operational toil. And I asked my good friend Claude here if he could define operational toil for me. And I actually think this is a pretty solid definition. The thing that really stands out to me about this definition is the emphasis on manual and automatable work. If we're doing something that involves us to put our hands on keyboard and to stop what we're doing, and if it's something that can be automatable, I found that to be frustrating, and I think that's something that, you know, as an industry, we like to work towards a state where the computers are working for us. We're not working for the computers. I've also found that during on-call rotations, we rarely have time during the rotation to implement a lot of the changes or a lot of the automations that are needed to make life better. And ultimately, this becomes tech debt. And we all know that tech debt is notoriously difficult to pay down. So on-call rotations, by their nature, are interrupt-driven, and we all know that when you're working on a project, you're pulled out of that project because you received a page, suddenly you're looking into an alert or an incident. It's exceptionally disruptive to our productivity. And there's a workplace researcher at UC Irvine named Gloria Mark, who did a bunch of research about a decade ago into workplace interruptions. And she found that it takes about 23 minutes for an employee to regain their focus on the task at hand after they're interrupted. And I'm sure that many of you, if you work in an office, have had that experience where you're in the office Monday morning and your coworker comes by and wants to ask how your fantasy football team did, when really you're just trying to focus on whatever project you're currently working on. And it's very hard for our brains to pause on one task, to quickly switch to something else, and then to switch back. And Ms. Marks found in her research that these these impacts on our kind of cognitive context tend to compound. So the more that we get interrupted, the harder it is for us to refocus on whatever task we were originally working on. And I think this is really exacerbated in the cybersecurity industry. As a detection engineer or a security engineer, we have to kind of build complex mental models around threat actor TTPs. We have to understand service architectures and network topologies. So when we're constantly getting pulled into other types of activities when we're on call, it's just exceptionally disruptive. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of this leads to burnout, which we know is a huge challenge in our industry. So what are some things that we can do to address that, right? Well, the first thing is we need to look at what we're doing today. And if you look at security teams today, I think we'd all agree that a lot of security teams scale unevenly. And when I say unevenly, I mean that kind of regardless of your expertise, your background, your tenure in your career, what I've found in my personal experience is that someone who's been at a company for 2 or 3 years is going to be more effective at responding to security incidents than someone who's been there for 3 months. And in the past, we've tried to address this through playbooks. But playbooks are really an 80-20 solution. They require that we kind of tabletop or imagine all of the different ways that we'll need to investigate an incident or respond to a scenario in our environment. But that 20% is where we really struggle, the 20% that we haven't anticipated and we haven't accounted for. They also require continuous upkeep. Rarely have I used a playbook that didn't need some kind of update or some kind of tune in some way, and this all just becomes tech debt that, again, is really challenging to maintain in the heat of the moment. Finally, I think it's important to point out that, like, when we're working with a playbook, we still have to fundamentally understand the problem that's at hand. So if you get an error message or you're working an incident in a technology that you have no understanding of, even if you have a great playbook, you may really not know how to use it or how to operate it. And so these are all challenges that we have to deal with. When we're thinking about cybersecurity incident response, to me, the person that has the pager is really seen as the first person to the scene of the crime. So if you want to make an analogy to an EMT, the EMT is at the scene of the accident as quickly as possible, and their job is to stabilize the patient and ensure that they get any critical care that's needed right away. But it's not their responsibility to take that patient from the moment of the accident and work them through the long arc of their recovery. And in incident response, we're functioning the same way. When we take the page, it's our job to triage the incident as quickly as possible, to try to understand the what and why of what happened, and ideally reduce the cognitive penalty that we're paying when we're pulled out of the other work that we're trying to do. So what does an ideal incident triage solution look like? To me, in my experience, an ideal solution can quickly get to the what and the why of a security incident, regardless of whether you're troubleshooting a failed service or some kind of alert that's been triggered in your SIM. Getting to know the what and the why is very, very important because ultimately, as the first responder, you need to have that context to understand how to escalate the situation. I think it's also really important that a solution shows its work, particularly in the age of large language models where we have concerns about hallucinations. It is really, really important that when you are reviewing what's happened in an incident, you can understand exactly how a triage solution has reached the conclusions that it has. And finally, I think a good triage solution needs to tell you what to try next. It doesn't have to necessarily solve the problem for you, but being able to point to the next steps that you should take to investigate an issue, the next potential set of questions that you should ask of the system, ultimately is going to make your incident response process much easier. So what does this have to do with Databricks? Let me tell you a little bit more about our detection and response environment at Databricks and how we've been able to use some of these tools to help us out. So Databricks is a multi-cloud company. We are, as a security team, performing continuous monitoring across AWS, Azure, and GCP, plus a few other kind of custom environments. We are monitoring over 50 cloud environments. And in each one of those regional deployments, we have hundreds of batch and streaming jobs that are supporting thousands of individual detections. Everything from detections that are monitoring logs from CloudTrail to endpoint-based detections. And things go wrong, right? Anytime you're operating at that scale, there's just a host of issues that are going to come up. The first and probably most common issue is delayed log delivery, right? We have an upstream provider problem. Particularly, we see this with SaaS products where there's either a gap in logs or a delay in log delivery. We also have cloud provider outages. I think we all got a reminder about that on Monday of this week. And then we also have artificial issues, right? We have quotas and rate limits. So if you find that your workloads do really well on one instance type in most AWS regions, that instance type may not be available everywhere. And so every region's a little different, and we have to be able to account for that. And finally, people make mistakes, right? How many of you have ever shipped code that's broken something in production, right? Okay, that's right. There's probably more of you than raise your hands. But yeah, I've broken production. People break production all the time. And this is despite the fact that we have unit tests and integration tests and CI/CD. These are just things that happen. So like I said, we have this regional deployment model. If you can imagine, 50 of these regional workspaces, all funneling data into really common security operations tools, PagerDuty, Slack, and Jira. And then ultimately when something breaks, it goes to my phone, and then I'm really sad because I have to stop what I'm working on and pivot to a new project. So here's a very kind of common case study of just a failed Spark job in a single region, just to give you a sense of what it takes to kind of dig in and investigate one of these problems. So first of all, I have to pull out my phone and acknowledge the page, right? Click the button on my Apple Watch, click the button on my phone, and then I have to log into PagerDuty and pull up the incident. I got to find the right incident, and then I have to read the error message. I got to figure out which region is involved, and potentially which job is implicated or which data source. Then I got to open up a whole new set of browser windows, and I got to log into that region. I got to find that job. I need to find the most recent execution of it or where it errored out. And at that point, I'm like 5 or 10 minutes into this process. I've completely forgot what I was working on before I got the page. And I'm reading an error message about delayed log delivery or US East 1 having a problem. And then after I grok all of that, I have to actually decide what to do next, right? Is this a job that I know a coworker was recently working on when they were shipping new detections, so I should just ping them and see if they can help out, or do I need to escalate this to a different team? And it's just really frustrating. And like I said earlier, I think the computer should be working for us, not the other way around. And earlier this summer, I just had a really terrible on-call rotation. There was like one single day where I got paged like 60 times. And I just got to the point where I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. There's got to be a way to improve this process. And so I committed to myself that during my next on-call rotation, I was going to do everything I could to use AI-assisted tooling to try to make this less painful and more consistent across the entire team. So when I started down this road, my first thought was like, I'll just use an LLM to solve all of these problems, right? And an LLM makes sense for a lot of reasons. So they have the ability to consolidate a lot of different disparate pieces of information into a cohesive story that tells us a lot about our triage process. They have the ability to traverse complex code bases. So at Databricks, we use detections as code. We also have infrastructure as code. And so I'm able to expose all of that content directly to the LLM. So when it's reading an error message, it can actually go in and then look at the source code itself to try to see if it can identify the specific problem. And finally, LLMs have a lot of subject matter expertise, right? They know a lot about computers, and even though they get things wrong occasionally, they can generally point us in the right direction, particularly if we're dealing with something that we don't have a lot of experience with ourselves. So my kind of like back of the napkin drawing of how this would work would be, some kind of operational agent, some kind of solution that had the ability to reach into all of our regional workspaces, to reach into Slack, to reach into Jira, and to really be able to give us the information that we needed to triage incidents faster. So about a year ago, Anthropic released a open specification called the Model Context Protocol. And this is designed to be a data interchange between large language models and services and tools. And essentially, what this allows you to do is to define functionality. To make an analogy, you can essentially define a Python function where the function accepts input, does something, and then provides output. And we're giving the models the ability to discover these functions and then to invoke them on our behalf. And this was kind of a huge hit as soon as it came out. These are some screenshots from the Model Context Protocol GitHub page from a few weeks ago. These are just a few of the MCP servers that have been released. And as you can see, it's everything from MongoDB to Microsoft Teams to all kinds of AWS and GCP services. Like I said, we're using Jira and PagerDuty. They all have great support. And so these are essentially tools and functionality that enable these LLMs to reach into these services and interact with them much in the same way that we would, or you would if you were interacting via an API. This hasn't been without its problems, though. The Model Context Protocol domain, specifically with AI and cybersecurity, has been very, very active. There have been a lot of findings, and I would say that as a community, we're still learning like how to safely use these tools. We have had multiple issues with supply chain attacks where we've had MCP servers get compromised in some way and they're suddenly exposing information to outside sources, or data is being leaked in a way that we didn't intend. And so if these are solutions that you're going to investigate, I would just encourage you to tread lightly. And certainly, when in doubt, use them in a read-only context, right? So I'm not recommending that you allow these tools to kind of run rampant in your code base without supervision. But they are really effective. So here's an example of one of our integrations that we've set up with PagerDuty and Databricks. This was kind of like the first version of my incident response agent that I wrote. And as you can see here, in this specific instance, I have Claude pulled up, and I just say, hey, can you investigate this PagerDuty incident? And I give it the ID number. And then what we see is Claude goes in and logs into PagerDuty on my behalf. It pulls a list of incidents that are assigned to me. It's then able to figure out that the specific incident that I've referenced is an issue in US West 2. And then I've given it the ability to log into US West 2 and take very specific actions related to troubleshooting. So the ability to see what's running in that environment, the ability to see the status of the jobs, the status of the workloads that are there. And it goes in and takes all of these actions autonomously. The only information that I have given it is the PagerDuty incident number. It then goes in and gives me a really solid summary of what happened. So in this case, we have a Spark job that is running a lot longer than it's supposed to. It's supposed to execute on a 15-minute time window. We're bringing data in, we're analyzing it for security purposes, and when you have a sudden surge in data, sometimes jobs will take longer than that, and it results in a problem. And so it goes in and it's done an analysis of all of the historical executions of this job and just given me, frankly, some really useful information that would have taken a lot of time for me to collect in a very short time. It also goes in and gives me some next steps and some recommendations, right? So based on the incident, the error message, the context that it's collected, it's gone in and said, hey, like maybe you should troubleshoot next by reaching out in this specific service, consider rescheduling the job so it runs on a different schedule and things of that nature. Now, Why does this matter with productivity, right? So like I mentioned, if I'm getting page 50 times, I don't have 10 minutes to go through and respond to every single page and figure out what's going on. So at a minimum, a solution like this allows you to speed up your response time, right? If you integrate this with your SIM, your SOAR, any of the kind of internal security tools that you're using, you have the ability to basically respond more quickly. The other thing that I like about this is it has allowed us to completely change the way that we manage our PagerDuty schedules. So a lot of the SLAs that we are dealing with internally are typically like an hour for something like this. And so we've been able to reschedule the way that alerts get delivered so that I can have 30 minutes of kind of like time when I'm not being paged and I'm not being bothered, knowing that if we do get slammed with pages, I'm going to be so effective in that next 30 minutes that I've devoted to triaging alerts and triaging pages that it's not going to be a problem. So this essentially allows us to focus more on our day-to-day work, our project work, the things that we're responsible over quarters or months, as opposed to kind of constantly fighting that battle. So just a few more kind of ideas that I want to see with you around how we're using MCP in our environment and how it may be helpful for you. So there are a few other ways that we are leveraging MCP for detection and response. So first, we found that large language models, if they have the ability to access your detection code base, can do a great job of doing coverage analysis. They're also really good at taking threat intelligence reporting, reprocessing that, and then figuring out where you potentially have gaps or coverage. And they're also great at answering really lazy questions. So if your manager pings you and says, hey, do we have coverage for that vulnerability in our Azure environment? You can literally just copy and paste that message into an AI-assisted tool and be able to get a very quick answer. They're also great at answering vague questions like, is US East 1 broken today? And they can get you an answer very, very quickly. And finally, we've also been using large language models to tune and improve our detection rules. So we can take false positive feedback from our incident response team and our SOC, and we've been able to use MCP and some vibe coding tools to essentially automate the process of tuning false positives. We have also found that LLMs are really effective at creating additional true positive and false positive test cases. So if we've envisioned certain scenarios where a false positive may occur, they're able to go in and provide additional context. That's been very, very helpful. So anyway, I hope this gives you some ideas for how you might be able to use these tools in your environment, and really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
And with that, we have about 4 minutes if you guys want to ask Will any questions.
Seems like there's also a use case here for LLMs to answer stupid auditor questions.
Yeah, so the question was, it seems like there's a use case for LLMs to be able to answer questions from auditors. I would completely agree. In fact, I would argue that you could take most of the content you're receiving from auditors as well as internal documentation and have the LLMs be able to largely automate that process and potentially anticipate things that they haven't asked you about yet, but they may ask you about in the future. So, yeah. Yes. Yeah, great question. So the question was, how do you vet which MCP servers are safe to use? So I think this is largely a software supply chain problem. As an individual practitioner, I would encourage you to look at where the MCP server is coming from. Is this coming from someone's personal GitHub page where they have implemented their own PagerDuty MCP service, or is this coming from PagerDuty themselves? Also, really common like software hygiene things like how many bug reports are open on this GitHub repository? Do they have kind of CI/CD tests that are validating the code when it's published? Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, I think that the best option is, one, ensure your legal team is signed on with you taking the data that you're working with and using it in this context. And two, only use these things in a read-only capability. So we aren't allowing these tools to take any actions on our behalf yet. We're simply using them to speed up our response process.
I had a question kind of along those lines. You mentioned having it log into PagerDuty and some of the other services. Are you creating a new account that's a read-only account for that sort of service, or is this usually like your own actual account?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Databricks is a little unique because we're actually a model serving provider. We allow companies to host large language models on our infrastructure. So when we're working with internal security data, we're actually using models that we host. In this case, though, with the example that I gave, that's actually running in Claude under the context of my personal account. So it's essentially piggybacking on the credentials that I have already set up to be able to act in that way. So I think the answer is both, but it's going to depend on your environment.
Hello, thanks for a very great presentation. I was just wondering from an audit point of view, when you have an agent or an MCP server logging in on your behalf, does it identify that request as being from not from you personally?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it's going to depend on the logging that you have with your SaaS provider. There's a lot of challenges with SaaS provider logs. And so like, for instance, when I'm logging into PagerDuty, you'll see my Chrome user agent. You'll see my user having gone through the process of tapping my YubiKey several times and kind of going through the OAuth flow. When these services are interacting, it's coming from source code, right? So either a Python UA or a UA associated with the MCP server. So I think it'll largely depend on your environment. But again, if you're going to go production with this, I would encourage you to use service accounts, in which case it becomes very auditable. All right, I think that's all the time we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Give it up for Will. All right, thank you.
Security Agency issued a public cybersecurity advisory urging organizations to remediate this issue. This was no longer just an open source security issue, but something of national security importance. And this is because TJ Actions was not any component, but something that was being used by more than 23,000 repositories at that time, including repositories from prominent organizations such as Meta, Microsoft, GitHub, Hugging Face, and so on. Here is the agenda for our talk. Mark and I are here because we responded to this incident together. Step Security detected this incident through baseline-driven monitoring of CI/CD runners. ChainGuard was one of the first responders and played a crucial role in coordinating the community response by helping affected organizations recover from the incident. My name is Ashish Kurmi, and I'm a co-founder and CTO of Step Security, a cybersecurity startup focused on CI/CD and software supply chain security. Before founding Step Security, I spent more than a decade securing infrastructure at Plaid, Uber, and Microsoft.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm a senior product security engineer at ChainGuard, where I focus on securing and hardening our supply chain. Before ChainGuard, I ran networks in academic spaces and later worked on Ubuntu Security P-Cert. And this really shaped how I think about vulnerability, triage, and disclosure. I've also co-authored the OpenSSF's compiler options hardening guide for C and C++, which is a community effort to help C and C++ projects adopt safer build and flag defaults. So it's Friday afternoon in Seattle, March 14th, and most people are winding down for the weekend. When my colleague, Evan Gibler, spots a LinkedIn post from Step Security, something about a compromised GitHub action. Moments later, Step Security reaches out to us directly. What happened? Over 23,000 repositories are using TJ Actions changed files in their GitHub workflows, including our own. Let's just say, are we compromised is not a great way to start the weekend. As soon as we learned about the compromise, we searched our repositories for any workflows using the affected action with mutable tags. A mutable tag is a tag name, like latest, v42, or main, that could later be moved to point to a different commit. Fortunately, every instance of TJ action change files in our code base was pinned to a full-length commit SHA, not a mutable tag. Following our internal best practices, we always pin third-party actions, and we were saved from leaking credentials when the upstream was initially compromised. We were fortunate that Dependabot had just updated our actions a few hours ago, before the compromise occurred. Still, to be cautious, we disabled Dependabot to prevent it from pumping TJ actions again or automatically updating to other potentially compromised actions. Internally, we found no evidence of compromise, but we knew that the upstream packages we build from might have been impacted. To stay safe, we temporarily disabled automated package builds for our distro until we could verify that our upstream supply chain was safe.
So this slide shows a sample GitHub Actions workflow. This GitHub Action workflow job performs Terraform deployment anytime there's a change either in the infrastructure or Terraform directories. This workflow has access to an AWS access key to perform the deployment operation. And it uses 4 open source actions by referencing them by their release tags, such as v4, v44, and so on. If you were able to take that workflow and run it again and again and monitor the outbound network calls being made by that workflow on the CI/CD runner, you would see something like this. This is a network baseline that has been created by running that workflow for more than 2,000 times. Now, this is a screenshot from Step Security Harden Runner, the product that detected this incident. But the focus of this talk is on the detection technique and not on the tool itself. And in the later part of the presentation, I'll also talk about how you can build a baseline-driven monitoring system yourself using a few open source tools. Now, what happened on the 14th of March was that there was a new call to gist.github-user-content.com from the pipeline jobs that had never made that call before. And this is what this is how the detection was triggered. You could see that this call is coming from the TJ actions change files action step. When we looked at the process events, we could see that this was a curl call to download memdump.py. Next, we looked at the release tags for the action, and we realized that just 3 hours prior, the latest release tag for this action had been updated to point to a malicious commit. In fact, not just the latest tag, all the existing release tags were updated to point to the same malicious commit. When I opened this commit in GitHub, I noticed this message in the yellow text box. This commit does not belong to any branch on this repository and may belong to a fork outside of the repository. How is that possible? Enter imposter commit. Imposter commits are commits that do not exist in the original repository. Instead, they exist in a fork of the repository. But because of the way GitHub APIs work, these commits are accessible from the original repository. So, in a way, it's like a ghost commit. It's visible, but not really there. Now let's look at the TJ actions imposter commit and understand what it was doing. Look at this base64 encoded string. It's being decoded and executed as a script. Now let's base64 decode this string. What you're seeing here is an attack that only works on Linux runners. It downloads a file called memdump.py from a very well-known public GitHub gist. Several security researchers have cited this public GitHub gist in their security research prior to the supply chain attack. Now let's look at the content of memdump.py. It goes through the list of running processes on the host and looks for a process named runner.worker. Once it finds that process, it opens it, and this is where it dumps its entire memory. So this script is essentially hunting for the runner.worker process. Now, why this process? When GitHub detects that a workflow needs secrets, it makes them available to runner.worker. And memdump.py is essentially dumping its entire memory. Now let's go back to the imposter commit. Look at the string format. This is exactly how runner.worker stores CI/CD secrets in memory. So the imposter commit is searching through the memory dump to find CI/CD secrets. And here is another clever technique the attackers used. See this double base64 encoding? That's not a mistake. Now, why double base64 encoding? It turns out GitHub automatically masks base64 encoded CI/CD secrets in build logs. So single base64 encoding, exfiltrated secrets are masked. However, double base64 encoding, GitHub no longer treats them as secrets and makes these exfiltrated secrets available in build logs as is. And finally, the output is printed to std out, which makes them available to GitHub Action workflow logs. So now let us show you how this looks like in action. We have created an end-to-end demo of the attack. And for this demo, we have created a compromised clone of the change files action under a new organization called TJ Actions Clone. What you're about to see is an actual credential theft happening in real time, and please pay close attention to the build logs. When the workflow is executed, we see the encoded secrets in build logs. Now let's double base64 decode this. And you have every secret from the workflow. AWS credential, GitHub token, everything. Now this is the network baseline after the last run, and you would notice that the baseline is now unstable because the platform observed a new endpoint to gist.github-user-content.com that was seen for the first time in the last run.
So let's review how the attackers were clever and try to hide what they were doing. The TJ Actions imposter commit downloaded the exploit code from a GitHub-owned domain. They used gist.githubcontent.com. This domain has a high domain reputation rating. Almost all endpoint detection and response, or EDR agents, and other runtime security solutions already trust this domain. On the surface, the commit history looked normal because they were using imposter commits. So commit activity in these repositories, even if during the incident, looked normal. And if you go through the branches on these repositories and look through the commit history, you will not find any of the malicious code due to the use of gist. The attacker used several GitHub users to compromise the repositories. In some cases, they tried to impersonate legitimate users. In the case of TJ Actions, imposter commits, they attempted to use the Renovate bot and impersonate them. Many security tools would not flag any of this as suspicious. So by Saturday morning, we knew that our systems weren't directly affected. But the bigger questions were, who is affected? Is our supply chain impacted? And whose secrets are public on GitHub right now? To review our supply chain and the 2,300 potentially affected repositories, we needed automation. To check for indicators of compromise, or IOCs, my colleague Evan Gibler created a tool called GHScan. At first it was simple, but as we used it throughout the weekend, GHScan evolved into a more robust scanner. It works by going through GitHub repositories, fetching workflows, either through the GitHub API or through the web API when the API was unavailable, and searching for these logs for IOC patterns. It includes straightforward features like setting target repositories, date ranges, and output formats. Written in Go, it supports concurrent scans and validates that the first round of base64 decoding yields valid base64 before attempting a second decode pass. For the TJ Actions compromise, GHScan looked for two key indicators: the malicious commit SHA, 0E58ED8, and base64 encoded data matching the exfiltration pattern. In this example, we're using OctoSDS for ephemeral credentials, but a long-lived pat could have also been used. GHScan was designed to be extensible so that we can reuse it in the aftermath of future incidents, and we published it as an open source tool on March 18th, 4 days after the attack began. Through GHScan, Evan was able to identify leaked credentials across the GitHub ecosystem, while I worked on reporting confirmed compromises to upstream projects throughout the weekend. We began by scanning and reporting leaks to all upstream source codes in the supply chain my distro uses to build packages. Once that was complete, we expanded to every repository potentially impacted by the TJ Actions compromise. By Sunday afternoon, here's what GHScan found. 465 repositories were affected with over 200 types of secrets leaked. Most of the secrets were ephemeral GitHub tokens, which hopefully expired before the leaks were discovered and potentially abused. But we also found long-lived credentials like PATs, signing keys, AWS keys, and Cloudflare credentials. For the long-lived credentials, we reached out to directly to organizations, often through email. This entailed reporting leaks to over 60 organizations, which included 4 major Linux distributions, Microsoft, businesses, open source projects, and multiple governments. We also reached out to individuals with leaked keys. Several government agencies were impacted. Most leaks, like the one that affected NASA, involved ephemeral credentials, but GSA's notify.gov was particularly concerning. Notify.gov was a short-lived GSA platform from 2023 to 2025 that allowed government programs to text the public, to meet people where they're at. For example, setting Medicaid renewal reminders to help families keep their coverage. Its admin and Terraform credentials were among those leaked, which obviously could have caused significant damage if abused. We wanted to raise the severity of this directly to CISA urgently. Thanks to members in the OpenSSF Slack, I was connected to a CISA coordinator, and after verification over Signal, we filed a report about leaked government credentials Sunday evening. Between the TJ Actions compromise and other bodged, happenings, I can only speculate why notify.gov was sunset. Unfortunately, as of now, no replacement service has emerged. I want to pause to emphasize that reporting vulnerabilities and compromises truly matters. Ashish's public report enabled many others to take action quickly after the compromise was discovered. A perfect example of how transparency accelerates defense. The technical work of identifying compromises must be complemented by the social work of reporting and coordinating response to effect change. That's what turns isolated discoveries into real-world impact. If you're interested in the human side of security, communication, coordination, and disclosure, please find me after the talk. I'm happy to talk about coordinated disclosure. A great resource for this is OpenSSF's Vulnerability Disclosure Working Group. They share practical guidance about coordination, and they host a bi-weekly office hours-like session where you can ask questions and seek advice.
In the last section of this presentation, let's look at some of the concrete recommendations and lessons we can learn from this incident. The first one is about security monitoring for CI/CD runners. A lot of organizations have security agents for their desktops and laptops, and similarly they use EDR solutions to protect their cloud workloads. But CI/CD runners or build servers typically have zero runtime security monitoring. In this talk, we saw how Step Security Hardened Runner was able to identify this compromise. But you can also build a baseline-driven monitoring system for CI/CD runners yourself using open source EDR solutions such as Wazoo, Falco, and Tetragon. These solutions provide runtime telemetry events such as network connections, process events, file events, and you can take all this information correlated with the pipeline run, build a baseline, and then use this baseline for anomaly detection.
In August, GitHub added a policy to block unpinned actions and enforce SHA pinning in workflows. This lets orgs opt in to requiring that every action reference a specific commit, preventing tampering with mutable tags. Two tools I recommend to help with pinning are PinAct and Zizmore. PinAct automates making sure that mutable tags are converted to proper pins. And Zizmore is a best practice tool. It scans CI workflows to spot unpinned actions, exposed credentials, and other risky patterns. GitHub also has a mutable release feature for upstreams that can lock a release tag so that they can't be changed or deleted later. This means that downstream consumers can trust that a release tag always points to the same commit. As a rule of thumb, assume that all long-lived credentials will eventually be leaked. Avoid them whenever possible. GitHub Actions already issues short-lived tokens by default, and services like OctoSES can extend this model further. Similarly, Sigstore enables short-lived signing keys, so even if something is leaked, the impact is minimal. So thank you for attending our talk and everyone's attention.
Okay, and we have about 5 minutes for questions for Mark and Ashish. Again, give it up for Mark and Ashish.
I think you had your hand raised first.
Do you think that these actions that seem sort of simple that are used so widely, that GitHub should think about incorporating some of this functionality into the core feature set so that these widespread actions have less of a chance to affect as many repositories as they did?
Yes, definitely. They have added some already, but I'll let Ashish add more to that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question because And like Mark mentioned, we have seen GitHub sort of taking over some of these popular actions. There are a bunch of actions for setting up, like common language environments like Go and Python, and I believe GitHub already owns this action. But I mean, regardless of how many actions GitHub ends up owning, there will always be, I think, a big ecosystem of open source reusable components for GitHub Actions. And that is one of the reasons why GitHub Actions is so popular compared to, other CI/CD providers, because it was sort of like the first CI/CD provider that built a native ecosystem of reusable open source components. So for example, based on what I read last, it has more than 25,000 reusable components, and many of these GitHub Actions are highly popular. So regardless of what GitHub is doing, I think there will always be an ecosystem of these open source actions. To your point, I believe, yeah, GitHub as a platform provider can definitely add more features to make them secure by default, and GitHub is already taking steps in that direction. So let me see. We have a slide for that we could not cover. Oh, sorry. Do I need to do yes? So this was the first example of a chained CI/CD supply chain attack. So even though the attack was actually detected in the TJ Actions change files repository, the attack actually originated in the spot bugs, sonar find bugs repository. And this sort of shows the chain that the attackers followed to eventually compromise the TJ Actions change files action. And it basically started with a pawn request vulnerability in the spot bugs repository. The attackers exploited that, and through that they were able to steal a maintainer's pad. Using that pad, they actually added another GitHub user to the spot bugs/spot bugs repository. From there, they stole another maintainer's pad, which led to the compromise of review doc/action setup action. And the TJ Actions, ESLint change files action had a dependency on the review doc action, and the TJ Actions/change file had a dependency on, the ESLint change files action. So this was like a chain compromise, and based on the available evidence, it took attackers, I think, more than 10 days to, traverse through all these different repositories, and they eventually got caught at the TJ Actions change files repository. To answer your second question, currently there is no public evidence to tie this breach to a particular threat actor. Obviously, I mean, as you can see, they put in a lot of time and effort, and they were well familiar with the internals of GitHub Actions, and they managed to remain in this stealth mode for a while, and then eventually got caught at the change files repository. But yeah, based on publicly available information, we don't know who was behind these supply chain attacks.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Testing. Mark and Ashish, ladies and gentlemen, Mark and Ashish. Thank you. Okay, great. How's it going, guys? Hey, it's your MC here, Eddie V again. We have two more speakers here, Rick and Zhao. Correct?
I was good.
Oh, I'll try better next time.
That's fine,
Zhao. Okay, so Rick is a Linux kernel engineer who works on security-related features, visualization, and memory management. Zhao is a systems security researcher passionate about compilers, OS internals, and digging deep into low-level bugs. So you have kind of the kernel engineer and the security researcher here putting together a team to entertain you guys and provide some great knowledge today. So give it up for Rick and Zhao.
Morning, folks. It's really exciting to be here. I've been living in Portland for a while and always like aiming to talk at BSidesPDX, and this year the dream came true. So yeah, really cool, and especially to be cited with Rick, who's a coworker I had the pleasure to work with back at Intel when I was still there, and we did some cool things together, which we're going to talk about right now. Also, I need to mention it's like an honor to us to know that you guys decided to be here instead of like going to the fair to get like a nice lunch. That means a lot. Thank you for being here. So let's go. First thing, just some disclaimers for the sake of Rick's employee, but let's jump straight into it. So the thing that we're going to talk about here is like comes from like the control flow hijacking kind of problem. If you are, I mean, raise your hand if you're like a low-level person, if you understand like memory corruption and all of that. Okay, we have a good amount of people here. Cool. So we're talking about control flow hijacking, and might go a little bit nitpicking on this because some people may not understand what we're talking about, so I'll try to give them the feedback. The background about this. So if you're writing code in C or C++ and all of that, you have like your bugs that sometimes allow attackers to manipulate memory in ways which were not intended in the first place. So you have like problems with pointers or like arrays checking and buffers and all of that thing. So let's say you have like strings which are badly manipulated. Eventually like an attacker might figure out a way to overwrite into a buffer right beyond the limits, and then corrupt like extra data that might be lying there. And in C, you also have like this thing that we call like the code pointers. So you have like function pointers, you have like return addresses, which eventually is data that eventually is used to like redirect the control flow of your program. So let's say you have like a function pointer that's supposed to call like a function foo, but it could also like eventually get an address to call like the function bar instead of like foo and things like this. And because you have like these function pointers and you have the memory corruption bugs, attackers might just exploit those, find a way to overwrite your code pointers, and then redirect your control flow of your program to whatever he wants it to go. And there's like a bunch of bad things that might come out of those. This is like a really old problem. I think it was first figured out like in the 80s or something. And because of that, I mean, researchers came up with mitigations, and attackers came up with new techniques to bypass mitigations. And then you had like more mitigations, and then you had like more bypasses and all of those. So it's like kind of a cat and mouse game, always like trying to chase. The first thing you have is like write XOR execute kind of memory. So imagine you're able like to redirect the control flow of your program, and then you have like variables inside your program that the attacker is able to manipulate. Let's say you have like a description field that the attacker is just able to put whatever he wants there. And if you have like memory that is writable and that at the same time might also be executable, this means that the attacker might just be able to execute, to put whatever code he wants in that field that he's able to write to, and then corrupt the code pointer and redirect the program there, and then execute whatever he wants to. So people figured out that it was like a bad idea to have executable memory that's also writable, and they came up with like this special bit in the hardware that says, hey, I mean, this memory is like executable, but it's not supposed to be written to whenever the program's running. So do not allow it to be written. If the CPU or the program tries to write here, just like throw a fault or something. You also have like another thing called ASLR, which is basically like randomizing where things are in the memory layout. As you can expect, if you're working with code pointers, you need to know where things are so you can appropriately point to them. So with like ASLR, technically, whenever you run the program, it's going to like load things in different areas, and it makes it like harder for the attacker to sort of like know where he needs to point to. So sort of like an obfuscation technique. And because of these mitigations, people came out with like a bunch of different ways of like bypassing them. So we have like code reuse, which is basically you don't need to inject code into the memory address space. You can just like use things which are already there. You have like functions that whenever they're called out of context, they are like strong enough to allow the attacker to do a bunch of stuff. You also have like memory disclosure, which is sometimes you figure out like a way to corrupt the pointer that's not like writing to a place, but to read from a place. And basically, you're reading. It allows you to read into the memory address space, put that on the screen somehow, and then the attacker just figured out like where those bytes are, what they mean, and then he basically like figured out like the entire memory layout of your process. And by doing that, he basically like figures out like your SLR and bypasses this technique to disable like to interfere where like the things in the memory. And the latest technique, which is like probably like the most powerful one, is like what we call ROP, or return-oriented programming, which basically is the idea of like reusing executable code. Imagine you are able to, let's say, write to some place in the memory, and then you're able like to put a fake stack there. And basically, like by having this fake stack in place, you are able to chain pieces of code together, as long as these pieces of code are like ended with a return instruction, right? I'm going to give you an example about that. But the idea is you put this fake stack there, and then you somehow find a way to corrupt the stack pointer so that you are now like pivoting into the fake stack, and now your program is going to run through that stack, and that stack has like the addresses of the instructions that you want to be executed. And the cool thing here is that you can jump in the middle of a function. You don't necessarily like need to go to the beginning of a function, so you can just like jump and execute, let's say, the last 2 instructions. And then because you go chaining all the last instructions in each function, you can like sort of like build your own like kind of payload attack and do whatever you want, as in a way like similar to what if you were able to actually inject code. Another cool thing, depending on the architecture, so if you were talking x86 runs unaligned instructions, which basically means that you can actually point to the middle of instruction and execute it. So sometimes there are instructions inside the source code which are not like intended to be there. So if you just like go like looking into the binary and also evaluating each string of bytes as like unique things, so not like looking at the instruction in its beginning, but let's say you jump 1 offset from the beginning of the instruction and you look at it again, now it might be a different instruction. So that basically allows you to find a bunch of different instructions which were not intended to be there that might allow you to do a lot of like malicious stuff. So these like pieces of code that we are chaining through the fake stack, we call this the gadgets. And let's see how it goes. So imagine that this is like your fake stack. You were able like to inject this in the memory address space of the process. Keep in mind that this is data, this is not code, so it's like really easy to inject a fake stack in the process usually. Pivoting to the fake stack is a different kind of thing, but it's also like doable, especially if you have like memory corruption stuff, it gets a little bit easier. So imagine you injected this fake stack, and you have like your normal program running, and eventually it's going to run into a return. But now we have like the fake stack pivoted to. So what happens is that return address is going to use the address which is on the top of the stack to return to. So it's going to like return into a place that we found in the code that's going to like run a pop RDI instruction and then a return. So what the pop RDI instruction does, it's in x86, it will look on the top of your stack, and it will like get the value which there and put like it to inside the RDI register, which is the register usually used for like the first argument for whenever you're calling a function. That's like ABI defined. Not going to go too much into detail there, but basically, whenever you call a function, your code is usually generated in a way that it's going to like put the argument inside the RDI register. And whenever you call that specific function with this setup in place, that function will consider that the first argument is inside the RDI register. So when this runs, we grab like the thing which is like on the top of the stack. Now the address is not like on the top of the stack anymore, because when we executed the return, there was like an adjustment to the stack pointer. The stack pointer is now pointing 1 frame down. So we are going to grab this address of string, which is like a string that we are also like able to manipulate inside the source code, inside the memory address space. And so what's going to happen is that we're going to put the address of the string inside the RDI register. And then we are going to actually like be pointing to a string that we manipulate, which is in this case is like the bin sh string, which some of you might know. It's like actually like a shell application that allows you to run like a bunch of things and to run your own programs, your own scripts, and your own everything. So if you're able to turn a specific program into actually like an execution of bin sh, this means you basically like own the whole thing with the permissions that it has. So we're now like pointing to a string that says this. And then there's like a return again, right? And the return is going to use the address, which is on the top of the stack. Now we're like 1 frame lower because the pop also adjusted the stack pointer. And whenever we run this specific return, What we are actually like returned to is into the function system, which defined by the, I'm not sure if it's POSIX API or I think it's POSIX, right? By the API that's gonna like run a system command in your Linux. And the system command is gonna like get one argument, and this argument in this case is gonna be the RDI, which is actually like pointing to -bin-sh. And basically we're running system to call the shell for us. And that's basically how you might get on an eventual or hypothetical scenario. That's more or less like how a ROP goes through. We're gonna have like questions in the end, but it's like really important to sort of like get this concept. Anyone has like any question that I want to get clarified before I move forward? No? That's great, because we don't have a lot of time. Thank you for not having questions. So because of this thing, there was like this new mitigation idea, which is control flow integrity. Turns out I happen to be working on this thing. I don't know why for a very long time, because it's super annoying, but it's also super cool. And control flow integrity is this thing that, okay, I mean, like high level idea. We have a program. This program is like going to have like a bunch of indirect branches. So you're going to like depend on addresses which are written in memory to know where we should go to in specific contexts. What if we're able to sort of like limit where these indirect pointers are pointing to? So let's say if you have like a function pointer, you're not going to allow this function pointer to point to anywhere in the address space of the process. You're actually like going to say, hey, I mean, these are like the set of addresses which are considered to be valid for this specific indirect call or for this specific return. And for forward edges, you can basically like use compiler heuristics to do this. It's like kind of hard to do this super precisely, because if you study computer complexity, you know this is like a not sound problem, like points to analysis is not a sound problem. So it's like really hard to figure out what are like all the valid targets for a specific function pointer. But this talk is about shadow stack, so I'm not going to go in detail here. If you want to know details about this case, is sitting there. He's like the expert into this, so he might give you all the details. Just ping him. On the return side of things, we're going to talk about shadow stacks. It's actually like, in a sense, a harder problem, but also in a sense, a better problem, because here we are able to define the exact target for a return address. When we are talking about, specifically like about using runtime information. So if you are calling a function, right, let's say you have a function A calling a function B, basically you have a return address which is going to be right the instruction right after the call instruction in the function A. And if you're looking at that during runtime, you are able to say, hey, I mean, whenever B is returning, it needs to return to this specific instruction, which is after the call inside function A. So it's something that you can actually like tell precisely where you're supposed to return to, and not like have a set of targets that you are actually able to return to. So this is like computed during runtime, and it's the thing I mentioned about the, oh, thank you for reminding me about time. For this thing, which is like an academic proposal, I think it dates from 2005, originally by a guy from Microsoft, and then like actually like, there was also like the GR security before that. Then academically it became popular from the academia. This guy from Microsoft, Martin Abadi, and it sort of like started spreading out. Now you have this in the Linux kernel supported. You have like this in a bunch of different places, and the idea here is like you're supposed to be able to protect against a control flow hijacking attack, even in the face of arbitrary writes and reads. This is like a really, really high bar kind of threat model, because, I mean, it's really hard to protect against arbitrary reads. And the academics, when they came up with this idea and when they started like studying it and proposing it, they had like, yeah, I mean, this is supposed to resist arbitrary writes and arbitrary reads. And we're going to see in this talk why in practice it's like so hard to set such a high bar, and why it is like so complicated to achieve it. So speaking specifically about shadow stacks now, just before I switch to Rick, basically the idea is the following. You have like two stacks. You have your program stack and you have like a shadow stack. And whenever you do a call, you put the return address into the regular stack, but you're also like going to put it onto the shadow stack. And then you continue executing your program. The shadow stack is like a memory which is not writable. It's only like writable by call instructions. So the only instruction is actually like able to write there is a call instruction, and it doesn't get like any argument. So the only thing that's going to like write there is supposed to be that's going to be written there is like the actual return address. This is not like in-depth true because you have like an instruction to write on it, but it's not currently supported, so I'm not going to get into too much detail here. Rick's going to talk about it. But my point is, in terms of like architecture and design, it's just like something that mimics the actual stack where you keep like a value that you can check for before you're returning. So whenever the function B is returning to the function A, it's going to use the address which is on the irregular stack, but before returning, it's going to check the shadow stack, check if both of them match. If that's the case, fine, you're able to return and all's good. If these are different, this means that your actual stack was corrupted. So please stop the execution of the program because something nasty is taking place. It should work pretty automatically, right? Rick's going to tell you otherwise.
So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about what was happening in the Linux kernel enabling for this feature to try to get some context for the security research we're going to talk about later. So like Joe said, you call and you push to the shadow stack, you pop, or you return and it pops and verifies from the shadow stack. And this pretty much works automatically when you have a normal program that's just calling functions, returning from functions. But it turns out that shadow stack, that user space has a bunch of more exotic, rarer things it does with the stack that can confuse the shadow stack implementation. And this is not something that's defined by the hardware at all. It's something that software has to decide whether to support these operations, because some of them are very close to the ROP that he was explaining. So whether they should be supported or how they should be supported is kind of up to software to decide. So a couple examples of that. So for the main example, I think, is user-level threading. So this is where you have like an operating system thread and it has a stack, and then user space sometimes can go and create a new stack, just allocating memory, and then swap to that and then start calling functions. And then while that operating system level thread scheduled, you could actually have more sort of software threads that they're switching back and forth. And so obviously if you switch to a new stack and start calling and returning, you might be returning from a place you didn't just call, and the shadow stack is going to get confused. Another example is long jump, and this is an API where you can set a point in your execution, then go off and do more computing. Maybe you jump to a new stack, maybe you're far away doing something completely different, and then you could long jump back to that place that you said, basically remember what I was doing here. So obviously this is going to be confusing for shadow stack when all of a sudden you completely reset the stack back to some previous location. There's also a SIG alt stack, which is a Linux kernel feature where you can configure the kernel to handle signals on a different stack. So your program might be executing along, and all of a sudden it takes a signal, and then you just jump to a new stack. And the program doesn't even, this is something the kernel does, so the program doesn't even know. It just all of a sudden finds it's executing on a new stack. And then lastly, like as a sort of catch-all thing, JITs can do a lot of weird stuff with the stack, and shadow stack, and the compilers and all the kind of tools where you might be able to try to fix these things up don't have a lot of visibility into that. So up-leveling a little bit from like the technical issues, I'll talk a little bit about what people at the beginning were looking to use shadow stack for. And we had a lot of interest from distros. So the distros, they have kind of an interesting way that they do compiler hardening. So there's a bunch of features in the compiler that you can turn on, and it'll make it'll harden the program that's being compiled. And so, but these compiler hardenings, they work pretty much automatically. Oftentimes they work, but not 100%. But they work close enough that distros can actually turn on these compiler hardenings like under a project build file. So someone might have an open source project, and a distro wants to turn it into a package, and they're going to go in there and sort of optimistically turn on these features. And this works well enough that like there's some rare breakages, but then they'll be reported as a bug, and then the distro can go and say, okay, well this package, we'll just turn off this hardening, that was the problem. So the distros kind of wanted to use shadow stack in the same way. They wanted it to be so you can have, you could just sort of turn it on and optimistically, and it should just work, and you'd have shadow stack across your whole distro. So you can maybe imagine where this is going. There's a bunch of things that don't work automatically, and then there's a use case, which is we want this thing to basically work automatically. So this was kind of a conflict, and the glibc direction for this, and this was not work I did, so I'm kind of representing some other people's outlooks on this thing. How they sort of went about it was glibc has a pretty extensive test suite that exercises a lot of the libc APIs that do this stack manipulation stuff. And they reckon that if they could pass the test suite, then they'd have enough coverage of the way programs tend to behave to sort of do this kind of distro-wide enabling. So they went around and they did a bunch of special like shadow stack implementations. So like long jump behaves differently when shadow stack's enabled. And then there was a bit in the ELF headers and the binary that basically a distro could mark, this binary works with shadow stack or this binary doesn't. So the kernel or the loader could decide to turn on shadow stack or not. So there was kind of there was like a couple trade-offs here, you know, and there was kind of a push-pull between Linux kernel community, glibc community, distros, all kind of wanting to sort of say, well, we want a little bit more of this or we want a little bit more of that. That kind of was helping us tease out exactly where we wanted to have this solution. So like compatibility obviously was a very important trade-off because that was going to enable this use case of enabling the distro-wide shadow stack. But performance kind of comes into play too because some of these operations like long jump, for example, is more of like an order one type operation where you just kind of say reset to this point and the registers get reset and pop, you're back to where you started. But with shadow stack, some of the implementations that were done for long jump involved unwinding the stack in a sort of order n way. So if you had an application that depended on long jump to be fast, and a few of them do, then it could all of a sudden be surprised by these long unwinding operations for its fast switching. And then lastly, you know, security obviously is pretty important. It's a hardening feature, so that's kind of one of the main goals. But when you look at, you know, it depends on kind of how you gauge security. So you can imagine if we had a solution that had like 99% hardening level, but it only worked for 1% of apps, that's not going to get, it's not going to be very widespread. But if you had a hardening solution that worked for like 70, you know, worked for like, say it was like a 70% hardening level, but it worked for like 99% of apps, then you'd have sort of like in an area under the curve sense, more protection. So all these kind of trade-offs, there wasn't like a real simple answer for what to do. And so we were constantly debating, well, is this important or is that important? And this is around the time that I got involved in enabling. And when I was looking at the solution, I found, you know, I was evaluating the whole solution, and I found this one particular corner, which was the implementation around uContext. So this is the glibc's user-level threading API. So this is the thing I talked about earlier, where you're switching between software stacks. And so the implementation said, okay, well, if you're going to have a new software stack, you're going to need a new shadow stack to go with it. And so the hardware, to switch to a new shadow stack, the hardware, and I'm going to talk sort of generically about the hardware because there's actually like, I think there's up to 3 shadow stack implementations now, like in different hardware architectures, and they all work pretty similarly in this regard. So you have like a token that's on the shadow stack, and it's like a special value, and there's an instruction that says, I want to switch to the shadow stack at this point. The hardware is going to check the token, and then if, you know, if it passes, it'll allow the shadow stack pointer to be set to that shadow stack. So to switch to have a shadow stack, you need to have, to actually start using a shadow stack, you need to have the shadow stack memory permission memory, and you also need to have this value, this special token value in the shadow stack. And so the way the kernel design was at the time, there was a prot shadow stack. So this was like a memory permission, like read-only or executable, just like the normal memory permissions. That could be, Linux has some syscalls like mmap or mprotect that lets you create memory or change memory to different permissions. And so how glibc used this was it would first create a writable, it would mmap some writable memory, and then it would write the special token value using a normal write to the memory that was intended to be shadow stack, and then it would mprotect, which is the syscall that lets you change the memory permissions. It would mprotect this region to be shadow stack, and then you had shadow stack memory with the token you wanted. And when I looked at this, I was wondering about the region of time when the memory was writable to normal instructions, because glibc was writing a token that it wanted, and I wondered, well, what if something else, you know, what if that's like the good write to the shadow stack, but what if there was some other thread or something that had ability to write at the time, and it could write bad stuff to the shadow stack? And with this prot shadow stack design, I talked about the compatibility trade-offs earlier. It really gave user space kind of a nice safety release where if it got itself into some sort of a bind where it needed to go reach some compatibility goal, it could always toggle the shadow stack to writable, fix it up however it wanted, shed it back to shadow stack, and then go about its business. But at the same time, we didn't know whether this was a real, sometimes there's hypotheticals that don't really come up. And so it was I knew Zhao is there's an unaffiliated group of people who care about kernel, CFI, and Zhao is certainly one of them. And so I went to him with a question and said, basically, like, is this a real thing? Like, is this exploitable? And because I want to know about whether this is like an important trade-off to make, since we're going to have to take some cuts on the other trade-offs. So you want to talk about your? Sure.
Okay, so I started then looking into the thing that Rick was working in and say, hey, I mean, can I come up with at least like a proof of concept implementation of why this might be a problem in the future, or why this is like not as strong as the threat model is supposed to be. And I started first looking at this thing that they call like the make context and swap context, and that's like a glibc supported API for you to create different runtime threads within your process. Don't think about like parallel stuff here. Only think that you have your program running, and eventually like you want to have like a different context of execution that you want to like, let's say, jump to it and then jump back from it while your program is running. Let's say you want to like implement coroutines or things like this. This is like useful for that. So because I mean you're like creating a new context, you're like gonna need shadow stack for this new context. And I started like looking on how the shadow stack was allocated and all of that. How does it work? And the way that the make context, which is the function that actually is gonna like create the entire data structure for your new context, it works. It basically like it's gonna have like this uContextT struct there, where it's gonna like store all the data. Whenever you call the function, you first need to allocate the actual stack, the regular stack for that specific new context. You do a malloc, you allocate some memory there, and then you pass the pointer to this new chunk of memory to make context. And then Macon is like gonna start like prepping everything and like put the data into the uContextT, and eventually it's gonna allocate the memory for the new shadow stack, and it's gonna like make it like a writable memory, because it needs to put the token into there, the token that he was just talking about. So here allocates like a writable chunk of memory, writes the token in there, and then it calls this call to transform it into a shadow stack memory. So it cannot be used as a shadow stack before you turn it into an actual shadow stack page. And then it's gonna like do some tricks with like call instructions to make sure that it puts the start context there. So imagine that you're running a context, and eventually your context finishes executing and needs to return somewhere. So, but there's like nothing below it. So it's gonna like return into this start context function, which is basically the function that handles the context kind of like ending or finishing its execution. So basically, like it put everything in place and makes everything that it's kind of ready to run. And beyond that, you have like the swap context function, which is actually like the function that you're running your program, and eventually like your program wants to jump into the different context. It's gonna use this swap context thing to jump to the different execution thread. And basically, on return, whenever it like finishes running the context, it's gonna use the push start, like I just mentioned. So if you take a look at the start allocation inside the make context function, that's more or less like the steps that you have there. First, it allocates a writable memory. Then it's going to like write the shadow stack token inside of there. Then it's going to turn the page into a shadow stack page. Then it's going to like save the shadow stack pointer into the uContextT. So shadow stack pointer works similarly as the return stack pointer, the RSP inside the regular stack. So it's going to like point to the top of our shadow stack. It's going to put it like into this uContextT structure. Then it's going to like pivot into the new stack and into the new shadow stack. It's going to do some tricks. Basically, it's going to like run a call instruction in front of like a jump instruction to make sure it puts the jump instruction as the return address. And the jump instruction is going to like jump into the start context. It's not super relevant, but anyways. And then it's going to like pivot back into the original stack and the original shadow stack, and it's going to like continue running until swap context is now called to execute this new context we just created. So this is all good, right? It's supposed to work. It's beautiful. It's cool. Life's great. But not really, because there's actually like a race condition here if you were paying attention and if you're like a reader or attention reader. I mean, if you have like another thread running in the same process, and now I'm talking about the parallel thread indeed, that window when the shadow stack is actually like writable, that basically means that a different thread could just come and write into the shadow stack before it's actually like a shadow stack. So we're able to put like a bunch of trash into the shadow stack before it's actually like usable. And that's basically, on those 7 steps I gave you, that's basically like where the race condition is. So like the first 3 steps, you can basically like get a different thread attacking it. Okay, but is this like really dangerous? Is this like really a problem? Because if you think about the stack, before you use a return address, you actually need to write to it, right? So you first do a call, and the call is going to write to your stack, and then you're going to do a return, and then the return is going to read from the stack. So all the data that's being read was actually like written into the shadow stack before the shadow stack was already like unwritable. So this basically means that whatever we write there is not going to be really used, because it's going to be like overwritten by the chain of calls before it's actually like used. So can we really use this, let's say, in like an exploit scenario? Is it like really something that we should be concerned about, or is it just like, you know, kind of security paranoia? Well, except that there's like the stack pointer, which is also stored in the uContextT struct. And the uContextT struct is not into the shadow stack. It's like in regular memory. So that basically means that we're actually like able to corrupt the shadow stack pointer. And by doing that, we might be able to point above that amount of trash that we just injected there, which means that we might make our value survive even after the shadow stack started like being used. So how would that happen? So let's take a look. So imagine like we're now trying to raise the shadow stack and put like our own rob chain inside there. So we have like a regular stack, you have a regular shadow stack, and you have the uContextT struct, which has like the shadow stack pointer there. So we raised it, we wrote like a bunch of rob chain there, like something really evil, and that's going to take the world for us. And we also like set the address of the push start like it's described into the stack and into the shadow stack. We also like have the token there, which was written by the make context function. And we have the shadow stack pointer pointing to the top of the stack. All good here. And then you have a function A, call in a function B. You wrote to the regular stack, you wrote to the shadow stack. Basically, this chain, I mean, did overwrite our rob chain that was there, the red thing. Then the B is called in C. I mean, our addresses, our evil stuff got overwritten again, and it didn't work out. And then when things started returning, started like comparing the stack with the shadow stack, and things were matching. So we were not like really able to do anything meaningful here, right? But now with corrupting the shadow stack pointer, which is in writable memory, the thing that we can do is basically we corrupt the shadow stack, right? We put like our rob chain there, but we also corrupt the shadow stack pointer. And now we're not pointing to the top of the stack. We're pointing like 1 frame above it. And what happens is that whenever we do have a function A call in the function B, the function A is the return address in the function A is actually going to be written 1 frame on top of the things that we wrote there, which basically means that now our contents are surviving this series of calls. So you exploit like a different memory write, you overwrite the regular stack, you overwrite the address of the push start in the regular stack. And now we have like this function A calling function B, and whenever like B returns to A, it's going to compare the 2 addresses of the function A. It's going to work out fine because these match. But now whenever the context stops running and it's supposed to return to the push start function, it's actually like going to return to the place to the address that we control. So basically what that means is that we're actually like able to bypass the shadow stack policy and the threat model that is supposed to be enforced by this just by like these amount of writes. So that's pretty much like how you break the shadow stack, or used to. So keep in mind, this is a POC. We use like pretty strong primitives to write this POC. We assumed that we had arbitrary writes. And what we were trying to say is that, hey, I mean, are we like really being loyal to the threat model here or not? And the thing is, I mean, basically what we show is that the threat model is not like being capped. We had like the arbitrary rights, and we were able to bypass the policy. If you take this and bring it to the field of like writing exploits, you can keep in mind that it's going to be like really hard to write an exploit based on this for servers. But if you're talking about, let's say, consoles or like mobile devices and this kind of things that we have control over and that we're able to manipulate things over and you want to eventually unlock and things like that, this becomes like a really serious problem because it might not be that hard to implement an exploit based on this. For implementing this POC, we basically like did like a brute force thing. So we wrote like a loop that was like kind of running the program and trying to write the right addresses in the right time, and make sure that we are able like to kind of bypass the thing in the right moment. We had like to keep it like adjusting the timing, because timing is like really hard. You know, for a race condition, you need to keep trying until you write to that specific memory in the right time when that specific thing is actually like readable. If it's like before or after that, you're gonna like end up with a crash. But we just like kept trying, and honestly, it did not like take many minutes before we were able to achieve these. Basically, what it proves is that the academic CFI was not being capped at this moment, and because of that, we had a couple of discussions. Say, hey, I mean, perhaps the glibc way of implementing this is not the way we want to move forward, and we might like want to think about a different way of like not having this race condition there waiting to be a disaster. And oh yeah,
sure. So I was going to talk about the so after we looked at this POC and we said, you know, like Josh said, it was short of like a full application that was exploited, but it was like enough of an example that we could say, okay, this is like not a completely hypothetical thing. And so we ended up changing the kernel design actually to get rid of the prot shadow stack, and we added a new syscall. So I talked earlier about how there's the mmap and mprotect syscalls for working on memory, and so we added a new syscall called map shadow stack, and it lets you go map shadow stack with a specific value sort of pre-provisioned in it. So you could put the token in it, and it pops up with the token already. It never goes through the writable stage. And so the syscall has like, you can sort of ask for certain specific values the kernel knows how to do. At first it was just adding the token, but the ARM solution added a few more flags for this, so it's kind of grown since then. Yeah, so that's what we ended up doing as a result of this. And yeah, you want to go to the next slide?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's me. That's you. So one of the things that, kind of the genesis of this talk was John and I were talking about how this was maybe it's a little bit of an interesting technical story, but also maybe it was a good example of how, you know, security researchers and engineers can work together well. So I was going to give try to pull some lessons from my side. And I think one big lesson obviously is it's good to go engage the security researchers early during the design, because the stuff wasn't upstream yet, which means we could just adjust it. Much easier to change that than after it's upstream in the kernel, because kernel is a stable ABI. It means we'd have to support, you know, if there was something that was like not a good design, we'd still have to support it, you know, even if we made a new solution. And then another thing is, you know, I think it helps to ask researchers to probe the design or ask them more specifics, because I think I see sometimes where people talk to security people and they say, oh, here's my really complicated design. Can you just take a look and tell me if it's secure or not? And it's like, it's almost funny, because like for security researchers to sort of evaluate something like that, they need to actually spend some time and analyze it and probe it. And so I thought it helped to sort of say, instead of going to Zhao and say, hey, is this secure or not? To sort of say, hey, can you exploit this? Like, show me your best exploit you can do against this, and we'll take a look and see whether it seems reasonable or not. And then lastly, I think, you know, one of the things that, if you're a person that knows about security and you're like a super genius, you may think that you could just do this stuff yourself. Oh yeah. But I think that it helps to have someone. If you ask someone else to look at your design, they're going to bring sort of more of an adversarial perspective that you can't really bring yourself, no matter how good you are. And so I think it really helps to have a dedicated security researcher looking at this stuff to really give it a hard look. You're going to get better analysis than you could do yourself.
Okay, and from my side as a security researcher, and like real quick because I have just 2 minutes. First thing, be available to support others. It won't be possible for like engineers to engage you early in the development if you are not available. If you need like a big chunk of time, if you need like to sort of like get a bunch of requirements first before you like jump into something. So my idea is make sure that if you're there, make sure that you have time to engage with them, to like put time in the project, to make sure that you are able to do all these things and help them. That's actually like our work. I mean, I used to think that if we're like in a MMO game or something like that, we were playing support. We were not playing tank or DPS. We were actually like the support. We need to help them build this kind of stuff. Follow the project design closely and early. So if you can get like earlier in the design stage, you avoid like a ton of problems. If you're fixing things after they were deployed, that's like a mess, because you have like products in the wild that are actually like using that, and that becomes like really complicated. So get early there. So I always prioritize looking at things before they are actually like a product, or they're before like they are out there. I also like keep the threat model in mind. I think that the threat model, like as a security researcher, is like your really North Star. That's where you're supposed to look into. So don't like overthink attacks, don't overthink exploits, don't overthink like a bunch of things that you need to have in place for saying that something's secure or not. Just think about the threat model. Is the thing supposed to resist an arbitrary right? No, not really. So that basically like is how it's supposed to work. That makes our work much more simple in the sense of like I don't need to find an actual vulnerability to actually like build an exploit to actually go and say that this thing is not like the best design. So if you keep the threat model in mind, you make it like much simpler. You make it much more compartmentalized and much like easier for other people to digest too. And finally, understand the trade-offs through all requirements, right? So I mean, we are security people. We have security in mind a lot of the time and all the time, but there are other requirements besides security that we need to make sure that everything works. I mean, it's not worth it having like a 100% security product that doesn't work, right? So with that, we're done. A few seconds late, and thank you so much for being here. And I guess we are open for questions.
What's the state of the art in terms of defeating shadow stack for Linux versus Windows? It's like you discussed ROP as one of the ways to defeat DEP and ASLR. So, and it seems like shadow stack is fairly new within the last 5 or so years.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think like you said, it's new. And like Zhao was saying, there's a cat and mouse game, and I think shadow stack hasn't been explored as much yet, but I think also, you know, it's when you talk about defeat, I think it's intended to be like a hardening mechanism. So I think it would be, I think as security researchers start to look more at it, there's things we could do on the kernel side to sort of adjust those trade-offs a little bit, and I think it would be, I think there's going to be more research and like changes like this in the shadow stack's future.
Yeah, I mean, from my side, I tend to think that I mean, CFI is, regardless of like it being super tied to the threat model or not, it's still like kind of super strong in the sense that it has like a lot of costs for attackers to write exploits, and I think that that's a great thing, regardless of like it being super loyal to the threat model or not. I've seen like research towards like trying to break CFI, and mostly in the sense that memory page tables are not like super kind of protected at this point. And that's like an easy target for attackers. I think that there was a talk at Black Hat maybe 2 years ago where a guy broke the forward edge CFI in the kernel by rewriting to the memory page tables. So basically he messed up with like the translation of the virtual address, and by doing that he made up like that he was able to build whatever chain he wanted to. So that was like a cool thing. So if you think about the specific thing we just did show, we're not like breaking the shadow stack policy itself. The policy is still like very tough. We're like kind of breaking how it was implemented. So if you have like this thing kind of working properly, I think it's really good, especially for shadow stacks, which is like a one-to-one kind of matching for returns. So we basically like need to explore sideway vectors for like maybe getting into the shadow stack and find a way to sort of like break it. And also like something else that people have been talking a lot is about no control data attacks, which basically sometimes you're able to do a ton of damage to the program just by exploiting data structures and not like really doing the actual control flow hijacking thing.
Joe, you had said that servers might be less vulnerable than client systems. Could you maybe describe why you felt that way?
Because I mean, for this specific attack, you need like 3 arbitrary writes, right? You need first to write in the shadow stack, then you need to first write to the uContext struct, then you need to write to the actual stack return address. And I'm not like a super experienced exploit writer. I mean, I wrote a couple, but not many. From my experience, I think that it's like super hard to actually have 3 arbitrary writes in the wild and like actually like do something like this in an environment you don't control. Even if you do that, there are things like you need to bypass ASLR to have something like this, and in the wild it's a little bit harder to bypass ASLR. I mean, it happens, but makes it like more complicated. And then timing all these 3 writes, you know, in like an actual production environment. I mean, I don't want to say that it would never happen in the. I mean, I'm saving enough to say I don't think it's super safe. I think it could happen. I just think that it's a much harder thing to weaponize if you're talking about the cloud server scenario in comparison to you have like access to the machine where you can probe things, where you can get like addresses and all that.
How many tries did you have in the POC? Like how many, like in terms of number of tries did it take?
I think it was like around 10,000.
10,000, yeah.
Yeah.
That's noisy.
Yeah, so basically like, I think I was able like to, my POC running in a loop, it took like 3 minutes to run it, running until the exact like break thing. And I think it would take like around 2 minutes to self-adjust the timing, considering like all the context of other things that were running on the machine that were influencing on that and all that. So yeah, usually like in 2 to 3 minutes in a local machine, I would be able to bypass it. But I had like the 3 arbitrary writes, and I knew the addresses I had to write to. So made it like much simpler to implement the POC.
Hello, I found this talk actually incredibly interesting. I just had one question. You guys were talking about the make context and the swap context, and I'm wondering because earlier in the talk you guys mentioned long jump and assuming that that's fast, and like if you create that coroutine but then want to go back to your primary stack, like does that utilize the long jump, and was there any kind of investigation done there?
Yeah, so long jump has had a couple different attempts at making it more compatible, but I think today the upstream one is not, like you could run into problems, I think, with the long jump, the way it's implemented, but there's an instruction called on x86, and the other ones have something similar, but it's called IncSSP, and it basically lets you unwind the shadow stack. So if you're on the same stack, the long jump implementation can sort of IncSSP basically unwind the shadow stack back to the place you were. And if you're on another stack already, there was some, I don't know if it actually landed upstream, but there was a scheme in mind, which was to go look on the stack from the point where you're going to jump to, search using a normal read for a token. Because if you left the stack, I didn't talk about this, but when you leave a stack, you can also leave a token behind, so you can swap back to it. So you can search for the token on that stack with the expectation that if you left the stack, you must have left one there. And software has to sort of, that software has to sort of, actually make sure that happens. And then you can find that, and then from there, IncSSP back. But even then, that has problems because if you swap at the end of a stack, you could take a signal while you're unwinding and then overflow the shadow stack. So there's another, and actually I have a backup slide. I don't know if you want to go. How much time do we have left? We got time? Yeah. So there's another feature, and this is kind of like where I think it could be interesting to see as shadow stack evolves. I think someone asked about whether what's the state of attacking the shadow stack, and I also think about what's the state of shadow stack compatibility that we're going to find once this thing is used in more and more applications. And there's an optional feature called x86 is called WRSS, and then the ARM version is GCS-STR, and it lets you have a specific instruction that can write to the shadow stack. So it's like a privileged instruction. And the idea is that you could go write, if you enable this thing, you put these instructions only in special places, like long jump, for example. And then you could massively simplify, like the schemes I was talking about, where you're searching for tokens and all this kind of stuff gets fairly complex and slower. But with these instructions, you could actually just write a token and switch right back to it. And I think, I think we don't really know. We were actually just debating this on the mailing list the other day. How safe is this? From the compatibility side, it is a huge win because you can just write tokens where you need them. But does it actually does it come into play in security? And I think we don't know, and more research could maybe sort of guide. Someone says, "Hey, I tried to look at this thing and we didn't find any problems with it." Then that would be like a reason to maybe think, we can enable even more apps with Shadow Stack if we rely on this thing. So does that answer your question? Yeah.
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering if make context or swap context possibly use long jump. I don't know if you know.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it does something similar, but it's got its own assembly, I think. And we were also talking about glibc specifically, and That's where, that was like the first libc that got shadow stack support. But there's other libcs that could do things, it's not like defined by the kernel how you have to do this. Like the libcs could do it however they want. They could use long jump if they wanted or.
Okay, thank you.
So just to add a little bit to your question, long jump and set jump, I think that they use the regular stack, whereas make context and swap context, when I actually create an entire new context for this thing to run, so it's a little bit different. But just to give you a pointer here, there's like a paper from I think 4 years ago called CHOP. It's from an academic conference. I won't remember which one, and I won't remember exactly here. But this paper, they actually describe a problem trying to exploit shadow stacks on the exception handler context for C++. So it's like similar kind of problem. You need to unwind the shadow stack to handle it properly. So if you take a look at that paper, you start to figure out all the questions you have and how that kind of work and what's the bypasses and all that.
All right, folks, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please give a great warm round of applause to Rick and Joao. Right? Joao? Yeah, Joao. Better. Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break before the next one starts back up at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, if you please take your seat. Let us introduce the next speaker. Next speaker is James. James is a web cloud pen tester at Anvil Security based in Seattle. Does a little bit in terms of like API security, hardware hacking, etc. And he spends a little bit too much time on GTA Online. So if you have a good quote like, how to go, only those with legacy, only those who die have a legacy, the ones who are still living do not. That's from GTA 4. Good quote from a while back. So with that, let's put our hands together. A warm welcome for James. Thank you.
Hope you're all having a good conference so far. So yeah, my name is James. I work for a pen testing firm up in Seattle called Anvil Secure. That's the slide design, and I guess that's really all you need to know about me. I have a lot of material, and I tend to kind of talk fast, so if you want to find the slides to follow along, you can check the talk details in the BSides schedule page. But this talk is about a couple run-ins with the DMCA and a few other stories that all revolve around a couple implementation quirks in GitHub. And since this is a BSides audience, you probably know what GitHub is, but I mean, you never know for sure. So in case you need it, Git is a version control system for text files. You put these files in a special folder called a repository, and each version you make is called a commit. It has a cryptographic hash instead of a version number, and this is really helpful for various reasons. And one of the reasons is you can have multiple branches of history, and that's really helpful for we have like one product and different teams working on different features. They can work on their own stuff without having to constantly sync with each other or step on each other's toes. Once they're done with their work, they can merge into the default branch. And yeah, that's Git. GitHub is probably the most popular place to host Git repositories. Anyone can view or download a public repository, and only authorized users can push commits to a repository. That's you and anyone you authorize. So if you want to suggest changes to a repository you're not in, you click that fork button, which makes a copy in your account. And it has a link back to the original, as you can see in the top left, to the upstream, as we call it. And you make your commits in your fork. You submit a pull request to say, hey, merge in my changes. And yeah, that's how it goes. So if you needed that, hopefully that was helpful. And for everyone else, you caught the part where I lied, right? Because it turns out the fork button does not make a copy. Because GitHub forks are all the same repo as the upstream. They all share the same objects and stuff. And of course, you already knew that because GitHub has this documented, and everyone reads the docs. And if you were here for the previous talk about TJ actions, they did touch on this a little bit. I'm not going to talk about CI/CD stuff so much, but it's the same stuff under the hood. But yeah, this might be a bit to wrap your head around if you haven't seen this before. So I'll start simple with the first time I ever, I guess, messed around with this feature. There was this tool called Wapalizer. It's still around. It's just a little bit different now. It's a website, browser extension that tells you what tech a site is built in. And this is really helpful for pen testing because you might want to find some low-hanging fruit, like, hey, update Nginx, or you've got a jQuery version somehow still that has known vulnerabilities in it, and you can see if it's exploitable. So something that was really cool about Wapalizer is that it had local detection rules that ran in your browser. And so that meant you didn't have to wait for a scraper to come by and update a site. You could run it live, and it also would check, like, it ran in your browser, so you can check non-public sites, like UAT sites or internal sites, stuff like that. It was probably the second tool I was introduced to after Burp Suite. I found it really helpful at my first pen testing job, but eventually just the nature of my work changed. I changed jobs, and I didn't need to use it for a while, so I ignored it for a while. But then a few years later, I finally had an engagement where it made sense to try to use Wapalizer. So I went to the GitHub repo for it and was going to download it, but I guess it was gone for some reason. And it turns out that the author deleted the Wapalizer repository. And this was kind of sad, but I get it. I mean, corporations, they see open source code and they're like, hippity hoppity, that code's not my property. And he was trying to, this was kind of a solo gig. I mean, it was open source, so there were contributions, but he was writing most of the code. He was trying to monetize it with his own paid service, but he was basically working for free to make his competitors better. Yeah, I can see why he wanted to delete it, but it would have been nice to at least keep up like all the historical commit history, because sure, remove your commits, but I actually contributed a few rules. What about my commits? Well, okay, what about my commits? Because if I made contributions, I probably had a fork, and I never deleted it. It's still there. It's just out of date. You can see that's the last commit was from 3 years ago. So at least I had what I wrote, but I thought it'd be nice to have everything up to the point where Wappalizer got deleted. And so I already knew that in theory, my fork is the same repository as the original Wappalizer repo. So if I can just find the commit hash, the last one that was published before it got deleted, then that should exist in my repo somewhere. So to find that commit hash, there's this cool website you've never heard of before called archive.org, and you can just put in the URL, and yeah, there we go. We got a commit hash in red. And then going to my fork, that's the most recent commit in blue. At the top, that is the URL to see the state of my repo at my latest commit. And then all I have to do is just swap out that commit hash for the Wappalizer commit hash, and there we go. That's not me. That is the original author Wappalizer. So there we go. We've got the code for Wappalizer, except that the URL at the bottom is kind of long. I don't want to have to bookmark it. And normally when you work with Git repos, you clone them to your computer. And if I clone this, it's not going to have this commit hash. So what can I do about that? Let's talk a bit more about Git branches, because branches, while they are, I guess, logically a list of commits, they're not actually a list of commits, because each commit knows which commit came before it. And so a branch just needs to have a pointer to the most recent commit in the branch. And then you just check the one before that, etc. You have the whole history. And then whenever you make a new commit, it just pushes the head of that branch up one. So what I want to do is I want to take my commit hash from down there and just go forward in history and see if I can sync it up with Wappalizer. And that's actually super straightforward. So I have to clone my fork of the repo, and then when you do a clone, it's only going to give you the hashes that are part of the branches in your fork view of the repository. So I had to explicitly ask the GitHub server for the full commit hash that I found earlier, because it didn't push it during the clone. And then I can just turn around and say, okay, git push origin, set this commit to be the head of master. And there we go. I go to just my fork page, and it's there. That's all the up-to-date Wappalizer code. I mean, obviously, it's been a few years, so it's now 2 years ago instead of 3 years ago. But, this is practical. I really got some use out of this. But there's more fun you can do with this property. And I did kind of promise something in the title of my talk. So let's talk about Nintendo. You know who they are. You probably know they are very litigious. You may have caught some headlines last year about 2 high-profile takedowns of Switch emulators. This will talk about Yuzu, which was the one that happened earlier in the year. That's what these headlines are about. And when I saw these news articles, I thought, okay, I mean, that's sad. I kind of care about game preservation, but I don't play Switch games, so it didn't matter to me so much. But I completely forgot. I'll blame it on the ADHD, I guess. I actually had a fork of Yuzu just sitting around. I don't know why. I never contributed anything, but it just sat there. And so, surprise, surprise, I got an email from GitHub. They're like, hey, we got a DMCA takedown notice for your repo. And I thought, okay, that's fine. I was just going to delete it, but it turns out that if I looked at the email again, they actually said that I could make requested changes. And I was like, okay, well, what would requested changes be? The Wappalizer thing I did, I basically took a commit down here and push it up forward in history. What if I just, did the reverse and rewound history to the first commit ever? Because then I would just have like a README file and nothing else, and there technically wouldn't be any emulation code in there. So why not try that, right? Just to find the first commit, I run git log -- reverse, I get a commit hash, and then I do the same command as before, basically. Just I give it the commit hash, :master. I have to add this -- force, because normally Git will say this is a terrible idea. Why do you want to do this? And because it's theoretically a destructive action. So yeah, I do that, do a push, and I go to my fork, and there we go. There's just the README, nothing else. But I did have to check. I did have the commit hash from earlier, so I checked the URL for that, and the code was still in there. But I can't do anything about that. I did the best I could, and I mean, GitHub is going to know what I did, but pretended I didn't know that. I just said, hey, as requested, the repository no longer has any commits referencing Nintendo hardware or software. And they said, okay, thanks for letting us know. We will reach out when we're done. And so this was a long 24 hours, just kind of like, they're going to figure this out. But no, they said, you know, thanks for letting us know you made changes. And so I was patting myself on the back, like, I can't believe I pulled a fast one on GitHub. That's really cool. And so yeah, that's how the story ends, is basically they went to Nintendo, and they're like, hey, James made changes, and Nintendo's like, okay, yeah, so we need to delete Yuzu and every single fork. Actually, all the forks but James's, because just James's is fine. No, I don't know why I thought they would care, but you know, I didn't actually show you the DMCA takedown notices, just some of the emails, and I don't have to. Because in the interest of transparency, GitHub publishes all the DMCA notices and counter notices that they receive, and they put it all up in a central place for the public to see. You might call it a repository. It has a fork button. Maybe you see where this is going. Because my manager did, and he was like, hey, please stop. And you know, at first I thought, like, okay, man, let me have some fun. Like, this is, but I mean, I had to check. It turns out Nintendo, their office, you can drive to my desk within 30 minutes. So maybe I don't want to poke the bear, right? So I'll make it up to you, right? I did promise some DMCA shenanigans. So let's go back a few more years. In 2020, the RAAA submitted a takedown notice for YouTube DL. Which is a tool, you probably know what it does. It downloads stuff from YouTube and other sites. And they alleged that it was bypassing copy protection, which is not true, but GitHub legally had to comply, and that was not a very popular move, but they had to. And so there were lots of discourse on Twitter, et cetera, about that, but some maverick out there decided to take it upon themselves to push the entirety of YouTube DL's commit history to the DMCA repo, which is probably the funniest possible reaction you can have to a DMCA takedown. Pretty based. Now, a month later, GitHub did reinstate the repository, and they even made a big old blog post about it, saying, like, yes, we're standing up for developers. We have a whole new process to evaluate DMCA takedowns based on circumvention. They even announced a legal defense fund, and that's cool, but more importantly, that means I can replicate their work, and it won't be breaking IP law. So how do you do that? It's, again, really simple. You just, assuming you already forked the DMCA repo, and you also have a copy of YouTube DL, you just change the remote URL, and you push. You have to use --force again. And there you go. There's YouTube DL in my fork of the DMCA repo, but you know, you start with the commit hash URL, swap out the username, and there we go. It's in GitHub's. Now, of course, I was done with this, so I figured I might as well delete my fork, and it's still there. I can't get rid of it because it turns out the deleted commits aren't deleted; they just get hidden. And so this is kind of like a tool for bulletproof file hosting, maybe. Like, I didn't have to upload legal source code. This could have been Switch emulation code. This could have been anything. This could have been really any public repository. You can hide any, as long as you're okay with having to find the commit hash or just link it, you can hide anything you want, any public repository, as anyone, because of commit authorship. Because commits all have an author name and email address. You can view this in Git or in GitHub. You can add that patch to the URL to see it. And even for users that don't have a commit, there's this default user or this default email address you can use. And GitHub will match users to commits by email address, and you can pick whatever you like. So my name is Linus Torvalds, and that's my email address. And Linus made a commit in the WSL repo where he removed all the bad code. And just to clarify, that is his actual GitHub account, not a fake one. And I mean, I've got another story for you. Did you know that Tim Sweeney of Epic Games accidentally committed a Fortnite V-Bucks generator to an Epic Games repository? It's definitely not malware. You should definitely try it. Got another story for you, actually. So Vitalik Buterin of Ethereum fame actually added this little Easter egg into an Ethereum repository, and you know that it's actually him because this repository is archived. So I didn't just commit this last night. And you know, if just to say like, hey, thanks for exploring the code. Click on this link for a small reward. It's definitely not a phishing link. Yeah, I think phishing is an opportunity possibly here. I don't know if it would work for a general audience, but maybe it would do well in certain verticals where people think they know computers but really don't. So like gaming, blockchain, vibe coding, that kind of a thing. But how do you find these commit hashes, right? Like, how do you see like what stuff people have hidden in places? You can't really brute force these hashes because they're really long, and that would take forever, and GitHub would ban you before you even got close. But a fun fact about Git and GitHub, they also support this thing called short hashes, where as long as you provide enough characters that no other commit starts with those characters, it'll just figure it out for you. And you can indeed brute force 4 alphanumeric characters. It's not that bad. And the secret scanner tool Trufflehog has a built-in mode to do this. But to try this out, we need an example. So if you work for AMD, please don't hurt me. Back in August, they accidentally committed some confidential source code to one of their open source repos. And they went ahead and they did the right thing. They rewrote history to remove those commits. But as we know, commits don't get deleted. So to find that, it's actually pretty straightforward using Trufflehog. There's a GitHub experimental subcommand. You run it in object discovery mode. You give it the repo. And you just let it run. It brute forces short hashes and tries to find the long ones. The time depends on how many commits are in the repo. And for Fidelity FX SDK specifically, for some reason, there's only like 7 public commits. But AMD rewrites the hell out of their history. And so a full scan takes like 200 hours. But I got super lucky because Trufflehog, as it works through this list, it will build out this text file that shows you the commit hashes it's found so far. And would you believe that the hash I was looking for was number 3 in the list? So it only took like a few hours, and there we go. That little internal folder you see is how you know this is internal confidential proprietary source code. And they can't do anything about it. It's just there forever. I don't know what to tell you. Now, everything I've shown you so far you can reproduce, except for this. And that's just because Trufflehog is a little bit too smart. Object discovery mode doesn't flag commits that normal mode can find. It makes sense because brute forcing is super expensive. And Trufflehog can actually scan pull requests. It's one of the cool things it can do. And the reason why it can do this is because GitLab and GitHub actually publish refs for the pull requests. You can look at a whole list of refs by just running git ls-remote. That's an example right there. And so if any commit is in a pull request, object discovery mode won't flag it. And you can't find that commit through object discovery mode because someone thought it would be funny if they made a pull request to add the commit back in. So I guess moral of the story is if you're looking for secrets and you know juicy information, right? Like API keys you can revoke. You can't really revoke source code. You should definitely check the pull request before anything else. I guess I have that in there just to point out that it's not their commit. So in summary, 2 quirks. GitHub forks are all the same repository as the upstream, and GitHub doesn't delete commits. So some shenanigans you can do with that. You can make hidden commits anywhere as anyone. You can do that for piracy, trolling, malware, phishing, more creative things like CI/CD compromises, I guess. You can also find deleted commits and secrets by brute forcing short hashes. So some takeaways, I guess, is you might want to check your threat model, because if the risk of you accidentally committing something that you cannot remove without nuking your repo and every other fork of it, if that's not something, if that's not a risk you can accept, you may want to reconsider using GitHub. And definitely, I've heard of people using this trick for bug bounties and stuff. So you know, have at it, but have fun responsibly. I am not over time. That's cool. Anyway, I will open the floor to questions.
Do you know if you delete your account, your commits will go away?
From my understanding, so what would happen is it would delete your repository. And if a repository gets deleted, the the upstream repository is the oldest fork, so no.
Do other Git forges behave in the same way, or is this specifically a GitHub quirk?
From what I can tell, this is, I wanted to look, but I ran out of time because of ADHD, but I'm assuming it's just a GitHub specific thing, because Trouble Security, this is something that's been publicly known. Trouble Security wrote a few blog posts about it, and I feel like a security team trying to give this a whole scary vulnerability class name would try to see if it works for other Git forges as well, so I'm assuming it doesn't. Maybe that's something to double check.
So I was under the impression, and maybe you just proved this wrong, that GitHub support could, if you had GitHub Enterprise, actually fully delete a commit from history. But is that just fundamentally not possible?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question. So technically, it should be feasible. Git itself has tools to do that. I've just, in practice, I've never ever seen it. I don't know if that's something specific to enterprise or not, but I guess really the thing is, like, I've never seen it happen, and so if you want to just throw up some illegal file somewhere in someone's repo, like, it's not going to get removed unless someone happens to find it and pisses off Nintendo or GitHub enough. But yeah.
How likely do you think it is that GitHub will find this video and try to take it down in some way? Like fix the solution of the repository?
I think they should fix it. I think this is something that, I understand why they do it, but I think it has some unintended consequences. I would like to say, I would never do a cybercrime, so just so you know. I think this isn't that they document, and it's something that's been covered so many times. They've probably gotten 1 million duplicates to the bug bounty because of this. So this is something that they're either stuck with or they've doubled down on. So I don't think this will change anytime soon. But please, GitHub, if you see this, prove me wrong. I mean, it is fun to play with, but still, it's...
Any more questions? Any more questions? Going once, going twice. Sold to James. Your time is given back. Thank you, James. Thank you very much for an interesting and well thought out talk today.
the last talk I gave last year, I was hoping and praying that there was some stuff happening in court. And I was praying that it was all going to get done by the time BSides happened. I could actually say some of this stuff out loud. It was not the case, so I had to sort of curtail it, and I did not allow photography. I couldn't say out loud before because it was sensitive. I didn't want somebody to go on Facebook and find this dude. I didn't want somebody to tip him off. I didn't want to interfere with an ongoing investigation. All that bullshit is over now. I can give you. I originally wasn't going to give this talk. I was pretty burned out on this, and I originally wasn't going to give this talk, and the BSides crew were like, no, can you please just tell us like what the hell actually happened with this? Like, don't leave us hanging. So thank you to the BSides crew for talking to me into doing this and getting off my ass and putting this presentation together. There's so many great people here. There's so many friends. There's so many good people. This is where I want to be today, and I promise you this is the last fucking talk I'll ever give on this subject for the rest of my life. I look forward to a lot of really boring regular cyber talks in the future, but here we go. So welcome to Bastardo Finale, wrapping up years of OSINT work chasing criminals on the internet. Hey everybody, for those of you that haven't met me, I am a regular old, I work in traditional IT. I'm a cybersecurity guy, I'm a server guy, I used to be a code guy, but I also do this thing on the side related to bikes, and it's called bikeindex.org. And I'm not going to go super into it, but it's a free nonprofit service that lets you register bikes in case they get stolen or before they get stolen. And then if you like encounter a weird bike somewhere, like in a pawn shop or on the street, or you're buying it off Craigslist, you can just do a real quick check and be like, I just want to make sure that this isn't a stolen bike. That's it. We do a lot of amazing work. It's been a lot of fun. But I do have a cyber background, but the thing I'm talking about today is related to this bikes thing. It's been around since 2013. It's nonprofit. It's just like me and 5 other nerds, and we've recovered $27 million worth of bikes, which blows my mind. We have like 1.3 million bikes in the system, tons of partners. It's very tech. It's a cool tech thing. I'd love to give that talk, but that's not why I'm here, and time is short. I'm here because as part of running that service, we get the most amazing intelligence on the most crimiest motherfuckers in the universe. Just people that are just criming so hard. And it just all comes our way, and we have this great 10,000-foot view of like who the bad guys are in what region, and we have all this priceless intelligence coming into us. So, long story short, and for those of you that have seen this before, you're going to see 2 or 3 slides that you're familiar with, and it's all brand new. Don't get bored. In 2020, I got this email, and it was an email that was sent to a bike theft victim out of the Bay Area. It said, "Hi, my name is Redacted. I'm a cyclist from Mexico. I'm sorry to inform you that your bike is in Mexico. Blank, blank to be exact. This bike is being sold at blank. You'll find your bike with the Fox transfer, blah, 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 blah. This mofo only sells stolen bikes, and all are from your area." And this is pretty intriguing because the mofo he was talking about was actually located in La Barca, Jalisco, in the center of fucking Mexico, which is 2,400 miles away from the Bay Area. So we were looking at bikes that had been stolen from San Jose, San Francisco, I'm sorry, not San Jose, San Francisco, Marin County, Oakland. And they were all showing up in La Barca, Jalisco, which is weird. We typically see them go state to state, maybe city to city, but transnational, it was a big difference. And the instant we started looking at this guy, it was complete overwhelm. Thousands of pictures, hundreds of bikes, almost all of them coming back to stolens that had been in our system. He did this thing where he region locked his Facebook page where you could only see the Facebook page if you were in Mexico, which apparently is a thing that Facebook will let you do. He'd post 10 to 15 posts a day. Each one of those posts had 10 to 20 huge-ass pictures of these bikes, and we were just hitting stolen, 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 stolen. This guy was like the Kaiser Soze of Bay Area stolen bikes. And weirdly, he's like affiliated. He's a cyclist. He's a biker. He's affiliated. He runs all these other Facebook groups related to cycling in Mexico, and it went from like, wow, that's interesting, to like, holy shit, who is this guy? Really fast. His Instagram is insane. One of the problems we had was that as he sold the bikes on his Facebook, he would get rid of the ads. He wouldn't advertise them anymore, but he had Instagram set up in such a way that those ads never went away. So, we went from, wow, this guy is interesting, to like, no, wow, this guy is making millions of dollars. Fuck this guy. Fortunately, he left an online footprint a mile wide. As a businessman and as someone who is doing lots of self-promotion and as someone who was involved in the cycling community, and had just left a lot of these ads up for somebody like me who's really into OSINT, and for the dozens of victims who were digging into this guy with us. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. I actually like to call, do y'all know what OSINT means? Open source intelligence, your crowd probably gets it. I call this guy an OSINT pinata. Because the minute you took a swipe at that dude, everything just fell out. I think in the first 15 minutes we had his name, his address, his email, his date of birth, his phone number, his license plate, and weirdly, the name of his bank, his account number, and the routing number. Because all these people were like, hey, Ricky, how do I pay you for this bike? He's like, oh yeah, here's everything about my bank, like screenshots, like it was nuts. So this is Ricky Estrada Zamora. He's an enormous bastard. I realize that this is being webcast, and potentially Ricky Estrada Zamora could see this video someday, so suck it, Ricky. I warned you, no kids. And again, this guy, you know, because he was running such a overt marketing operation and was really pushing and really advertising, it was really easy to triangulate around this dude. He runs it. He's an architect. And he has a Facebook page around his architecture business, which just leaked so much goddamn information. Like, hi, here's my house, here's my address, here's my living room, here's every room, like, here's my car, here's my, like, thousands of pictures. So getting a handle on this dude was not hard. It was an interesting OSINT journey for sure. And for those of you that have maybe are weirdly obsessive like me about particular things, you understand what it's like to go down that rabbit hole and stare at thousands of photos for a long time. But eventually, a couple months in, you know, we realized we're looking at a very long-running, very mature operation that he deals with transnational logistics. He's very marketing savvy. He advertises. He's good with promotion. He cooperates with other black market dudes in the same space. We were seeing him do consignment sales. So somebody in Juarez stole a bunch of bikes. When we're trying to sell them, Ricky would advertise those bikes on their behalf and take a cut of the profits, because we would see these same ads appear in the two separate places, but we knew the dude in Juarez was in Juarez, and we knew Ricky was down in Jalisco, which is weird. He takes e-payments, and he has branded fucking merchandise. He has hats, he has jerseys. Like, this guy is not hiding. This guy is incredibly overt, which, you know, works for me. So for the next 4 years, I had this daily grind where we would log in, we would capture every single ad that this guy posted, we would capture all the pictures, we would put this stuff into Google Sheets, we would find the victims, we would talk to those victims, we would talk to police, we would try to get somebody to care about this, but the sheer scope of this is just freaking overwhelming. Again, like 10 to 15 posts a day, 20 pictures per post, like that's a lot of information to capture, plus talking to victims, plus like I got a day job, this is a side thing, this is not my shtick. So we would capture the data, we would analyze that data, we would pick out bikes that were incredible slam dunks, incredibly unique, and we were seeing this pattern where a bike would get stolen on Monday and it would be advertised Tuesday for sale, but for sale in La Barca, Jalisco, which is also weird because we could tell from the photography on the left that the bike was still in the United States. So we're like, okay, we've got two operators here. There's the guy in Mexico, but there's somebody up here doing something up here. Along the way, we ran into a lot of stuff about this. So this guy was not subtle. Basically, like, hi, I do crime, I enjoy criming, let's talk about crime. So people would ask him, like, hi, how do you do that? Where do you get all this preciousness from? And he's like, he literally said, we have people getting robbed all over the world. And they would ask him, like, hey, you know, do you have an invoice for this? He's like, no, I don't have an invoice, my friend. Like, please, bitch, please. Like. So eventually, 4 years in, I crunched some stats on this dude. We had 34 gigs of information about this guy. Like, you know, we captured 3,000 ads for 608 bikes. We watched him clock just over $2.1 million, and that was in 2023. He has continued to operate, which we'll talk about here in a second. But point being, like, this is not chump change. These bikes are, you know, between $2,000, $4,000, $7,000, $8,000. And he's not taking the cheap stuff. He's taking the good stuff. Yes, we engaged with Facebook. We tried to get them to care. This is their response. We did all the stuff that you're supposed to do. We reported. We also chased up personal contacts of people. We talked to maybe a half dozen to a dozen engineers, people at the senior level, and they were worthless. Every single one of them was like, wow, that's super interesting. Like, that was literally it. I talked to one guy who was like, we're hoping to solve this with artificial intelligence. I'm like, we're giving you actual intelligence. You're not doing anything. So like, I don't know why we're having this conversation. But along the way, we were still really digging in on this guy, and we were seeing these recurring U.S. locations, and it's hard to explain how we know this is the United States, but after looking at maybe 10,000 of these, we knew this was U.S. side. We got super lucky one day, because Victor Victoriano is the name that appeared at one of the pictures that Ricky accidentally posted in one of his stolen bike batches. And this took me a minute to figure out, and this is what happens if you make a folder on your phone and you're looking at names of pictures in that folder. It puts the folder name at the top. And it was suspect because that picture was up for like 40 minutes and then he pulled it down. So we went looking, and he had a follower named Victor Romero, who runs or owns this entirely, I think he owns it, a transmission shop in San Jose called Topeki Transmission. Which is weird, because you go to this, it's a transmission shop in San Jose, and the pictures of all of this dude on bikes. It's Victor Romero on his bike, it's Victor Romero with bikes in the shop, it's him taking bike selfies, and that's weird. So we started eyeballing this guy's shop. The aerial views looked real promising. It looks kind of like the same industrial setting that we were seeing some of these former bikes in. The colors match up. Some of the other imagery that we were seeing had us pretty sure that this is probably the joint. The closer we looked at it, like, yeah, it's looking way promising. We were seeing sort of like details like doors and fences and whatnot. And then we got even luckier, because in one of this asshole's photos, he took a picture in a place he normally doesn't take a picture in. And for a long time, I stared at that picture on the left, trying to figure out what those weird metal things on the left were with the orange racks. Turns out they're transmissions at a transmission shop called Topeki Transmission in San Jose that is run by Victor Romero. So this was sort of the big, like, we had two big aha moments here. One, that this is the guy. This is the guy that gets all the bikes 12 to 24 hours after they've been stolen. Two, he's fucking stupid because he posted this picture, and both of these guys made these screw-ups. But again, those were one picture in 1,000, and we got lucky twice. It was also real easy because here's Ricky Estrada Zamora on Victor's Facebook page getting tacos in San Jose, where he's actually tagged, and he's wearing one of his branded hats with the Constrabike logo on it. So it became real easy real fast that these guys were connected. This is probably what we were looking at. This is the U.S. side guy. There's some sort of transport happening, and he's the guy that deals with the sales in Mexico. While we were doing this, Ricky just continued unabated. He was sourcing bikes from San Diego. At some point, he started sourcing bikes from Bend and Hood River and even Portland, Oregon. I was seeing bikes with stickers on them from bike shops that I've actually gone to here in Portland, which is kind of a huge insult. Here's the good part. Here's all the stuff I didn't get to talk about last time. Let's fast forward to February of 2024. Let's look at this federal indictment. Let's just read from this for a minute. So, what wound up happening was we eventually got a hold of a cop that actually cared about this, and that cop went way above and beyond and really dug into this, and he took a lot of the information that we sent him, and he served a search warrant on this guy that was incredibly fruitful, I will say. I will read from the indictment here. The defendant, Victoriano Romero, knowingly and willfully conspired with unindicted co-conspirator 1 and others known and unknown to the grand jury to acquire high-end performance bicycles that had been stolen by thieves from homes in the Bay Area, then transport those stolen bicycles from the Northern District of California to Mexico in a complex international fencing operation that resulted in the subsequent sale of those stolen bicycles in Mexico. Blah, 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 blah. Romero discussed stolen bicycles with UCC1 before purchasing them. Romero intended to sell the stolen bicycles to UCC1 living in Jalisco, Mexico for resale. At times relevant to this indictment, Romero ran an automotive shop in San Jose. At his shop, Romero photographed the stolen bicycles, sometimes on the same day they were stolen, and sent those photographs to UCC1. In turn, UCC1 posted photographs of the stolen bicycles on Facebook, where the stolen bicycles were advertised for sale in Mexico. Romero then arranged to have packaged up stolen bicycles transported, delivered to UCC1 in Jalisco, Mexico. Once the bicycles were delivered, UCC1 reassembled those bicycles and sold the stolen bicycles to customers in Mexico. UCC1 maintained a ledger listing the profits from selling the stolen bicycles and sent Romero a share of the profits from their international bicycle fencing scheme. There's one other highlight in this indictment that I want to read, and that is about the U.S. currency seized on or about April 2021, including approximately $206,646 seized from the defendant's person and automotive shop. So fuck that guy. So, right? But there's some weird things there. There's no Ricky. It's UCC1. He's unnamed in this indictment. And I kind of get it. And it was, you know, it was never entirely clear to me whether this wound up with the FBI because of the trans-border part of this or because of the dollar amounts. But it was, the indictment actually lists 9 bikes that are very specific to that particular jurisdiction. But we saw this guy sell hundreds. So it was a little annoying because, you know, to this date, Ricardo Estrada Zamora of Jalisco, Mexico, who runs Constro Bikes on Facebook, that name does not really appear anywhere in conjunction with this, except for Wired Magazine. We've been working with a writer at the very beginning when we've been blown off by like 30 different police agencies. We just said, you know what, let's do this in a different way. Let's just out this guy publicly. And we've been working with this amazing writer named Chris Solomon, who's written about bike theft before and is an amazing wordsmith. And he wrote that story, and then we had to sit on it for 4 years because of the indictment that I just read to you, because that indictment was happening at the time that we were ready to release the story. So if you haven't read this story, please remember this. Chris Solomon, West Coast fanciest stolen bikes getting trafficked by one mastermind in Jalisco, Mexico, which just lays it all out in absolute beautiful form. We also, when Wired published that piece and the indictment was done, we figured it was fair game, so we just published literally everything that we had on this dude. We wrote up a bunch of articles about, like, hey, here's this guy, here's what he does, here's this article, but then we also wrote articles specific to the particular areas that he had been criming in, along with a searchable database. So if you had had a bike stolen in the last 5 years and you wanted to know if this was the guy that was responsible for it, you could jump over to our database and look for the name, the model, the color, and you could click and you could see the pictures. It was super low tech. There was no amazing code here. There's no, this is quick and dirty, but it's low tech, high schadenfreude moment. And then the real fun began, and that was news coverage. So Wired, obviously, very big outlet, a lot of eyeballs. There is a piece of audio that I want to play here now that is from Chris Solomon's interview with NPR's Planet Money. They did a little piece on this called Tracking the Underground Bike Theft Economy. And the reason I want to play this is because they called Ricky up. We got his number, like, why not? Like, so at the very end, they called Ricky up, and if the AV guys will support me here, we're going to see if this is super loud. I'm sorry, I'll catch it.
Story ran and said they'd like to look into this some more. So far, even as of this morning, Ricky Zamora is still selling bikes on his Facebook page in Mexico.
But you managed to speak to Ricky Zamora, so tell me about that.
You know, that was, I think, the last call that we made in this story. He picked up the phone, first of all, and he denied everything quite politely at first and growing increasingly curt. But he denied knowing Victor, he denied knowing anything about bikes. And when we said, well, why does the federal government clearly think that you're involved? And he said, well, maybe because I'm a wonderful cyclist. And we said, well, what about this? What about that? And he said, maybe because I'm guapo.
Guapo, as in handsome.
He said handsome in English after that.
Right,
and,
that is
and then
hilarious.
He said, I don't have time for these questions. And he said something quite vulgar to the female translator and sexist and hung up the phone on us.
Hey, Ricky?
He's gone. He's hung up.
So do you think this is part of...
So just to recap, they called Ricky, who denied knowing anything about bicycles, said that the US government is interested in him because he's handsome, and then contradicting himself said maybe it's because I'm such a wonderful cyclist. Good logic there, Ricky. So TLDR, Ricky Estrada Zamora is a lying fuck. And again, this guy is literally hanging out on a Facebook page with the individual that he just denied knowing. I mean, the guy, in legal circles, they would say he's not credible. I'm willing to say it in a more direct fashion. Point being, the guy can't be trusted. He's just a crimey, Mr. Crime guy who does crimes because he enjoys crime. There was also, you know, weird, like LA Times picked this up. It's the weirdest thing to do you do all this work and you have this big moment, you put all this data out, you give all these talks, and you put it away. And you say, thank God, I don't have to deal with this anymore. And then you keep getting these phone calls that are like, hey, we want to talk to you about that thing. I'm like, that thing was 90 days ago. I'm kind of done. I don't want to move on. I got stuff I want to do. But it's the LA Times. So LA Times came and did a pretty interesting piece, and then the LA Times video, they have a video wing that will often pick up stories that are put in their print publication and then kind of run with them. So I did a video call as well with an LA Times reporter that they honestly did a pretty stunningly amazing job. They did some great graphics. Dealing with the press is such a weird thing. So many of them are gun shy because of litigation, so like Wired magazine had already named this dude, up and down, left and right. We already named this dude up and down, left and right. A lot of this coverage will never say his name. They'll refer to a cyclist in Mexico, a Facebook owner in Mexico, whatever in Mexico. They're just legally gun shy. So I'll say it again. Ricky Estrada Zamora of Jalisco, Mexico, who runs the Facebook page Comps for Bikes, is a lying fuck and a criminal. So if that helps any publication in the future get around their legal worries, just enjoy this video. There's also a lot of non-traditional coverage, which is super crazy. Like, there's all these weird Mexican TikToks that I don't entirely understand because it's all in Spanish, but it's weird to getting videos of yourself because they'll clip all the imagery out of these other stories and like, oye, eso del estilo del Brian Hans. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what's going on, but it sounds amazing. Like, tell me more. So that was kind of interesting. It ricocheted around for a while, and I did not get a ton of these screenshots, but there's Mexican cycling Facebook. There's lots of WhatsApp groups. This got picked up, and we could kind of see around the fringes that it was getting discussed and some of the stuff that was happening, and he was getting a lot of flack from people. You know the word Darvo? Anybody ever heard that before? So Darvo is I got that up here, it's a manipulative tactic used by abusers to avoid responsibility for their harmful behavior, and it stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender, and it's a thing that guilty-ass people do when they're guilty, and they don't want to feel like they're guilty. It's sort of a psychological response. At some point we expected, after a week of him getting beat up over this, we expected Ricky to either fold or disappear or, go away forever, all of which would have been fine. We've been waiting for months for one idiot at Facebook to just be like, hey, this guy shouldn't be on our platform, even though we spent the last 3 years trying to make that happen. To this date, that has not happened. But getting back to what I was originally talking about, Ricky did release a response. I'm going to do my best with it here. This is machine translated, and there's a lot of slang. So I can't always guarantee that this is going to be like 100% true, but I think you'll get the gist of it. So for everything I'm reading here is from his post. It says, "Dear clients and friends, it's a pleasure and honor to have you with us, your support for us always in every moment. As most of you know, last week I had a series of reports and yellow journalism pieces against us. From whom? A journalist from the USA who has a business page where he charges $5 per subscriber." I have no idea what he's talking about. Some years ago, he grew too much financially as a result of these yellow journalism pieces, starting with a colleague and well-known bicycle seller who is still active. I mention this business or that yellow journalism investigation because this time we were the ones harmed by it. Darvo, remember? Something similar happened, and it's not wrong. It's his business. Every time someone gains what they can, unfortunately, they talk about my family, and this is unacceptable. We will take legal action. The fuck you will, dude. Whatever. The details are that we Mexicans also contribute a great deal to that wealth, giving so much importance, and how? All at the cost of another Mexican who only found a hobby abroad different from his profession. So I assure you, in a few months, maybe years, Puma, I have no idea why the word Puma, I don't know, that was a translation thing. There will be another yellow journalism bulletin regarding another bicycle colleague, so on and so on and so on. How many Mexicans are registered on that page/business just for the sheer thrill of watching Troy burn? That's an actual quote. The USA has no ongoing investigation against us. We approached the competent authorities, and from the moment we showed them the publications and reports, they say that they had to pay a fee. They said, this does not apply, nothing against you. So much so, 2 months ago, we crossed the border for leisure, and no business or anyone anywhere stopped us without any problem. Yeah, try that again, buddy. We buy our bicycles from authorized places such as bicycle shops, flea markets, street markets, secondhand stores, and we pay a single entry fee or customs fee as well as all the taxes. We are Constru Bikes, and we are not leaving. We will not be affected by any business or anyone else. Cycling friends, this page is for everyone. Friends, always and whenever someone uses any journalism publication, we will invite you to remove yourselves from this page, and if you don't, we'll give you a little push ourselves. So that's Bastardo's voice. I think you can kind of get a sense of the man at this point. I think I painted a decent picture. And some time passes, and infuriatingly, nothing changes at all. His Facebook is still active. The account is not banned. He did take we watched him take a hit in the sales. Like, he's not posting as much stuff. He is not getting as many responses. He did take a bit, maybe like a 30 to 40% drop in what I would say like business traffic, but like, dude's still operating. You can fire up a VPN right now, look up Constru Bikes, go to Facebook, maybe leave him a negative review. Do me a favor. But I mean, the really infuriating thing about this entire process is that, after interfacing with dozens of Facebook people, after all this press, after a federal indictment, after publishing our own archives, after giving many talks at security conferences, after, what does it take to remove somebody from Facebook? And I think the answer is they don't. Like, they don't. There's nobody driving that bus. So that's fun. So meanwhile, I definitely won the burnout lottery on this one. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with these are small, tiny, hand-crocheted emotional support dumpster fires you can get on Etsy. I have been cranking on this thing for like 4 years, in nights and weekends, on my spare time, talking to countless victims, talking to, people that had been held up at gunpoint for their bikes, people who had been robbed, people who had been assaulted, shops that had been robbed. It's pretty intense, and it puts you in a weird position because you have all this knowledge and you want to share it with these people, but you can only give them so much because you don't want them to sort of overstep and ruin what is an ongoing sort of active investigation. And it's a real difficult place to be. And I was trying to keep a lot of things in my life going. I was trying to run this thing. We're trying to keep Bike Index as a business functional. Aside from this crazy, we're a nonprofit, so our budget is like $6 and a sandwich. It's just difficult. It just made things really hard. And at some point, I just woke up and was like, you know what, I'm done. I am so finished with this. I've put enough time into this. I've done everything I could possibly do. It's not my fault. Facebook sucks. Unless somebody here has enough cash to, buy a cruise missile on eBay, I don't think we're going to solve this anytime soon. But if you do, see me after the class. And I just wasn't feeling great. I was pretty mentally burned out, and I was physically burned out. And those of you that are familiar with this meme, Marcus Hutchins, Malware Bytes, there are two profitable cybersecurity courses. And one is how to get started in cybersecurity, and the second one is, okay, how to move into the woods and farm chickens. And that is exactly where I was at. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. I've been, I think I started the first precursor to Bike Index in 2000, 2001. So I've been at this 24 years. I made zero money at it. It's definitely a passion project. I've learned all sorts of amazing things. But at the end of the day, you gotta have a day job. You gotta have friends. You gotta have hobbies. You gotta, not lay awake at night wondering what big step is now on your shoulders to take the next day to take care of this thing. And at some point, you just kind of got to walk away. And that's where I hit. And I hit a real low point with Bike Index as well. It's a service that I co-founded. I put so much love and so much energy into it. There was some stuff happening at the management level that did not sit well with me. And we'd have this conversation, and it's like, guys, kind of busy with the Mexican federal FBI scary thing happening over here. I don't really want to do support emails or fill out PDFs. I gotta go do this thing. And I hit my threshold. So I basically walked away. I'm still, I jump in from time to time to help specific friends or people that have immediate needs for high value bikes that are sitting in their shop or something, but I have completely removed myself from working with bikeindex.org, which is probably the most difficult thing to get up here and actually say to a room full of people. But I had some fun too. So I learned all this crazy, weird OSINT stuff, and I met all these crazy, amazing OSINT people who, God, there's people out there doing this. I am a babe in the woods compared to some of these people. If you've ever read Bellingcat, who will like take a, they'll see a picture of a guy in the desert and they'll triangulate the sun and the moon, then they'll find his mom's maiden name, then they'll find his password. I'm just looking at pictures of bikes in Mexico. That's nothing special. There are practitioners out there that I really look up to, and I recognize it as a world that is, if you've never really looked into OSINT, look into OSINT. And, and we got a bad guy. We got a bad guy. Did we get every bad guy? No, we didn't. We got one of them, and I'll take that. And I understand that it's it's a function of where the guy was, and because he was a U.S. citizen, because these crimes happened in a certain district, and because there's a long list of variables that sort of wound up leading to that guy's eventual demise. We are watching. I mean, it's in the courts. It's gonna wend its way through the courts for the next 4 to 5 damn years, because that's just the American justice system. I'm subscribed to this neat little service that every time something gets filed with relation to that case, I get an email about it called Docketbird. But it is literally like, we filed a motion to move this from Wednesday to Thursday, 10 pieces of paper, and then Thursday, it's background noise. So I've really tuned out of it. Someday, somewhere, that guy is going to pay for what he did. And whether that means jail time, whether that means incarceration, I don't know what that means. But I'm not going to give that talk, so you'll have to go figure it out. And we got 206 grand. So yeah, like some of these guys took it in the shorts. So gracias for that, Ricky. Hope you're enjoying not having your 206 grand. Yeah, it's very seldom you read an indictment that has the word, we just seized 200K. Like, okay, that's a thing that happens. And I got to give multiple BSides talks, which is amazing. I got to speak at HushCon, and I got to give my first DEF CON talk at Recon Village, and that to me is bucket list item. I've been dreaming about that for such a long time. Thank you. There's some cool guys on this picture from here. My lovely partner came with me. It was her first DEF CON as well. We had an amazing time. It wasn't all doom and gloom, and it's not necessarily my personality to type to say, like, look on the bright side, but here I am looking on the bright side about this thing. So yeah, I'll take the wins where I can take them, and if, maybe karma will have a way of sneaking up sometime in the future without my intervention. I think bad people that do bad things eventually bring bad things upon themselves. So maybe it's not my problem, Maybe it's somebody else's problem. Somebody who can buy a cruise missile on eBay. But, this got me thinking, so I work in regular cyber, and I deal with, the same bread and butter shit we're talking about in all these other presentations, but dealing with this guy and dealing with this specific type of crime got me really thinking, it just kind of feels like it's all going downhill, right? Am I the only one? My phone is full of Chinese pig butchering scams, Twitter, don't even fucking get me started on Twitter, ranging from the crypto scams of the idiot that owns it to the quality of content to the people that have bailed. Instagram is full of scammers and dudes trying to sell me Xanax. Thanks, guys. And, Facebook is chock full of these, it's more pig butchering scam. Every single platform that I used to use and rely on is kind of just going completely to hell, and looking at these criminal dudes and sort of seeing the big picture with I think a lot of these services, willfully turn a blind eye to a lot of the stuff that happens because, abuse actors showing up and signing up to your platform still looks like growth. Line go up, even if line is a bunch of bots that are scamming people with pig butchering scams or selling crypto bullshit or anybody who's been to a Cory Doctorow talk is probably familiar with the term at the bottom, which is enshittification, which is also called platform decay. And it's a pattern in which online products and services decline in quality. Initially, vendors will create an amazing high-quality offering, and it'll attract a bunch of users. And then they degrade those offerings to better serve the business customers, not the users. And then finally, they will degrade the service to both the users and the businesses to just sort of maximize profits for their shareholders. And, you know, I feel like enshittification is one thing from a business perspective. I look at almost all these services through the crime perspective. Who are the threat actors that are operating on them? What is the company doing about them? Do they even have support people that you can talk to? You know, does their reporting process work? Is there a reporting process? You know, are the people that are manning that process morons? Like, is it AI? Is it a script? Is it, and like, Cory Doctorow has a point from the business perspective, but I sort of see crime as the indicator species of like, is your service good or bad? Are you enshittifying? Are you basically allowing terrible things to happen at the expense of your users because somewhere in a dashboard in, you know, Cupertino, someone sees line go up, so they don't care. So that's probably a whole ass other talk. I'm not going to give that talk today. But when you start looking at it through crime metrics, it definitely gives you a real interesting take on the state of the state today. And I don't see it getting better anytime soon, which is unfortunate. The big takeaways from this whole experience, you know, this is one guy. He was the biggest guy. He was the most interesting guy. He's literally Bastardo Grande, but there's like a billion other dudes like this that we track in Portland and Seattle and Denver and Austin, Texas and Columbus, Ohio and the Eastern Seaboard and North America and South America and fucking, I mean, they're everywhere. And there are, these guys are more close to my community and more likely to impact people I actually know than these crazy Russian threat actors that get all the fancy names, and then we get trillion-dollar budgets to chase after, you know, GRU-backed information, disinformation guys. But like, that's one thing. This is the kind of guy that's gonna scam my dad, or, you know, my parents, or my friends, or this is the kind of guy that's gonna like support the ecosystem that breaks into your house. Like, this is the kind of guy that's profiting off of, you know, guys jumping out of cars in Oakland doing armed bike jackings, like, and there's not a whole lot of stuff out there tracking these guys. We collected a huge amount of intelligence on this guy and guys like this. I even did an amazing project with some PSU students here to basically build a little baby. We have so much threat intelligence about these guys that I worked with students here to build a platform, a threat intelligence platform about bad guys operating in the crime space, so we could share that information with you know, law enforcement and other people that, like bike shops and other people that sort of work in this sphere who want to know, like, you know, this guy walked into my shop and maybe his payment's not right. Should I be worried about this? There's really nobody doing that. There's trillions of dollars of budget for all the crazy threat intelligence stuff out there, but all these crazy crimey dudes on the ground that get to operate on these platforms with impunity where there's no checks and balances, no one's really tracking those guys. And pre-burnout, I thought, you know, maybe there's an opportunity here. What if, and hear me out on this, you know, you had a federated relationship with a bunch of your friends and a bunch of people in your community, and those people in that community could contribute, you know, IOCs, but in this case, they're indicators of crime. Things like phone numbers, things like emails, things like names, things like Facebook pages, off-rep pages, Instagram pages, you name it. And what if, you know, you just had a browser that was aware of that? What if what if you could give your mom and dad a browser that if they open up Craigslist and they're looking at an ad for a couch, your browser could say, no, fuck this guy. I recognize that phone number. He's a bad guy. Because we know the platforms aren't going to do it. We know Facebook isn't going to do it. We know Craigslist sure as fuck isn't going to do it. It's up to us. They have no interest in stopping this kind of thing. I went down a real deep thought well, thinking about that kind of thing for a long time and thinking, maybe this is my next. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go. I think I may have had enough. So if anybody wants to talk about that idea, I'd love to give you that idea. I'd love you to run with it. But I really think, you know, I'm of a certain age and I can see the arc of what's going on here with these services and the arc of what's going on with these platforms. And this whole experience is just sort of that writ large. It's not going to get any better. If somebody doesn't invent a solution fast, they're just going to ruin everything. They're just going to poison the well. And as someone who's enjoyed that well, I would hate to see that happen. So So yeah, that's my big talk on Bastardo Grande. I want to say a lot of thank yous. Thank you, obviously, BSidesPDX. This is my 3rd time here. I swear to God, I'm never giving this talk again. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Chris Solomon, the writer I spoke about, who had the incredible patience to wait 4 years to get paid for his work and sit on this thing for a long time and not tell anybody about it. Like, man, thank you. 503 Hacks, obviously. That's where you can get a hold of me. And yeah, thank you very much. I am happy to say that this is the last time I'm ever going to need these notes. I'm done. There's a mic for questions. So yeah, I think for the stream people, you got to come up and talk to the mic.
Hey, so first of all, thank you for giving so many of these talks.
Thank you.
They're amazing every time.
My punch card's full now. I get a 5th talk free. So,
So I've never used Facebook Marketplace. I'm curious, are they getting commissions or something off of?
They do not. They receive a cut of the advertising that's related to those ads. The thing is this guy doesn't have a marketplace page. He just has a page for himself where he lists prices and puts ads, which sort of makes it hard to track. Facebook is not one of the people that takes a cut of the transaction. There are services that do take a cut of the transaction, like OfferUp, where they're actually handling money and playing middleman. Facebook is just it's just sheer volume and advertising because they're showing you related ads and they're obviously collecting all your metrics and selling it to Russians so they can fuck with your next elections. They're making their money in other ways.
So for them, literally the only upside is just the marginal engagement off.
The only upside that they get is that this guy generates traffic and traffic is money.
Wow.
The end.
All right.
And despite maybe some magical Facebook engineers out there watching this stream right now, like, do your fucking job, dude.
Yeah. Somebody
I'm
said that he was
begging you.
doing something supportive of sex work, he'd be gone in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I get it. Like on the list of bad shit that Facebook has done, ranging from like arms sales to child exploitation to drug sales to murder to human voting interference, election, bikes are like way the fuck down here. I get that, but like when it's something so overt and something so documented and something so plainly criminal, where he's like, I love crime, like you just think like, dear God, I've worked for companies, I run services, and there's like a certain level of abuse that happens, but at some point, like, our shtick has always been finding cyclists in whatever community we're dealing with. And they're like, oh, yeah, this is terrible, let's fix this. Boop, let's delete the guy, let's do the thing. And in this case, we talked to probably half a dozen of them, and they're just like, that's not how our machine works. Our machine, doesn't work. Except if you want to sell drugs, guns, child exploitation, human trafficking, election interference, that works great for that. It just doesn't work for dealing with the bad guys that are making millions of dollars off of stolen bikes. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So what actions made the most impact in your case, and do you have any advice for individuals who are trying to build out records and get something off the ground?
Yeah, the biggest... The slam dunks we found, and I had to cut a bunch of these slides out, were bikes that had the name of the owner on them, and they had a really unique name, or where they fucked up and they put a couple pictures that actually had serial numbers, and they were bikes that were of a certain dollar amount. So there's like felony level, so we would find 10, 20, 30 bikes, and maybe 2 of those bikes were something you could call up a victim, and that victim could call a cop, and the cop would be like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of interested in this. Tell me more about this. So we hit this trifecta of high dollar value, absolute 100% truth, and then video evidence. We had a lot of video evidence of these crimes. One of the craziest fucking, I didn't have time to put it in here, but one of the craziest fucking videos we have is this guy in the Bay Area who scales someone's fence and then drops down in front of the security camera, and before going to rob the house, he gives himself the sign of the cross and kisses this thing and goes, and I'm like, you are fucking kidding me. I got this on tape? Yeah! Like that, that's pretty cool. So it basically comes, and we got brushed off for a good 2.5 years. Every single cop that we talked to, you said the word Mexico, and they went, that was it. Until the one guy who was he's in the burglary wing, so he's like, this is actually very relevant to my interests. I see it up here, you're catching the tail end, let's figure out what's happening in the middle. And I didn't shout him out enough in the talk. I don't really want to name him because he's pretty... I think he prefers to do what he does in the dark, and he's probably sick of hearing from me, and he's sick of my name. But if he ever watches this video, thank you, dude. You went above and beyond. There's like 150, 200 victims that owe you tons, and that search warrant made all the difference. So thank you. You know exactly who you are. Honestly, sometimes it's just writing it out until you find that one person. So whatever service you're thinking about starting, or whatever you're going to talk to me afterwards, please do. Sometimes you just got to grind long enough. You get that one phone call who someone is actually in a place of power to do something. And sometimes it takes 3 years, and sometimes you get burned out. So, yeah, thank you for the question.
After Q&A is over, would we all like to get on stage and say, fuck you, Ricky, and
Oh
flip
my
him up?
God, yes, please. Oh my God. Come on, this is the one time you get to insult a crimey dude to his face. Get up here. This is like Kumbaya, but different. One, uno, dos, tres. Fuck you, Ricky Estrada. Laura. I just got chills. Thank you so much. Again, if anybody has questions that maybe they don't want to shout it into the mic, I'm happy to field questions afterwards. And thanks for listening to me blather on about this for 3 years. I am absolutely done. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, BSides.
Thank you. So basic premise of the talk is just how I turned a farming simulator video game into a incident responder's worst nightmare. Having your entire company popped through a video game. Just quick overview on who I am. Currently freshman, first year at Oregon State University, working on getting my degree in cybersecurity. Yay, security club. Woo! Packet hacking village volunteer this year, and avid volunteer other villages where I can. Quick show of hands, who knows what Stardew is? Great. Perfect. So how many of you have downloaded the modding API and used a mod? Great. Have fun. Just as an overview, Stardew Valley is a 8-bit style farming simulator. You go through, progressing through years, getting different plants, and just growing crops. Also happens to have a very avid modding community, which is where I get to have fun. Why? Ego, stupid ideas, curiosity, delusions, a lot of that. And shitposting potential. Really great opportunity to shitpost. Why? C#, lots of Red Bull, fairy dust, and more delusions. How does the modding API work? Well, apparently it can respond you can have it trigger on certain points when like different things run, like an update tick, you move your character, whatever. So I decided, all right, fascinating, dig a little bit deeper. How do I turn this into an info stealer? Clearly I have access to all of this. How do I turn it into something malicious? Well, first, it's C#. Let me just test if I can make a folder. And then it worked. So I was like, great, let's keep going. Can I take data? Well, if you have Steam, if you have Stardew, you have Steam, unless you're using a cracked version, in which case your machine is already riddled with malware. So clearly, my edition won't matter. Then, your browser history is mine, and passwords, and cookies. Everything is just mine. C#, I can just use built-in Windows functions to find folders and just copy the file over. And then, at this point, I was surprised that no alarms had been set off through Defender. Really quiet, so I decided I would get really loud. I'm pulling the username, the MAC address, the IP address, basic system information that should make a lot of noise. Kept working. No issues. So, fine. HTTPS request at this point. Like, just something. Just exfiltrated data through a basic HTTPS request. Still nothing. C2. Most logical next movement path is just turning it into a C2. So, back to that first point. The mods can be triggered once per update tick. How long is an update tick? 7 seconds. So it's not the fastest C2, but it still works. So just make yet again another basic HTTPS request, really clear out there, making environment variables, at this point I was just trying to make noise and get something to trigger, and I couldn't. So loudest, like just run a command possible. It's not doing anything. I am just starting a process named CMD, telling it to hide the window, and then running my command, taking the output and putting it into a string, and then exfiltrating it through an HTTPS request again. Because yet again, all of this can be run for like 10, 15 minutes and nothing is getting triggered through Defender. Oh, and it's just run through that very top line, helper events game loop on game launch. That's the one line that hooks all of this to function. Why do I think it works is because it's under a trusted process. So Defender just opens the door wide open. It's running under Stardew, which is signed and trusted, so it doesn't care what DLLs, what anything else is being started from that process. It just knows that it's trusted and goes, awesome, welcome in. So, wrong way. Demo. Absolutely not. I said I'm delusional. I'm not that delusional. This should be the sped up version. It might not be. It's been a long few hours. I'll put the button down. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was really cool. It's on me. I can now focus on what the console is doing. So you can just see that it just, in the few seconds that it took for the game to fully start up, I collected all of that information and threw it back to my server with no noticeable difference in update. And now you can watch me run in circles like a maniac. But it just runs, and it shouldn't. You shouldn't let this run. I should not be able to start my own processes through a video game. I don't know why it worked. So why does all of this matter? Well, there's a lot of open source Stardew mods. I can just take that, take my malicious stuff, throw it in there, package it, and make it some proprietary special mod and just take all of your information. Terraria also has an open source C# modding community. Pretty sure it has the same issue. Minecraft. I mean, most of us probably heard what happened in Minecraft last year where they had that worm that went through it and just infected other mods. Now you can have that and a C2. So enjoy. Yay! Questions? No, that was, so when I first tested it, if I go back, it might make a small noticeable difference, but the noticeable difference I had was I forgot the async part the first time, so it halted the game until it was finished making the request, which made me realize need to fix that. Yeah, I assume that is probably why I. Okay. Hey, it still worked. Like, now I just depend on user error, which is prevalent. I didn't have time to add the screenshot, but there was one recorded issue where a Stardew-related thing got triggered by Defender, and all of the forum comments were just, exclude it, it's fine. So there's enough complacency for me to work. I didn't have time to work on Terraria, but it's just, I mean, I don't remember the company, but a company recently got popped because an employee used a cracked version of Beam or a Beam mod, so a driving game. So there's enough people doing this and not checking because they just assume every mod is fine that it just opens up a whole new realm of intrusion. I don't have experience in that, so I would not know. Honestly, it started as a shitpost that went way too far and took way too much effort. Like, genuinely, this started as, great, I'm gonna, like, take my friend's browser history and just fuck with them, too. I'm doing a presentation the week I had midterms. which there's a few I believe do, but it also falls on there should be better sandboxing. A DLL running under a game should not be able to just take browser information. There's no reason I should be able to, or be calling home. Like, I shouldn't need to be making web requests for a farming game. Works great for me, but shouldn't. I did not, because I do not believe this is inherently a vulnerability. It is just an unintended feature, because I don't know if this falls under Stardew or the modding API to Sandbox, but either way, if it's just C#, like, maybe have something that is a little bit, I don't know if it's higher or lower level, but takes more like interpretation can be better suited to not have this happen. Next time I have a life, I'm a first year. I have a midterm on Monday. Can I go home now?
Thank you, guys. My name is Mike Stringer. I'm a Red Team and consultant member from Online Business Systems, probably one of the biggest global companies in security that nobody has ever heard of. We're based all over the United States, and this is my talk on license to pwn, how two Muppets infiltrated a Fortune 500 company in under 6 hours. So a little background for this talk. This was actually my first attempt at a red team while also being the leader and like resident expert in red teaming for this company. So it's like talk about trying to build a plane while you're flying it. This was like my prototype trying to create red teaming, and the first actual engagement that we did in the wild with me and my co-conspirator, as we'll call him. And it turned out to be an amazing success. And the purpose of this talk isn't really to show you anything novel or like explain any crazy new exploits or super creative ways to do things, but rather to show how approachable red teaming actually is for someone who has never seen it, never done it, and never thought that like it was something that they could even get involved in. So hope you guys enjoy it, and let's get started. So this is a little bit about myself. Like I said, my name's Mike Stringer, Principal Consultant and Offensive Security Services Expert for online business systems. I lead the red teaming engagements and train my team, as well as am the SME for social engineering and network penetration testing, protocol analysis, and exploit development. So long-winded background of everything that I do for this company. I established this red team, or did this first service back in 2019, so this is quite some time ago now. And I've been doing, hacking and playing with this stuff for a little over 12 years professionally now. I'm also a former Army vet, if that is, a little fun fact about myself. I'm a big gamer, and I've often been caught saying client's gonna client as one of my favorite ways to describe how irritating some of them can be. This is my co-conspirator, Josh Anderson. He is no longer with us, but he was instrumental in actually making this engagement happen, so I could not do this talk without giving him an honorable mention and telling you a little bit about him. Plus, you're going to be seeing him on screen a few times. He is with Leviathan Security and has been a red teamer for a little over 7 years now, working in the security space. He's really big into car hacking, RFID, and wireless hacking and stuff like that. And he's also a speaker at Boulder BSides. So if there's anybody from the Denver area, or if you like to go down there, that's where he's from, and he's big into those spaces. Super chill dude. He made me say that. But yeah, he's a good friend and just an all-around awesome security consultant that if you get a chance to meet him, tell him that Mike said hi. This is the talk. Welcome to the deep end of red teaming. This is like I said, is the first time that I actually went into a red teaming engagement, and trying to do that for the first time while supposedly being in charge was possibly the most intimidating task that I had laid upon myself for this job. So this talk is going to include all of the costs, assumptions, embarrassing mistakes, glorious triumphs, hilarious stories, and lessons learned from my team's very first attempt at red teaming assessments, which unfolded over the course of a year for one of our biggest clients. As you might have guessed from the title, they're in the Fortune 500, so this was a pretty intimidating client to be working with, and really, really did not want to screw that up. The scariest part of this engagement for myself and my co-conspirator was that this was our first ever solo red teaming engagement. We'd never done physical red teaming. We'd never gone to the physical domain. We were just through and through pen testers. So we had always experimented and dreamed of it, but it wasn't something that we intimately knew. The only things that we knew how to do really well was pen testing, privilege escalation, phishing, and things of that nature. So possibly our biggest fear, and probably the fear of everybody else who started in red teaming, was that you'd get caught instantaneously and the whole engagement would be a wash. And maybe this isn't a unique experience, and maybe it is, but I created this talk despite how intimidating this engagement was for us, and we're really proud of what we were able to achieve in that time. And just caveat, bear in mind that everything that you see in this talk is anonymized to an extent, so some of the pictures are from the real thing, some aren't. Just, caveat, we got to protect our client's identity. So quick high-level overview. This talk is essentially going to be a brief 101 tutorial on red teaming, educating red teams that are just starting out, or even groups that are thinking about implementing their own red team, showing you what the budget and cost is of getting started, your essential needs, and to make red teaming overall less intimidating. And hopefully we'll have some fun at the same time. So why do we red team? The first thing that we have is our mission as red teamers. A lot of us would definitely say, like, drink all the beer, hack all the things. But really what our mission here is to place the physical, technical, and operational controls of our client under its maximum stress load as far as we are able to provide, essentially giving our client exposure to what it's like to be under assault by a state-sponsored threat actor, APT, something that is a serious threat to major corporations, and see how they actually fare against a real threat in the wild. And the purpose of this is to help our clients with their security maturity and give them a little bit of insight to how functional their security programs actually are, as well as how it stacks up against somebody like me or like, you know, APT 2000 Infinity or whatever overseas. The goal of this is to compromise systems and data by any means necessary, and above all, main stealth. We don't want to get caught up until we struggle so much with getting caught that we're kind of scared and we want to like throw our client a bone and say like, hey, you caught us 3 days later, which you'll see more of in just a second. And then the final thing is that we want to evolve as red teamers, and both for ourselves and for our clients, because threats and defense are, like everybody says, a cat and mouse game where we're constantly trying to get one over on each other, and that is what this is all about. We're trying to constantly get better at what we do because it's what the world needs for security to progress and because it's what we love. So this is the red teaming 1, 2, 3s. Most people in here who have even read the overview of the OSCP exam guide or anything like that is probably familiar with the 4-step methodology of reconnaissance, analysis and scanning, exploitation, and then privilege escalation and persistence. These are the steps in which you take in order to progress through any engagement, and this is 101, the thing that you need to know how to do, at least at the basic level, so that you are as prepared for your engagement as possible. Reconnaissance, is both passive and active to an extent. Passive being what you can find out without interacting with your target, and active being direct interaction with the target. So scanning, whether it's port scanning or service analysis, or just calling them up and saying hey, tell me about your business, and things like that. So anything that touches your target, that's active. Anything that you can do on the OSINT side, that's passive. The analysis of determining what is actually a plausible attack scenario, finding where the weaknesses are, what the use cases are, what potential there is to exploit something, and then actually executing that exploit is the third step, trying to gain access, get your foothold, and penetrate the initial outer shell of your target. And then finally, to enact persistence, gain a reliable method to maintain that connection or stay resident there. For most pen testers, this is very standardized, and there's plenty of tools of how to do this. We could go on forever about how this is done in the real world. For the physical domain, however, this is a little bit more nuanced, and you have to figure this out on the fly a lot of times because there's only so much you can find out in the physical domain from outside because you don't have eyes inside the organization to an extent. And part of what you'll learn in this talk is that the biggest component of the success in this is how much of the recon you are able to do in order to set yourself up for success later on. When we started this engagement, we basically had nothing except our hobby gear that we got because we loved playing with this stuff. Between myself and Josh, our gear was we had a few basic tools that we like to play with, but there are some essentials that you need in order to make this engagement a success. It varies how far you can go with certain things, but these are what I would consider the essentials to make this a success overall. So a Raspberry Pi kit, which you can get super cheap ones, but this is a fully contained kit, will cost you around $100 to $120-ish. And the purpose of this is to act as a leave-behind device, because in the physical domain, you're only going to go this far as a persistent threat if you can't get in by any other means. If you have to go to the physical domain, you don't want to stay there. You just want to get in, drop a shell, get the hell out. You don't want to expose yourself any longer than necessary, and we as a red team want to simulate that exact threat. So a Raspberry Pi is literally all you need to be able to set something like this up. Second is a way to drop shells effectively. I can't think of a more effective or seamless way to do it in a matter of seconds than with a rubber duck, or what I prefer is a Malduino. A Malduino is basically a rubber duck, but the benefit of a Malduino is that it has a dip switch that you can select multiple payloads, so you can have one for Windows, for Mac, and you can have a variety of different shells for if you prefer Metasploit, Coatic, don't crucify me, but PowerShell Empire, and any number of any other C2 tools that you might be familiar with. You can have a payload on this thing for each one, and you can select it as you go. Also in the physical domain, something that's extremely helpful is a way to get through locked doors reliably. This won't work 100% of the time, but if you need to get out of difficult situations, a door shim is absolutely indispensable. The reason why, which you'll see soon, is that you can't always get into a place with a door shim, but 9 times out of 10, you can exit a building or get outside of a door as long as you're on the as long as you are on the side of the door that is swinging out, you can exit the building. And because of fire code, that means that if you're stuck in a stairwell, stuck in a man trap-ish scenario, or like a foyer, you can always get back out even if the door is locked 9 times out of 10. I can't say always, but this tool is extremely useful. And then for more mature clients that have RFID and stuff like that, in this talk or this engagement, we used a Proxmark for RFID badge cloning and emulation. But now that the Flipper Zero is a thing, like the Flipper Zero is not only cheaper and replaces the Proxmark 3, it actually also replaces the Malduino at the same time and a bunch of other tools if you buy the add-ons. So like skip the Proxmark, the Flipper can do everything that you want. It's an amazing tool, and I absolutely love playing with it on a daily basis just because it's so much fun, plus cute dolphin animations. So the next thing that you need as a red teamer is you have to set up command and control infrastructure, C2. Command and control is any server or external host which is able to act as a centralized host for receiving connections from exploited hosts and systems in your target environment. This, there was actually just previously an awesome talk on living off the land with C2. There's a number of C2s you can use. Like I said, Metasploit is what I tend to go with, but there's tons and tons of these out there. It's really dealer's choice which kind you prefer to use for your exploitation, and it's always evolving. So every threat hunter knows that there's going to be a different type of malware that you're going to have to face like every other weekend. Red teamers are doing that because it stops working. So not really any point in me focusing in on any one C2 as the best, but just understand that this is something you'll have to change as your service grows and time goes on. You can also consider a lot of infrastructure choices and options. I went with DigitalOcean in this case, but like anything where the provider doesn't ask too many questions that make you uncomfortable is a good choice. DigitalOcean worked for us. AWS is also pretty good. Rackspace, anything that gives you infrastructure as a service can work for this purpose. And depending on what your team is familiar with, like anything can work here in this instance. And I did give some honorable mentions to Metasploit Framework, PowerShell Empire, and Coatic. Like these, like I said, they're constantly going to be changing. So if you're looking for something new, or if these are just becoming a hassle for you, you can go on to any number of blogs out there in order to find something. Or if you have money like that, you can just get Cobalt Strike and one and done. Cobalt Strike is, I don't use it, but I see the price tag and it kind of like just makes me faint on sight. But it's known to be extremely effective, and they're constantly updating their payloads, so it's able to evade antivirus reliably. Kind of breaking down the actual costs of this equipment, if you're like bare bones essentials is all that you can really afford, about $200 is what you should expect to spend between your C2 server monthly costs, a bad USB, whether that's the Rubber Duck or Malduino, door shims, Raspberry Pi kit, and then just some free software that you can get off of GitHub for actual exploitation purpose. And then things that I find additionally helpful is a set of lockpicks, especially rakes, are exceptionally helpful in these instances. Flipper Zero, can't say enough good things about that. Some Wi-Fi cards, a cheap clipboard, and a little mini Wi-Fi keyboard to kind of help you with configuring your Pi, because I guarantee you that's going to take you longer than actually getting into the client site is making your Raspberry Pi work. So something to kind of like take the edge off as you're trying to get into that shell and just nothing wants to work. And if you just have money burning a hole in your pocket, there's some other fun toys that you can get that also help but aren't necessarily required in order to make this kind of engagement a success. Land turtles are awesome, if you've heard of that. Cat sniffers, Uber tooths for hijacking Bluetooth keyboards and doing man-in-the-middle keyboard injection stuff. That's all fun. And one fun toy that we had was a badge printer that was also very useful for this particular engagement, but those are pretty expensive. Also not necessary, but very good for creating a convincing ID. But if you're, stuck in a pinch, if you have like a badge ID holder, like a carrier, I was going to show one for demonstration, but I misplaced it somehow. You can just literally slip a piece of paper with your face on it in front of the RFID card that you get as a blank, and that will work just fine. I have literally talked my way into more locations just because I couldn't get my badge printer working, and I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna print it out at the hotel conference center. And I've gotten in many times that way. So let's actually move on to the methodology steps and how we actually start doing this. By far, Google is perhaps the most helpful thing that you can have on your side when it comes to doing reconnaissance. It's indispensable and also very much required for getting this right. Like I said, your engagement is only going to be as successful as your preparedness as far as reconnaissance goes. Some essential things that you do need is do a little bit of groundwork with Google Satellite and Google Street View. These are extraordinarily helpful because you can actually zoom in pretty good with these tools. Thank you, Google Van, for driving past my client's site like right up to the front door so that I could see that it was covered in CCTV cameras and that I didn't even want to bother going in there because the front door, oddly enough, is closed completely and nobody's allowed to go in the front door. So it would have looked extremely weird trying to get in. You can also rely heavily on social media, and I emphasize doing this because it can yield some amazing low-hanging fruit. LinkedIn, if you just go and befriend or connect with people on LinkedIn, this gives you so much information into the company. People expose what services, software they use on LinkedIn. Plenty of the red teamers in the group will be aware of this, but you can also like scrape out the pages of LinkedIn and make assumptions of what their email scheme is like and just get a full list of emails. And you'll find out social engineering is very important in this type of engagement, but we're just kind of glossing over that and focusing on the physical. But it's definitely something to look into if you're not already doing it. And while you are at it, make sure that you are identifying what kind of access your target is using for your physical domain. Like if they have RFID badges, go onto their social media pages. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen somebody with a great big glowing badge on their front smiling as they're posing at a party. And it's hilarious because they just given me the ID template that I need to just talk my way past a guard without having any access whatsoever. There's a list of other helpful tools. Hunter.io is kind of like a sales assistance tool. It's really just for collecting corporate emails and stuff. You can use this as well, but it also will tell you what the address scheme of the company is. So, and that's totally free. You don't have to pay for that tool. It'll just tell you like, oh, it looks like they use first name dot last name, and that's their email scheme at domain.com. And you can use that to churn out a list of emails and start going further with that however you see fit. And then scrapedin.py is a tool that I created with another former colleague. This is available on GitHub, just at github.com/scrapedin/scrapedin, and that's a pretty useful tool. We didn't put our names on it or anything, so, you know, this is just between us. I just don't want to get a bunch of angry phone calls from LinkedIn, like, stop scraping our website. It's whatever, man. Like, if it's on the internet, it's free. So, and then, of course, Shodan. Shodan is just all-around awesome Internet of Things analysis and mapping tool. If you don't have a key to it, it's $20. Do it. It's an amazing tool. There's no reason not to get this, even for your regular pen testing engagements. It's super useful. So now we move on to the active part of the physical domain, where you actually start casing the place, trying to figure out what level of access is necessary to get a foot in the door, so to speak, is like the first part where your blood pressure starts to rise. And there's a few ways to do it right, a few ways to do it wrong, but I found out that there's a lot of things that you can get away with, which we'll talk about in a second. But some things that you look for. You want to be looking for hidden entrances. Major points of entry are critical. And think about, like, watching the foot traffic of your target, finding out where people are going and how they are getting into the building is really important, because, like I said earlier, the front door of this place was totally unused. Nobody used it. It was locked. There was no guard. It was just shut down. Nobody get in through the front door. Everybody parked in the back of the building and walked in from that side. Have we not been sitting there watching this place and like, where is everybody? We wouldn't have figured that out. And we would have tried to walk in the front door. That's actually would have probably given us away. Checking out where CCTV blind spots is also extremely helpful. Some have shielding, but if it's like an obvious one like you see on screen where it's like you know where it's pointed, you can get a good idea of where there might be blind spots so you can sit somewhere and be comfortable while you just analyze the physical domain of this place and kind of watch the outer shell. And while you're at it, if your former OSINT phase wasn't successful in like capturing pictures of badges, I have also had success just with a smartphone camera, taking a quick snapshot of somebody as they walked past me in the parking lot. You can get badges that way too. It's a little bit conspicuous, but you can get away with it if you're discreet. So the next part of this was figuring out our other entrance. So I talked about the side entrance before. It was a cafeteria side type thing with an outdoor patio. The main entrance was security guarded. There was a person sitting behind a desk with access to cameras and everything. He had a badge log, which we didn't know at the time, but he was watching people as they scanned their badges in to see that they were a legitimate person. Pops up a picture of their face and everything. So it was actually something that we didn't know was there. So we were going to have to get creative on the fly once the guard realized we weren't on the list, so to speak. And they also had a very good hard visitor escort policy in place as well. So trying to talk our way past the front door was going to be difficult. So this is the side entrance that we get a better look at from here. This is actually from the neighbor's parking lot. So the neighboring location was it's funny. The neighbor's parking lot was closer to this door and the entire building than the actual employee parking lot. The employee parking lot was 150 feet away in the back behind the building, and their neighbor was literally just 20 feet away from this side entrance cafeteria, and like you could even see the glass windows of all the executives working on the top floor, which I thought was pretty funny. So it was easy enough for us to just go walk over there. This is actually a Google Street View image, as a matter of fact. You could just go here and see there's some garage doors, which weren't always open, but over there on the left, there by the trees, there's some picnic tables. And we noticed that like not many people were using them, but we're like, ooh, there's a side entrance there that we can't see. And you also can't see it in the picture, but there's like some stairs that lead up here to the patio area. There's another hidden entrance over there. And that was a second way in that we were looking for. As you're doing this, like you're kind of thinking up scenarios of like, well, what's plausible? What can I do? Like if I go through the main entrance, I'm going to have to like tailgate somebody, or I'm going to have to talk my way past the guard. That's going to be difficult. That's kind of scary. Over on the side, it's not so scary to just like walk up and like pretend like you're having a cigarette or talking on the phone or something and just waiting for somebody to open the door and slip right in. And you can get into a lot of locations this way just by looking for unattended entrances that people come and go from as a matter of convenience. So while we were doing this, we also were doing some Wi-Fi analysis of the client, and you'd be surprised how many engagements you can have some success on just by getting Wi-Fi access. It's why those Wi-Fi antennas are important. But it also is a difficult landscape if you're on the outside because sometimes you're really far away from the building. So we spent a great deal of time trying to figure out what this client's wireless infrastructure was. We were kind of obvious, I would think, sitting there with a ton of antennas just poking out of the windows of our car while we just sat there on our laptops and employees are walking past us. I wish that I had requested some tinted windows because I was shaking in my shoes, expecting somebody to be like, yo, there's these two weird dudes sitting in the parking lot. They look like they're from Mission Impossible. What the hell is this? And I was just petrified that we were going to get busted. We sat in the parking lot with antennas sticking out of the windows for 6 hours. Nobody said a damn thing. Anyway, onto the actual Wi-Fi attacks themselves. While we were going through the wireless route, keep in mind that we've been doing work with this client for a long time, so we had some knowledge of their internal environment. Like we knew they were using WPA EAP for their authentication. We were probably not going to get in, so we didn't have to waste a whole lot of time, but we were doing reconnaissance at the same time, and we did it to say that we did it. But if you're dealing with a truly mature environment where they require a red team, chances are Wi-Fi is going to be closed off to you. It's not going to be that easy, but you never know. So it's always worth giving it a shot. And also, you want to at least have the ability to like analyze who's coming and going, because in some instances, even a good configured network, you can still grab some usernames and stuff like domain information just from EAP authentication. So just sniffing those packets by themselves, it's good information, it's worth doing. So don't skip on it. It's worth it to do it. Like I was saying before, the distance from the parking lot to the building was a huge hurdle. It would have been extremely helpful for us to have directional antennas. These are about as cheap as regular omnidirectional, just like the big dongle antennas. For $20 to $40, you can get a pretty high gain antenna and point it straight at the building. It definitely looks pretty weird having two Mickey Mouse ears in your windshields pointed at the building, but it helps a lot if you're dealing with distance. So know that if you're going to be dealing with this kind of scenario in the future. So RFID badge readers are also a big thing to think about because it's way more complicated, we found out, than we thought it would be. We had played with Proxmark and stuff by ourselves, but we didn't actually realize how difficult it would be to figure out what kind of badges they were using. We were just like, oh, there's a bunch of universal types and we'll just guess. As it happens, we got really lucky in that between the two of us, we both had we had one of the cards that they used in their environment, so it was possible for us to clone badges. But it's not always gonna be that easy. The thing is that now things are getting much more complicated with RFID, and you could do a whole talk on getting RFID credentials to a building by itself, and that could take over an hour. But some essential things that you want to do is do a little bit of reconnaissance and see if you can figure out what they are using. If you have to, bring a mess of different types of IDs with you for all different types of MyFair Classic and HID prox cards, and just get the most popular ones. They're cheap enough that you can get 10 card packages of these things, and at least you'll have a good chance of having something available. Thankfully, with the new Flipper, there's an excellent reader identification or detect reader function. You can walk up to a reader, hit it, and it will tell you the make and model version of the reader. That will tell you what the card is. Otherwise, you're going to have to either guess or start like doing some serious hunting and analysis with binoculars to try and figure out what everybody else is using. The other thing that is really important here, even if you cannot clone a badge, I've actually found it's extremely useful to have a badge that doesn't work but still activates the reader. I have literally walked into a building with a piece of paper in grayscale. It was completely wrong because the hotel printer did not have color printing feature and the client's ID badges were color, but I did have an RFID card that matched their reader, and because it beeped when I hit the door reader, the person was like, huh, that's weird. You should go up to this place and go get it fixed and let me in. So having a card that actually beeps is hilariously enough for some people. So having something available, being able to detect that reader, it can help you along the way. So after we finished casing the joint and starting like kind of brainstorming how we were going to do this, this was us that entire night. We stayed up all night till like 3 in the morning figuring out how the hell are we going to do this. And we didn't do any of the C2 prep ahead of time, so like we were seriously scrambling. But as it happens, Raspberry Pis and just a couple of DigitalOcean servers is truly all you need. So in this case, we wanted to set up our C2 infrastructure, make it so that we had every available means for us to get a shell back to us before we even walked in the building and be confident that it was going to work. Next, we had to print out our badges. We got some IDs off of social media. We had a pretty good idea what their IDs looked like. We needed to lay out the map of the building or have a rough idea of the schematic of what the inside was going to look like because we'd never been there before. And we wanted to have a good idea of where employees came and went. Planning our entrance and then rehearsing it because we didn't know what we were going to run into ahead of time. So Josh and I basically rehearsed like, you know, how are you going to talk your way past me? And I like was the big, mean, completely intolerant guard that was like refused any bullshit. And Josh, oh my God, the man is a smooth operator. He could have talked me into anything, I swear. But he decided to be the inside guy that was going to try and walk in the building first because I was all jitters. And I confess to you, like, even standing up here terrifies the absolute hell out of me. So Josh was the guy to go inside because he was pretty confident by all means. So he was like, yeah, I got this. So once we had figured that out, we kind of rehearsed a few scenarios of how we were going to get past, and we were ready to go. At the end of it, like we'd never used the badge printer that we tried, and it literally took us 3 hours to make this badge printer work. God, it sucked. But I was particularly proud of the fake IDs that we came up with, and especially our monikers. I have worn the name Evanescence for a long time. Nobody has ever noticed. So for the C2 callback infrastructure, this part is really important, and you do want to think about this based on the target that you're dealing with. Everybody's a little bit different. In our case, our client was like, they were frequently had users going to out to the internet. We needed to be sure, though, that we could get past any firewall rules and stuff like that. So having some backup options was really important. Our main one was OpenVPN, which we use for all of our pen testing engagements, and we had infrastructure for that, so that's a no-brainer. The second one was reverse SSH connections.
Afternoon, B-Sides. Our next talk is by Darren, who is a security research leader at Cisco Talos, focused on mentorship, security management, cloud-native security research, and detection engineering. He's joined by Blake, who has a dog named Arya. The talk is Unwitting Hosts, How Residential Proxies Increase Risk. Take it away.
Excellent, thank you. And thanks for having us. All right, so yeah, I'm Darren, this is Blake. Continuing the theme of mystery, I work for Talos, he works for not Talos. No, more specifics will be provided now. Yeah, and we're talking about residential proxies, which, you know, many of you have probably heard of before. They're not new. This is not really a novel threat we discovered, but they have been, at least in our data, kind of surging in popularity, or at least commonality. So we figured it was worth you know, describing them and presenting some detection work that Blake did that's actually open source now. So yeah, what are residential proxies? Well, they enable network traffic to appear to come from a different device, or perhaps different network, right? So that's what a proxy does. The residential part refers to the fact that they frequently run in you know, home networks, right? You know, people's houses, their local smaller home office network. And they're often installed legitimately by users. They have a variety of you know, marketing and sort of promotional campaigns to do this. In some cases, they may actually pay users to install them. So sort of a you know, revenue sharing model type thing. And they're often resold. So, you know, there's a lot of existing previous talks and articles about more of the, you know, economic or business side of residential proxies. So feel free to go seek that out. That's not what we're going to go into here, but I just wanted to plant that seed if anyone's interested in this topic. And then why are they a problem is the other question. Well, for one thing, threat actors like to use them to anonymize their traffic. And if these devices that are running them are corporate devices, you know, maybe with a VPN or some other way of you know, being part of a enterprise network, that can make it look like an attack is coming from your network, which generally isn't desirable, I would say, if you maintain a network. So that's one issue. And then they can also result in reputational damage. So again, if you run like a service provider, for example, again, having attacks come from your service provider, not a great look. But beyond that, they can be more concretely dangerous because residential proxy functionality is often part of applications that perform a lot of other malicious things, right? So one of the ones we looked at, for example, has the ability to pretty much change any settings in Chrome. So that's bad, right? And there's a lot of other similar types of malicious technique that may also be bundled in by applications that purport to be just residential proxies, right? All right, and Blake is going to take it from here.
All right, yeah, thank you, Darren. I am going to talk about some of like the technical specifics of residential proxies, how they behave, and like how we are actually detecting some of them in real network data. So, you know, this is kind of the cartoon picture. We have four main entities. We have, you know, going from left to right, we have a proxy user, and this is somebody that could potentially just download some sketchy VPN on Android and are using it. or an actual threat actor that wants access to a specific network. We have a proxy broker, and this is kind of a service that's, I think its main purpose is to connect proxy users with actual like proxy victims. The proxy victim is some interesting, computer on either an enterprise network or your home network. Like Darren was saying, like these can sometimes be bundled with potentially unwanted applications. But I think the thing that we've seen most notably is that the users are typically unaware that they have this residential proxy software running on their laptops. And then finally, we have the destination server, and this is what the proxy user actually wants to connect to. The area in yellow, that's the enterprise network. That's what we have visibility into, so we can't really see the proxy user talking to the proxy broker, but we do assume that we have some kind of monitoring infrastructure in place on the network that we control, so we can see the proxy broker to the proxy victim to the actual destination. Going like top to bottom, so this typically starts off with the proxy victim initiating a TCP handshake. Then some authentication material is shared between the victim and the broker. And at that point, the circuit is set, and the proxy user can start sending traffic through the broker, through the victim, to the final destination. Our focus is going to be primarily on TLS. So, we can see the TLS handshake, the TLS client hello make its way all the way through the diagram, and then the server responding. So we see the TLS server hello on the way back. This isn't super important. I just thought it was like kind of interesting. Like in the session setup for a lot of these residential proxies, they do authentication through plain text JSON web tokens. So you can see the actual like user identification data, the issuance, the expiration, probably vulnerable to some kind of replay attacks if you can actually observe these. So we have an open source project called Mercury. It's on GitHub. You can download it, explore it. Its primary purpose is to process PCAPs and monitor live network traffic. Mercury is built on high performance native Linux networking, so AF packet v3. We regularly monitor 40 gigabit per second networks without dropping any packets. If you give it enough hardware and RAM, we've pushed it to monitoring like 100 gigabits per second without any packet drops. So it's pretty performant. And like the main goal is just to observe all of the interesting packets on your network, pick the ones that are interesting, and write out the interesting elements in JSON. So if you have a TLS session, we're going to report a ton of information about the client hello, the server hello, the certificate, but then all of the encrypted application data records we ignore because they generally have less information. There's an extensive schema. So I think our schema has between like 1,500 to 1,600 elements, like a bunch of different network protocols and interesting features of the network protocols. It would be great if you're interested in this kind of thing, if you could like look through the schema, if there's like a protocol you're interested in and it's not there, that's kind of a best case scenario for us. Like send us a message and we'll, it will either be in our backlog or we will want to prioritize it because we're always looking for new things to extract. So from the point of view of Mercury and residential proxies, if you're monitoring your network and there is residential proxy behavior, you're basically going to get two records that have the structure of what's on the screen. And so these are both representations of the TLS client hello. Mercury has a fingerprinting system that extracts a lot of the interesting cryptographic parameters that the client supports and makes a fingerprint. But then there's the normal network 5-tuple stuff, and then some interesting metadata about the TLS client hello. The thing that's most important here is the random nonce. So the random nonce in the client hello is basically there so the client and the server can negotiate ephemeral keys and provide protection against replay attacks. But with a residential proxy, like the really interesting thing is like you're not supposed to see repeated random nonces on your network. So that typically says that there's like a severe entropy failure somewhere, which is obviously bad, but it just doesn't happen that much. So when you do see repeated nonces, that's a really good indicator that something funny is going on. And in the case of residential proxies, when we see repeated nonces and then we see this pattern of an external host talking to an internal host, and then that same internal host talking to another external host. That's kind of like a telltale sign of residential proxies, and the repeated nonces kind of give us the information to make that like high fidelity detection. In the way that we use Mercury, it's typically in like a big data setup, so we're bringing a lot of the Mercury telemetry back to a Spark cluster. And in that case, there's a relatively easy way to do the detection. You just group all of your network 5 tuples by the random nonces, aggregate the flow keys, and then do that filtering logic based on the pattern of external to internal to external. And that's what we initially did. And then very recently, like about a month ago, we released some code within Mercury to actually perform this detection online. So if you're running Mercury, you can either run it on a PCAP or network interface. If you do -- network behavioral detections, it will turn on this bit to start looking for residential proxies. And if it finds a residential proxy, it will populate a new analysis object. And you'll say, oh, it's a residential proxy. And yeah, we assign probability scores for a lot of detections for different reasons, but for this one, it's always 1. Oh. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
All right, thanks, Blake. I'm back. So that was the main like super technical part of the talk, and then what I did was I got curious about how prevalent this type of behavior was in the data sets that we have access to. So one of them that I looked into is telemetry from an agent that we make called Network Visibility Module. To be clear, Blake and I do not make this, but Cisco broadly. Yeah, it's pretty useful telemetry. It's, like I said, an agent that runs on endpoints, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. So for that reason, you might think of it kind of like a endpoint detection and response type thing, but it's not. It's more network focused. So it actually sends us telemetry that looks kind of a lot like IP fixed net flow, but with process information added in. For the processes that made those network connections, and then their process hierarchy all the way back up the tree. So anyways, that's NVM. We have quite a lot of it. For the month of data that I looked at, there were about 180 billion telemetry records, so decent sample size. And yeah, we focused in on 2 known residential proxy services, Infatica and Rave. Rave is a helper application that claims to facilitating like watching streaming videos together, like Netflix parties or whatever. But what it actually does is residential proxy services. So, a bit sneaky. And then Infatica officially is a residential proxy. So more people, I would say, are aware of that one, but it's still pretty prevalent. And then, yeah, basically the stats we found were that from those 180 billion events that we looked at, there were 5.4 million for Infatica and Rave. So pretty large. Now, interestingly, this was from about 3,000 different organizations that we monitor, and it was from just 5 of these. So what that tells me is it's not very prevalent, but where it does exist, it's extremely prolific, I would say. There's a few aspects of the data that I put in here if you want to threat hunt or write a detection rule for these services. That's not a Mercury rule if you don't have that available for you for whatever reason. But in the interest of time, I'll actually skip through those and get to the final slide, which I thought was interesting as well, which is that we went through and analyzed all the remote host names that these two applications talk to in that data set we analyzed. And we boiled it down to a little over 6,000 distinct host names. And then we compared that, well, we ran like threat intelligence lookups for this using VirusTotal. And we compared that to a sample data set of 6,000 distinct host names from just arbitrary NVM traffic. And they were about 5 times more likely to be malicious, according to VirusTotal. So I think that's another pretty stark example of the risk of these residential proxy services. So, you know, if any of you are out there trying to perhaps convince IT to not let these services run in your network, that might be a good stat to bring up, you know. So, yeah, that's pretty much our talk. I think we might have a little bit of time for questions.
I'm curious if you guys know of any open source lists that identify known proxies and known residential proxies, or if you have any data yourselves that you're willing to share.
Wait, do you have?
So, talk to me after the talk. There is some data that I can absolutely share. We get a lot of the like if we go back to this picture, like a lot of the proxy broker IP addresses, I have several thousand of those that I see, and they do change, but they don't change as frequently as I would have thought. But I personally maintain a list. I'm sure there's some open source list, and I feel a little embarrassed for not knowing it. But I could get you some of the lists that I maintain.
I was wondering if you had advice for people that run destination servers that are getting hit by this sort of traffic. Like, it wasn't really covered in the presentation, but if you have any like flagging identification device when you aren't actually sitting in the network.
Interesting one. Like if you're being attacked through a residential proxy? Yes. I'm not sure there would be really specific techniques that I'm aware of, at least. I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, I think from your point of view, you could see that it's coming from a corporate network or a residential network, but is that because like there's malware running on that residential network, or there's a residential proxy that's using that as a foothold? Like being able to differentiate those two things, there's not a lot of clear patterns in the network traffic. So like probably your best bet is just to complain to whatever company that's sending you the attack.
Yeah, I mean, basically from my perspective, if you were looking at it from the like end victim side, I'm not sure it would be much different to you than like being attacked by an AWS IP, right? You know, or some other provider that rents access. So. I mean, certain providers definitely have more, you know, malicious traffic than others, I would say. But yeah, I think again, it's like a hosting provider from that perspective, right?
So I run a destination server that's also been attacked by these kind of things, and it started hitting when I put like a GitForge software on there. So it seems to be correlated to like AI scraper bots that are trying to train their gather training data, you know, without any kind of rate limiting on it. So I'm wondering if you know, like of the unscrupulous users of these, how common that is that they would be like AI companies trying to gather training data.
So that's a really great question. So I did see some like report that AI companies were doing this. In the destinations that I see, I haven't seen them. You know, I've actually seen a fair amount of traffic going to sites like reddit.com, which I'm guessing that would be related to that piece. But that's still like a minority compared to some of the financial, like footlocker.com is like one of the biggest destinations that I see, because I don't know, I guess there's still like people that resells like cutting edge sneakers or something. But yeah, I see a little bit of it, but not as much as I would have thought had it been like a really prevalent problem.
Yeah, actually, on that note, and I didn't include it in the talk because I have a hypothesis about why this is, but I'm not necessarily able to prove it with the data I have. But I see a lot of traffic to e-commerce websites, so Amazon and the like. And separately, I read an article saying that a lot of rather unscrupulous e-commerce sites use residential proxies in order to do like price comparison dynamically, like automated price comparison. And so that may be why that is showing up in my data. But again, I wasn't able to actually make that correlation myself. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
As far as the open source lists, I know like Firehole proxy is like one of the lists on GitHub. It's not great, to be honest. Like from what I've experienced, like a lot of the hosts on there might be dead, but it's like it is a open one. Spur data is like also pretty good, but that's a paid feed. I'm just curious, have you had any luck trying to entrap some of these clients by something like a JAW4 fingerprint on the TLS end?
I like this question. So no. So most fingerprinting techniques, they're really good when you if it was like malware creating these connections or like a specific version, well, malware that doesn't use the default TLS library on whatever operating system. So that's pretty rare to begin with. But even in that niche use case, in the case of residential proxies, like the vast majority of things, even the ones that are going to like the sketchier websites, they're typically coming from like normal browsers or other type of things. So when you look up like a network fingerprint, it's gonna say, oh, this is like a Chromium-based application. So it doesn't really give you a lot of information to tell you about like the client software, and it's mostly because like the residential proxy, it's just passing through traffic. So it's really like what is the proxy user, and like based on the fingerprints that we see, it seems like the proxy users are either using things like normal web browsers, or they're using things like curl, which is, again, the fingerprint doesn't give you a ton of information there. So you can differentiate those cases, but it's not like you can come to the conclusion that like, oh, these sessions are all malware that are coming through the residential proxy.
We're done. Okay. Well, thank you again to Darren and Blake. Good afternoon, BSides. Here for your last talk, we have Ralph, who is the CISO for Washington State Department of Natural Resources. He lives in Aberdeen, right?
Nailed it.
Got it in one. Aberdeen with his partner, joined by Liz, who is the CIO for Washington State Department of Natural Resources, who lives in Olympia with a husband, a 20-year-old college junior, and a 12-year-old 7th grader. So give it up for them. They've got an unexpected journey, building a cybersecurity program from scratch to a risk-taking state agency.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much. I'm Ralph, he, him. I'm the CISO at the Department of Natural Resources.
Hi, I'm Liz Lewis-Lee. I'm the CIO at the Department of Natural Resources. And before we get started, I would like to say thank you to all the volunteers who make weekends like this possible. BSides in several different states, and it wouldn't happen without the volunteers. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Woo! And I want to apologize. Somebody asked me what unexpected journey, it's some book or movie, some Lord of Ring nerd thing, and I'm sorry if I led you astray. You came to the wrong talk. So what the hell is this?
So, if you wanted another monitor, you can just put in a ticket.
I don't know how that got in here. Next slide, please. So what do you think of when you think of the Department of Natural Resources? I'm literally asking you right now. What do you think this work is? Yes?
Well, your talk talks a lot about firefighting and forestry and stuff. And
yes.
Reading the news and being from California, I think about that a lot.
You've done some OSINT. Good. Who else? What else?
Managed forests.
Yes. Okay. I'll take one or two more. Yes?
Managed waterways.
Ah, excellent.
That was mine.
Okay, then I'll take yours.
Rights management for land.
Yes. Okay, excellent. Yeah, Liz?
Yeah, so we have over 2.1 million acres of forest that we manage.
But the managed waterways is correct. We've got more water lands. We've got 2.6 million acres of aquatic waterways. I'm talking about estuaries, rivers, straits, nearshore environments.
And then there's the geology of the state. Our geology department manages surface mining permits. They study geologic hazards to help with natural disaster preparedness for things like volcanoes and tsunamis.
And we built the nation's first vertical tsunami escape tower. Super cool. It's down in Ocean Shores, right outside Acosta.
We track eelgrass growth and recession using underwater cameras and computer vision image recognition. We do that to help track the health of our waterways.
And we have real estate, we have cattle, we have an extensive LiDAR and photogrammetry, a series of photogrammetry and LiDAR operations. We have law enforcement officers.
We have a large fleet of drones, we have airplanes, we have helicopters, we have boats. Our aquatics division has a dive team for underwater derelict vessel removal.
We have recently created our first internal policy for employees for handling bear spray. And I have to believe that from your state-issued bear spray, and I have to believe that came from a series of events of mishandling your bear spray, which I would really like the background.
I know some stories.
Yeah, okay, I would like to know. We have 39 conservation areas, we have 8 aquatic reserves, and we have a ton of recreation areas.
We build forest roads, bridges, and recreation trails.
We fight wildland forest fires.
We build our own fire trucks, which honestly is my favorite thing.
In 2025, shout out to the person who was talking about wildland fire response. In 2025, we had over 1,100 fires in Washington state where we responded to those fires.
This year, we had almost 60,000 acres burned due to wildland fire.
Which sounds like a lot until I tell you that last year we had 136,000 acres of land that was burned.
So when it comes to talking about security at our agency, given all of that, it is very hard to talk to users about risk to a laptop with Windows 10 that's unpatched when they are literally at fire half of the year. It takes a lot of technology to support our lines of business. For being a bunch of people who like to hang out in the woods, we are a very tech-hungry agency. We have meteorologists because they have to kind of predict the weather to keep the firefighters aware of what's happening during the week. And they have an incredibly unique stack of software that is just for them. We have software that tunes our helicopter blades. We have software that reports our flight plans to the FAA. We have software that when you take a picture of a tree, it counts the leaves on the tree. We have multiple apps that decipher bird calls. We have Python scripts that use machine learning and probabilistic simulations to predict wildfire pathing and landslides.
But we don't want to just tell you about this technology. We want to show you some pictures, because when technology comes together with the natural resources, there is some drop-dead gorgeous things that get created. This is a LiDAR photograph of the Nooksack River up in, is that Whatcom County? I think it's Whatcom. Yeah, and not just this one from 2022, but we check it like regularly every year, and we're able to, with the LiDAR, see the bedrock underneath and see the path that the river takes, so we're able to track its health, how much sediment is coming down. And there's actually several LiDAR photos in here, which is amazing. Each one of these is a huge, huge file that has to get stored on our server. We have multiple different versions of it. This is just a fraction of the technology that our scientists use. This is just the LiDAR photographs that they use to help manage, watch, steward these natural resources.
Not only do we use this for scientific research and resource management, we use it for things like predicting landslides, tsunami response, earthquake preparedness. We are also legislatively mandated to make a lot of this data available to the public for free, which has multiple challenges. So for example, we might want to share endangered species information with people who need it, while not telling poachers where to find a Canada lynx breeding population.
So to step back a little bit, in 2022, the Department of Natural Resources had no cybersecurity staff. There was no cybersecurity program. It wasn't on the radar. Of all of the state agencies in terms of patching, our vulnerability management, our ranking in how out of date we were with patching, we were dead last. And the people in IT were not able to get any traction with security initiatives. Nobody wanted to give them the time of day. There just wasn't any ability to do that. Fast forward to today, we've got 5 full-time staff. We are number 2, and often we're number 1 month to month for patching for the 10 largest agencies in the state. We do get a lot of internal traction now. We get invited to those meetings. We get added to the email chains where people say, hey, we're implementing a new system or we're talking about it. Can you come in early on the design phase and help us out? We are sought after partners at the state level, among other agencies. They want to talk to us about cybersecurity. They want to engage with us. And we just had a trade magazine that did a feature on our cybersecurity program. So there's international recognition as well. For a state agency, that is so cool to move that fast. So we are still really tiny too, and we get a lot of stuff done. These, if you look at brand B and brand C here, you will see that they have more employees, and I would argue we're kicking ass a little bit more than they are.
So how did we build this so quickly?
With
the One Ring?
With Sauron? Oh, that guy. So there's 4 things we want to talk about today. Security awareness training is really, really important. That little bit as marketing we're going to talk about in a second. Building relationships with people, I know that you've heard that at a few other talks today. Really, really important. We're going to go into more detail.
Picking a plan and sticking with it, and building for the future.
Yeah, so let's dig into the first one, the delivering world-class security awareness training. I can't think of anybody else who looks at security awareness training as anything more than something to get through, something to tolerate. And from the very beginning, when we started at DNR in 2022, we said we want to flip that on its head. Nobody knows who we are. They don't know why they should care about cybersecurity. It's something that happens on their computer, and most of their job happens out in the field. So making a really conscious decision to say, we're going to deliver security awareness training, and we're going to make it a first-class experience. It's going to be a high-quality experience. We're going to connect with people. We're going to make it matter. Became a strategic foundation for saying, this is how we're going to build our program. And here is what I mean. I think it's, yes.
So here's some of the tools that we've created over the last couple of years for our Cybersecurity Month. I mean, you know, they're fun. We've got some word searches and some crossword puzzles. We ask people to send these in, and then once a week we pull one and we give them a coffee card. So I don't really care if they fill this out right. I mean, I love Ralph's stuff, but I don't really care if they read it all. But what I want them to do is send this into the SOC. So now they know the address to the SOC. And so now when they start to type it, it's an autocomplete in their Outlook. So we're using social engineering for good.
Not super high tech either. People are able to get access and do something with it, right? Engage with cybersecurity right off the bat in a way that they recognize. We've also been making more and more short form video content. This is stuff with a lifespan. It expires after Cybersecurity Awareness Month. It's meant for them for that short period. And I'm actually getting stupider. I'm adding wigs and doing little skits. The reason I'm doing this is because people respond to it. They know who I am. They know that they're in for at least some entertainment if it's not interesting. You know, the shorter the better with these things, right? But I also want to talk about this slide for a second. This is a slide that I kind of agonized over. This was part of a training that I did. I took training to every single division, and I gave that training as in-person as I could, and I spent a lot of time with people. And here's why I agonized over this slide.
It's because he didn't like the version of it I wrote.
I'm putting this thing together, and I'm thinking, I'm an IT person. Why am I spending all of this time doing graphic design? Like, that's not my job. I'm doing, like, this is a bad waste of state resources. I don't have a communications or a graphics team that does work for IT, but also I'm not sure I would trust them. I think data categorization information, I think communicating with people is so important to do it as accurately as possible that I wanted to control every aspect of this, and I didn't want to give them a Word document that had turned into a PDF. I didn't want to give them a PowerPoint slide. I wanted to give them something that they might consider making their wallpaper. I wanted something that was pretty, something that was attractive, so that when they came to my training, they knew I was rolling out the hospitality and I was going to take care of them. Same thing with this next slide. This is a slide from that same training. If I'm talking about sensitive data to a bunch of foresters, I'm not going to be talking about credit card information because it's irrelevant. But the location of the Oregon silver spot butterfly, which was expatriated from Washington in 1996, we have not found any species since then. We're preparing 19 sites in Pacific County in the next couple of years to reintroduce this species. The location of that endangered species, of those sites, is absolutely important to our foresters. So centering on the work that they're doing and really connecting why we're doing this cybersecurity training to the work that those people are doing, really, really important work. So I said before we would come back to that marketing point, and here's what I mean. When I'm doing a data categorization training or a phishing awareness training or whatever the security awareness training is, I don't need these people to memorize all of the controls. I don't need them to be able to fill out the crossword exactly accurate and knowing all the terms. I need them to know who I am, what my team does, and like me enough to invite me to those meetings and add me to the email chain. I need that positive relationship. And a security awareness training program is my way to do marketing to the entire agency and say, hey, we're the good guys and we're here to help. So the second point here is working relationships as a core deliverable. And by this, I mean, I think relationship building with people is a cybersecurity control that leads to better outcomes. When I talk to my staff, I say, at our weekly one-on-ones, I say, who have you helped this week? What relationships have you been building? We talk about finding out what people need and how to connect to that. That is an expectation of my staff in their job role. It's also just important as a human being to care about the people that we work with, and I get that point across.
It's not just the security team, right? As the CIO, it's part of my job to create opportunities for the security team to build those relationships, even at the management and executive level. You can't only focus on peers. The relationships and education have to extend into the C-suite as well if you want those decision makers to give you attention.
Did I have another point? I do? No, I think I got it.
Naomi's speech.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did want to name drop Naomi. Right, so the last point I wanted to make about the working relationships, for those who saw Naomi Meyer talk yesterday about threat models always being centered on the system, one of the points she made was that we should expand that to not just for threat models being centered on human beings as where the real harm is happening, but all cybersecurity metrics programs, I think, and probably all IT, because without people, why have the servers, right? If our threat models should be focused on humans, all of our metrics, all of our KPIs, we really need to focus, the vulnerabilities should be human-centered.
Yeah, so picking a plan and sticking with it. I'm going to talk about strategic plans. I know nobody here probably thinks that's like cool and fun. It's not AI going out and finding your vulnerabilities and patching them for you. But without a strategic plan, you're just not going to get anywhere. The strategic plan tells you where you're going. It tells you how, the tactical plan tells you how you're going to get there, and your operational plan tells you what you're going to do next. Oops, did I? Sorry. You have to be in alignment with your organization. That is key. They will not give you resources, meaning people and money, unless you are in alignment. So one of the things that we do is we crosswalk. So we have a state strategic plan, we have an agency strategic plan, we have an IT strategic plan, and we have a security strategic plan. And we have a very beautiful, big, bold, beautiful spreadsheet that crosswalks all of those, so that when we add something to it, or we think about it, or we go to refresh it, we are making sure that we are in alignment with what our organization needs. We don't have a shortage of problems to fix, we have a shortage of attention from decision makers and executives.
Yes.
A strategic plan gives you a roadmap that exec can see and understand, that tells them where you're going and how you're going to get there. So building for the future is our last bullet point. And I'm going to say, when I came to the agency, when we both came to the agency 3.5 years ago, I actually came as the operations manager, and Ralph was the security architect, and he was the first security person that they had ever hired. They had hired me out of a security team at another agency, and they said, can the two of you just start a security program, please? So we intentionally went into what are the things that we need to do. And I knew that, well, security in its infancy was going to be in that operational team, that eventually it needed to stand on its own. So I started planning for it at that point. I created a budget that was separate from operations for security. Ralph started working on position descriptions for jobs that we hadn't even been given FTEs for. We started working on strategic plans, and we really built out what a program would need. And now 3 years later, we're kind of at that point. So what do we do next? Now we're pivoting. One of the things that I've been working on is creating language to put in all of our IT position descriptions in the agency that embeds security in everybody's job. I want security to be part, if you're a developer, if you're a project manager, if you're a business analyst, I don't care. I want security to be part of your job if you work in IT. And then we have ongoing conversations about the future. How do we talk to exec? What are we going to do? We're in a huge budget crisis in Washington, and then we've got federal budget shortcuts. And what do we do? How do we keep going? How do we keep moving forward in the face of all of that?
Yeah. So those 4 points, that is our key takeaway. It is delivering that world-class security awareness training, and then the building of relationships, super, super important.
Picking a plan and sticking with it, and building for the future.
So we've got a couple of QR codes if you want to get your camera out. Those beautiful LiDAR photos, those are all on our Flickr page. Flickr is this really cool new website.
You may not have heard of it.
You may not have heard of it yet, but you will.
And if you're in college, you probably haven't heard of it.
Yeah. And then if you're interested, love to get connected with you on LinkedIn. Use QR codes here. And then I think Boromir had a final parting gift for us. Yeah, thank you, Boromir. That's all we got for you today. I think we have time for questions. We do, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. It was really fun and interesting. I think one of the questions that I have is, I see you have videos for your security awareness training. How do you approach integrating like e-learning?
Well, there is a state requirement. So they all have to take the state requirement, which is once a year. It's not bad. It's gotten better over the years, but it's the same. It's not, I mean, it's what it is. So, and then all of our stuff is, it's just snippets. It's fast. It's something you can do in the morning during Cybersecurity Month.
I will add, as the state has been preparing their AI policy that's going to apply to all state agencies, I went out of my way to get on that committee because that was writing that policy because I wanted to make sure that there was a requirement for training and to figure out what that was, and then to start building my own training material, which I did because my thought, well, my confidence that my training material would be tolerable is here. I'm not so sure about the alternative, and I want my people to have the best training material.
We have really good training.
So we have 4 videos that are about to come out that are part of an e-learning course that take about 25 minutes total. They talk about the data categorization. They talk about the ethical risks. They talk about the damage to underserved communities where these data centers are being built as a factor you should consider when you're thinking whether or not I want ChatGPT to write that email. And so seizing that opportunity and saying, if there's an alternative, we're going to one-up it and get that integrated into our learning system, absolutely a strategic choice.
Oh, look, I have a microphone. I just wanted to say thank you so much, especially for talking right at the end of the conference here. It's much appreciated. I love the focus on people in cybersecurity, but you also talked about how many systems you had. And I'm curious if you can talk very, very briefly about your journey in like getting your arms around the technology and how that actually managed to happen, that gap between like how you close that in those 3 years.
You want me to start?
You go for it. I'll jump in.
The first year and a half was learning a new system existed every day. One of the first things Liz...
3.5 years in, we sometimes find things.
Yeah, we're still finding new systems. One of the first things Liz really strong-armed me to do was an internal security risk assessment process, right? We've got a bajillion different apps. It's the Wild West. Let's build a review process, and as these things come in, let's kick the tires on them. And I think it was 9 months into the job when the review came in for the electric cattle collar shocker. And I went, what the hell is this? And I found out that we have cattle, fenceless cattle on land, and so we needed a security review for the mobile app that would control these, well, I would argue, cruel shock collars for cows. And so that went on the list. And the latest version of getting our hands around this technology was Liz going to bat with exec and with our field, our region staff, and saying we need funding for a field security person. So we were able to bring on a senior cybersecurity engineer. Her job is field work, which I would say is 50% relationships and 50% going out into the field and saying this is a difficult problem. You've got like a snap server or something serving files on a wagon that we deploy to fires, and it has a default password and it's using web. Let's fix that. And so getting her hands dirty, cleaning up these things as she sees them.
We have a decentralized IT model. We have regions, offices around the state with their own IT who are beholden to us for policy and procedure, but have their own budgets and don't always run their decisions past us. So in addition to we actually created 2 kind of liaison positions. Their job is to create relationships, to offer training, but it's also to walk around and see what's going on and then bring it back so we can talk about how do we standardize it.
Thank you so much. This was wonderful and exact. This talk alone has made it worth the 2-hour drive for me to get here. My question to you is that given the sector I'm working in, I know that you intersect, that the DNR intersects with a large number of land trusts, watershed councils, other environmental conservation organizations. And my question is, do you share your training with them, or is that something you would consider doing and making training resources available to those organizations?
If you reach out on LinkedIn, I bet we could share some training with you.
Yeah, be happy to.
Your tax dollars helped write it.
Heck yeah.
Time for one more.
I'm curious about what framework you're working towards. Are you following SP 853, for example?
No, we are benchmarking ourselves right now against CIS, the CSAT, the self-assessment. We do that every year, and we're measuring our progress. There are some state standards that follow NIST risk management framework, and those are frankly like those people that control the state audit are a lot closer to home than NIST is, and so we're getting ourselves in compliance there. It's always fun to do that annual self-assessment test through CIS, because every time I'm like, hey, we scored better than we thought. What is it? Oh, it's the network team. Yeah, they're dragging all of our scores up because our network team is just, they are unstoppably awesome. But yes, that's what we're following.
Thank you again to Ralph and Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, BSides.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. Hi. All right, we are at the end of the second day, if you can believe that. So thanks very much for that, and thank you all. We actually had over 1,000 registrations this year. 742 attendees, which is probably about 100 more in actual like real people in chairs here. It's fantastic. 56 speakers and workshop presenters, over 30 volunteers. We do this conference specifically by, for, and with the Portland InfoSec hacking community. And in order to keep us honest, you're all going to be getting surveys. So please fill them out. Let us know what you thought. We want to thank our board of directors. Without them, the organization wouldn't exist. We'd probably be getting sued. This is important stuff. We want to thank the review board members who picked all the great talks. I thought the talks were great this year. Yeah? And the workshops, and apparently y'all really like Meshtastic. The conference organizing committee, these are all the people that I've been working with along with Joe for the last 9 months or something like this to get this to come together, and they have been fantastic. Sam, Rebecca, Magneto, Mickey, Brian, Shady, Evan, and Ron and Brian. Outstanding work. I almost didn't have to do anything. I don't think Joe had to do anything. We're just kind of kicking back. No, we weren't. Actually, no. We were running around being super stressed because we are used to doing it that way. And we didn't have to, which is wonderful. So congratulations to all those people. They did a great job. And thank you to PSU. I like this venue a lot. They're super easy to work with. They've done a really, really great job with everything. Zero problems, just outstanding. So thank you, PSU. Probably just keep clapping for a little bit here. We've got all our sponsors. They've been great. They help us put on the conference. They had a lot of great foot traffic this year. They're really happy. All right. That's enough. Okay. So just because you guys stayed for the last talk of the day, or me, I guess, whatever, you get first crack at the 30% discount at No Starch. I got this information a little bit late, and we couldn't announce it to everybody else. We are going to send it out to everybody else, but you have a small, limited window where you can get it before everybody else, I guess. I don't know. It's going to be good until like November 6th, I want to say, so use it quick. Okay, next year. You want to do some stuff? Yeah. Hackboat is on Friday, June 5th. Tickets are on sale now. Please get them. It is a boat. There is limited seating. BSidesPDX is also booked, confirmed at PSU on Friday and Saturday, October 23rd and 24th. So we'll see you in a year, about? All right. And we had a CTF this year as well. The players were super skilled. We have Evan, the CTF lead, here to give out some prizes and announce some stuff, and then we'll be wrapping it up. Evan?
Alrighty. We should also announce at the end there is a lost and found leashy tool overlooking the building. Okay. All right. First of all, thank you all for playing. All of you who participated in the CTF, even if you didn't grab terribly many flags, like, we seriously appreciate it. It is a joy to see people taking a stab at various puzzles and sometimes even having smiles on their faces. Seriously, what actually makes this worth doing is watching you all have fun. So thank you very much for playing. And without further ado, because I don't want to hold anyone in here any longer than I have to before other festivities. We have on our scoreboard as of 4 p.m. when we froze the scores, in first place, the Cyber Ducks. In second place, Sepsis. Less than 100 points behind them, by the way. It was a close race. And in third, Blue Shell. Now the prizes up here. There are 3 stacks. First place team gets first choice. Second place gets second choice. Go ahead and start walking up here if you are from the Cyber Ducks first. Those sheets of paper, there are 3 of them tucked into the Azure book. Those sheets of paper are each worth a $20 gift certificate generously donated by No Starch to us. You will have to give that sheet of paper with your email to Malcolm to get emailed the certificate. So, and I have pens you can borrow if you need them. And finally, we have our Judge's Choice Award for fun, awesome, interesting, cleverness. We conferred with the knowledge we had about what everyone did, and we agreed that the one that gave us the most joy was the fact that Sepsis went out for a bunch of late-night drives all around Portland and physically visited locations where they thought those OSINT challenges might have been in order to confirm what they were thinking and find some specific details about the place, which is above and beyond and a little bit unusual for a CTF. So congratulations, guys. You get a little extra something. And speaking of which, since you're second place, go ahead and take your pick of a prize now. And our third place team, Blue Shell, are you here? Hey! Now, some of those prizes did contain No Starch gift cards, so, well, you got that code. Great combo. Thank you all very much again for playing. Huge shout out and huge thanks to Seattle Lockpicking Village for helping put this on and run the lockpicking challenges. It would have been a lot harder and we would not have been able to make it nearly as fun without you guys. So if you see the Lockpicking Village folks around, give them a huge thanks. Huge thanks to all of our challenge authors. I could not have possibly put together all of this myself. Big thanks to Kai and Casey who ran our CTF infra, and a huge thanks to the volunteer organizers, and again to everybody who played in the CTF. You're the reason we do this.
Oh, great. And on the subject of lockpicking, apparently there's a leashy pick that got left with the lockpicking folks that wasn't theirs. So if you're missing a leashy pick, I don't know where it is.
It should be over with them at the Lockpicking Village.
It's over with them in the Lockpicking Village still. So you've got a little bit of time to go get it. All right? Okay, that's pretty much it. We're going to have an after party tonight at the PDX Hackerspace at 7608 North Interstate. It is on the Max Yellow line, which actually I think you can catch pretty close to here. And it's the station is Lombard. It's got a big Nyan Cat mural on it, as Joe mentioned this morning. I'm not sure if I said that right. And we're going to have a bunch of good Thai food there and some other stuff. So please join us. And thanks again. Right on. Thanks. Now everybody needs to leave.